Fidel little harm to keep up appearances by wearing a medallion on his chest. Despite himself, Alexeyev found himself warming to Fidel and pointed out that they had several things in common. His first name, in Spanish, was the same as Fidel's second name Alejandro. They were also joined by the number 13. Fidel was born on August 13, and Alexeyev was 13 years older than he. In addition, Alexeyev was born on August 1, so their birthdays were 13 days apart. Fidel, known for his fascination with numerology, was delighted by Alexeyev's attempt to find their affinities. Alexeyev continued probing to ascertain how much Fidel's conception of his revolution matched or differed from Che's. "It's a true revolution," Fidel told him, "made by the people and for the people. We want to build a just society without man exploiting his fellow man, and with an armed people to defend their victories. If Marx were to arise now, he would be pleased to see me giving arms to the people." Although Alexeyev noted that Fidel avoided using the word socialism, whereas Che had used it, Fidel made it understood that they shared the same philosophy. By the time their meeting ended, Alexeyev had been given a mission to fulfill. It came about in the same seemingly spontaneous fashion as Fidel's decision to renew Soviet-Cuban commercial relations while sipping Alexeyev's vodka. As Alexeyev told it, after Fidel's explanation about the need to go slow with Cubans because of their rampant anti-communism, Núñez Jiménez cut in, suggesting to Fidel that it might be a good idea to have Alexeyev ask his government to bring the Soviet Trade Exposition, which was then in Mexico, to Havana. The exposition had been in New York in July, and Núñez Jiménez had visited it there and had been impressed. "It's worthwhile, really," Alexeyev recalled Núñez Jiménez saying to Fidel. "It would open the eyes of the Cuban people about the Soviet Union by showing that the American propaganda about its backwardness is untrue." Fidel asked Alexeyev his own opinion. "Was it really good, this exposition?" Alexeyev said yes, he thought it was, but believed it would be hard to arrange. The itinerary for the exposition was already scheduled, Cuba was not on the list of countries to be visited, and, in view of the grinding Soviet bureaucracy, it would be hard to alter the plan. But already, Fidel had made Núñez Jiménez's idea his own and refused to take no for an answer. "It has to come," he told Alexeyev emphatically. The Soviet Deputy Premier, Anastas Mikoyan, had inaugurated the exposition in New York and was now with it in Mexico. "Mikoyan has to come here and open it," Fidel said. "Sure, it's all been planned, but it has to come. We are revolutionaries. Go to Mexico and tell Mikoyan what kind of revolution this is, that it's worth him coming." Alexeyev agreed to try but warned Fidel that he couldn't travel very freely on his Soviet passport. "Don't worry," Fidel told him. "Our ambassador in Mexico will fix everything." Within days, Alexeyev was on a plane to meet Mikoyan in Mexico City. So far, his mission to Havana was paying off. With Che's nudge, followed by Fidel's approval, the wheels of political destiny leading Cuba into the Soviet orbit had begun to turn. 22. We are the future and we know it. When Deputy Premier Anastas Mikoyan arrived in Havana on February 4, 1960, he brought along his 30-year-old son, Sergo, the Soviet ambassador to Mexico, a personal assistant, and, as his bodyguard and interpreter, a young KGB officer, Nikolai Leonov. Mikoyan asked Leonov, as Leonov recalled many years later, to deliver gifts to the principal leaders of the revolution. The task gave him an opportunity to see his old acquaintances from Mexico privately, and the first person he went to see was Che Guevara. A little over 3 years had passed since Leonov had given some Soviet books to the young Argentine doctor in Mexico City who was so eager to learn about socialism, but already his intemperate early contacts with Castro's rebel group had been vindicated. Here he was, in Cuba, escorting an important Soviet official. As for Guevara and the Castro brothers, they were no longer political exiles espousing a wild scheme but the undisputed leaders of a new revolutionary Cuba, evidently prepared to go socialist and forge an alliance with his country at the risk of war with the United States. Now, on behalf of the Soviet people, Leonov carried as a gift for Che a Soviet-made precision marksman's pistol in a beautiful holster, with a good supply of ammunition. Leonov recalled that in November 1956, around the time the Grandma took off for Cuba, he had been told to return to Moscow and had been discharged from the Foreign Service. He decided to pursue a career as a historian of Latin America and went to work as a translator for the official Soviet Spanish-language publishing house, Editorial Progreso. In the late summer of 1958, he said, he was invited to join the KGB, and he accepted. That fall, Leonov began a 2-year intelligence training course that he didn't complete because of the Cuban Revolution. In October 1959, Leonov's KGB superiors ordered him to leave his studies and escort Mikoyan on his trip to Mexico to open the trade exposition. Because Mikoyan had been invited not by the Mexican government but by the Soviet ambassador, he could not travel with the usual phalanx of aides. As someone who had previously lived in Mexico, Leonov could play the roles of bodyguard, Spanish-Russian interpreter, and advisor. Leonov was with Mikoyan in Mexico when Alexander Alexeyev arrived on his secret mission from Cuba. As Alexeyev recalled it, he went straight to see Mikoyan. I spoke of Fidel, of Che, of Raúl, of the revolution, and he listened with great interest. Since Mikoyan had been in the Bolshevik Revolution in his youth, it reminded him of his youthful days, of the revolutionary romanticism of that time. Alexeyev told Mikoyan of Fidel's overture. They don't want just the exhibition. Fidel wants to talk. After hearing him out, Mikoyan remarked that he too, like Fidel, was against formalities, but as the Soviet deputy premier, he couldn't travel to a country with which Moscow had no diplomatic ties. He sent off a cable to the Kremlin and dispatched Alexeyev to Moscow to explain things. Moscow agreed to move the exhibition from Mexico to Cuba, Alexeyev said, because Khrushchev had by now also fallen in love with the Cuban Revolution. I don't know exactly why, but I think he was happy to have another pawn against the Americans. The date originally set for the opening of the exhibit was November 28, 1959, but it coincided with a Catholic Congress being held in Havana. Fidel saw little reason to rile conservatives, so he postponed it until the following February. By the time Leonov arrived in Havana with Mikoyan, Che and Aleta had moved from their remote country house into the more secure confines of Ciudad Libertad, the sprawling former military headquarters on Havana's western edge. They now lived in one of the homes that formerly housed Batista's officers, next to the military airstrip. When Leonov's car pulled up in front of the house, it was almost noon, but Che was still asleep. He was exhausted, Leonov said, but he got up and was really excited to see me. Hombre! What a miracle, it's like you dropped in from heaven. Over coffee, Leonov handed him the marksman's pistol, which pleased Che immensely. Leonov congratulated Che on the rebels' victory, and then, reminding him of their past conversations and the Soviet books Che had been so avid to read in Mexico, asked, "So, it's true, you are really serious about building socialism?" "Yes," Che replied, "I'm going to devote my life to it. That's why I was reading first, to build later." 2. If Leonov was curious to know why Che was still asleep so late in the day, he soon learned the answer. Along with his job at INRA, Che had become president of Cuba's National Bank. He had an extremely heavy workload, and his unusual working hours had become legendary. Stories abounded in Havana of foreign dignitaries who showed up at his offices at 3 p.m. for an appointment only to be informed by José Manuel Manresa that the appointment was for 3 a.m. The after-midnight meeting Alexeyev had with Che in October was now the rule, not the exception. In a Christmas letter to his parents, Che had tried to give them a sense of his strange new life. Dear Viejos, you know how hard it is for me to write. I am taking a pause at 6:30 in the morning, not at the beginning but at the end of the day, to wish you all that is wishable. Cuba is experiencing a moment that is decisive for the Americas. At one time I wanted to be one of Pizarro's soldiers, but that is no longer necessary to fulfill my desire for adventure and my yearning to be an eyewitness to history. Today it is all here, and with an ideal to fight for, together with the responsibility of creating a legacy. We are not men, but working machines, fighting against time in the midst of difficult and luminous circumstances. The industrial department was my own creation. I half relinquished it, with the pain of a worn-out father, to plunge myself into my apparently God-given gift for finance. I also have the job of Chief of Training of the E-Rebelled and the direct command of a regiment in Orient. We walk over pure history of the highest American variety. We are the future and we know it. We build with happiness although we have forgotten individual affections. Receive an affectionate embrace from this machine dispensing calculating love to 160 million Americans, and sometimes, the prodigal son who returns in the memory. Che. Aleda saw Che at work, as his secretary, but they had little privacy during his hours at home. His Guatemalan friend Patojo had lived with them off and on since early 1959, and Oscar Fernandez Mel moved into their spare bedroom at the front of the house in Ciudad Libertad. He worked nearby, in Batista's old naval headquarters, as chief of medical services of the new army. Aleda took all of this in stride, but something did bother her, and that was the unflagging presence of Hilda Guedi on the scene. Che's ex-wife worked on another floor of INRA in an office set up to help peasant farmers whose homes had been destroyed during the war. Aleda thought that Hilda had not given up hope of winning Che back. She seemed to make her presence felt at every opportunity, dropping her daughter Hilda off to play in Che's office or taking her there to eat her lunch. Che didn't mind. His feelings for his only daughter were complex, paternal love mixed with guilt for the broken marriage and his long absence, and he tried to make up for it by having her with him as much as possible. When Hilda permitted it, the little girl stayed at his home on the weekends. Aleda put up with Hilda for Che's sake, but when the office visits became too frequent, with Hilda seeming to use them to dally and engage Che in conversation, she simmered with fury. Che kept his own temper in check to avoid making a scene. One day, however, he stormed out of his office, shouting loud enough to be heard by a young secretary, "I might as well not have gotten divorced." Hilda often spoke to the secretary to confide her feelings and to badmouth Aleda. Aleda, in turn, fumed to the secretary about her talks with Hilda. She demanded to know what they discussed. Finally, after a few months, the secretary could no longer stand feeling like a pig in the middle, as she recalled, and asked to be transferred out of the department. The country itself was in an increasingly divisive mood as Fidel forced through more and more radical policies. Che was urging him along, using cajolery in private and applause in public. Observers began to take note of a pattern. What started out as radical-sounding proposals from Che were actually important early warning signals, for almost invariably Fidel soon made them official policy. In January 1959, and again in April, Che had talked about Cuba's need to nationalize its oil and mineral wealth. In September 1959, Fidel said this was an issue that needed to be carefully studied. 9 months later, he would seize the refineries owned by Texaco, Esso, and British Shell. In November 1959, the U.S. Embassy noted a recent interview with Che in Revolucion, which made plain that regardless of what the agrarian reform law may say about making the peasants small property owners, as far as Guevara is concerned, reform will be aimed more in the direction of cooperatives or communes. 3 months after the interview, in January 1960, Fidel issued a decree seizing all sugar plantations and large cattle ranches and making them state-run cooperatives. As for the issue that was becoming Washington's greatest grievance, the non-payment and illegal seizures of American-owned properties in violation of both Cuba's 1940 Constitution and the 1959 Agrarian Reform Law, in the very first weeks of the revolution's triumph, Che had given an early warning, publicly calling for the Constitution's compensation clause to be waived. October 1959 had been a particularly crucial time. By the end of the month, the stage had been set for what Hugh Thomas has called the eclipse of the liberals and the final ascendancy of the anti-American, radical wing of the revolution. The course long advocated by Che was now being steered, more and more openly, by Fidel himself. Employing the heavily loaded argument for revolutionary unity, Fidel had successfully orchestrated the takeover of Havana University's student union by Rolando Cuebala, the former direct Oro commander who had recently returned from a few months in Prague as Fidel's military attaché. Cuebala's election victory was a de facto government takeover of a campus that had traditionally been both autonomous and a hotbed of anti-government plotting. Fidel knew this only too well, since that is where he had begun his own political career. Che carried the same message to Cuba's second university, in Santiago, where he bluntly announced that university autonomy was over. Henceforth the state would design the curriculum. Central planning was necessary, Cuba was going to industrialize, and it needed qualified technicians, agronomists, agricultural teachers, and chemical engineers, not a new crop of lawyers. Who has the right to say that only 10 lawyers should graduate per year and that 100 industrial chemists should graduate? Che asked. Some would say that that is dictatorship, and all right, it is dictatorship. Students should join the great army of those who do, leaving by the wayside that small patrol of those who simply talk. 2 months later, in December, while accepting an honorary teacher's degree at the University of Las Villas, Che told the gathered faculty and students that the days when education was a privilege of the white middle class had ended. The university, he said, must paint itself black, mulatto, worker and peasant. If it didn't, he warned, the people would break down its doors and paint the university the colors they like. Che spoke in a tense climate caused by the first outbreaks of counter-revolutionary activity. In Pina del Rio, a sugar mill had been bombed by an unidentified plane and a group of suspected rebels that included 2 Americans had been captured. At the same time, the long-simmering Huber Matos affair was finally about to blow up. On October 20, following Raúl's promotion to Minister of the Armed Forces, Matos wrote to Fidel from Camagüey, tendering his resignation, urging him to alter his present course, and accusing him of burying the revolution. Some 15 of Matos's officers planned to resign with him. Fidel immediately repudiated Matos's claims and accused him of disloyalty and ambition, among other offenses. He ordered Camilo to fly to Camagüey and arrest Matos and the other dissident officers. Fidel then flew to Camagüey himself to make a speech accusing Matos of planning an armed revolt treason. Matos and the officers were taken to Havana and imprisoned in La Cabana. As Fidel, also back in Havana, prepared to address a convention of more than 2,000 American travel agents to encourage the expansion of U.S. tourism to Cuba, the defector Pedro Luis Diaz-Lanz appeared overhead, piloting a B-26 bomber. He dropped leaflets calling on Fidel to purge the communists in his regime. Cuban Air Force planes scrambled to intercept him, and Army personnel at La Cabana opened fire with anti-aircraft batteries, but Diaz-Lanz flew away unscathed. At the INRA building on the Plaza de la Revolución, Che and José Manuel Manresa and a secretary named Cristina stood by a window watching Diaz-Lanz loop down low and buzz the building, flying so close they could see him inside the pilot's cabin. Che said nothing, but he was icy with rage and frustration. Che's escolta asked for permission to go up to the roof and shoot down the plane, but Che told them no, they were bound to do more damage than the plane could. The incident ended on a humorous note. One of the secretaries, a plump, nervous girl, had hidden under a desk when the plane appeared. She got stuck, and everyone laughed as several of the escolta finally pulled her free. Diaz-Lanz's bombing attack was a public relations disaster for Fidel. The visiting travel agents began leaving town in alarm as he was denouncing it. At least 2 civilians had been killed and several were injured. Safely back in the United States, Diaz-Lanz acknowledged making the flight but denied dropping anything but leaflets over Havana. If there were casualties, they had probably been the result of the Cuban soldiers' random shooting or fallout from anti-aircraft fire. Nevertheless, the story that he had launched an aerial attack was officially adopted. The next day, large crowds demonstrated in front of the American embassy, and Fidel appeared on television, accusing Matos of plotting a military revolt in Camagüey, in complicity with Díaz-Lanz. There had also been an attack by an unidentified plane that dropped bombs on a sugar mill in Camagüey. The United States, Fidel charged, harbored war criminals and had supplied Díaz-Lanz with the plane. On October 26, at a rally in the Plaza de la Revolución attended by an estimated 500,000 Cubans, Fidel repeated his charges and vowed that Cuba would defend itself. The people would be trained and armed, and Cuba would get the planes and other weapons it needed. The next day, the U.S. ambassador, Philip Bonsall, delivered a note of protest to Foreign Minister Roa. Fidel's cabinet voted to reinstate the revolutionary tribunals. On October 28, after reorganizing the military command in Camagüey, Camilo Cienfuegos boarded his Cessna airplane for the return to Havana. He never arrived. Fidel and Che joined a 3-day search for the missing plane, but no wreckage was found. What had happened? Camilo's pilot was experienced, and the weather that day had been fine. Many conspiracy theories sprang up. One was that Fidel had done away with Camilo, either because he was in cahoots with Matos, or because he was becoming too popular. Another theory was that a Cuban Air Force fighter plane shot him down, mistaking his aircraft for a hostile intruder. In any case, his plane had vanished forever beneath the blue Caribbean waters that lay under his flight path. The revolution had lost one of its most charismatic and popular figures. In November, Fidel continued to consolidate his power base. He succeeded in cobbling together unity in the CTC Labor Confederation at the expense of the July 26 anti-communists by imposing his own executive committee and ending the members' right to vote for delegates, paving the way for the CTC's gradual takeover by the Cuban Communist Party. The creation of National Revolutionary Militias was announced, the first step in the realization of Che's dream to convert Cuba into a guerrilla society. Foreign Minister Roa rebutted an article by Carlos Franqui in Revolución indicating that the Soviet Deputy Premier, Mikoyan, had been invited to Cuba, as, of ours, he had been. It was just as well that Mikoyan's November visit had been postponed, for when the Catholic Laymen's Congress took place, it became an open demonstration of clerical opposition to communism. Although the ecclesiastical hierarchy had so far maintained a public wait-and-see posture, the Church was increasingly alarmed about the direction of the revolution, and its youthful militants had no patience for keeping quiet. Already, a few priests had begun to flee, reappearing amid great waves of publicity in Miami, where they echoed Díaz-Lanz's claims that Cuba was going red. In Washington, meanwhile, the Central Intelligence Agency had quietly begun to study ways and means of getting rid of Fidel Castro. 3. In late 1959, most of Cuba's industry, both small and large, was still in private hands. The only industrial possessions of INRA were a few small factories either abandoned by their owners or confiscated for belonging to Batista and his associates. These fell under Che's new authority, and hand-picked veterans of the rebel army were dispatched to administer them, just as they were being put in charge of the new agrarian cooperatives on the expropriated latifundios. Che now had a small team of economists from Chile and Ecuador working for him. More Cubans came in, some accountants were hired, and plans began to be made for the industrial development of Cuba. In the early weeks of work, Borrego sweated over annual statistical reports to get a grasp of the Cuban industrial landscape, and an agenda gradually began to evolve. Very soon the first interventions of factories began, he recalled. These were interventions, not nationalizations. Factories had labor conflicts, or the capitalists running them were doubtful about the revolutionary process and weren't investing, and so we intervened. A resolution adopted by the Ministry of Labor, now in the safe hands of Augusto Martinez Sanchez, Raoul's former aide enabled Che's department to intervene and administer factories for as long as necessary. Nonetheless, Borrego said, he never imagined the interventions would be permanent. Of course, he added, to Che's way of thinking they were definitive, but that wasn't legally declared yet. It was Borrego's job to operate the new properties, and his first headache was finding people to run them. We started naming some administrators. Basically we chose them from among the members of the rebel army whose schooling wasn't too low. When I talk about schooling, I mean men who had completed the 6th grade or more. Che estimated that more than 80% of Fidel's rebels were illiterate. His literacy campaign at La Habana had been designed to alleviate the problem, but in late 1959 the military was still made up for the most part of semi-literate or very recently tutored guajiros, many of them little more than teenagers. When they were dispatched to run the factories, an inevitable series of disasters and chaos ensued. All the while, Che was cramming to overcome his own lack of economic knowledge. He studied with a Mexican economist, Juan Noyola. Dr. Villaseca was teaching him advanced mathematics. Beginning in September, Villaseca began coming over to the INRA office every Tuesday and Saturday morning at 8 to give Che, Garcia Valls, and Patojo an hour-long math class. For Villaseca, the classes were the start of his day. For Che, they were a way to unwind before going home after working through the night. They began with algebra and trigonometry, and soon they went on to analytical geometry. 4. Che loved telling a story about how he'd gotten the bank job. He said that at the cabinet meeting held to decide on a replacement for Felipe Pazos, who had been ousted after protesting against Matos's arrest, Fidel said that he needed a good economista. To his surprise, Che raised his hand. "But Che, I didn't know you were an economist," he said. "Oh, I thought you said you needed a good comunista," Che replied. Che's appointment sent a flurry of cold shivers throughout the financial and business community. Few believed Fidel's glib reassurances that Che would be as conservative as his predecessor. When he took over at the bank, a colonnaded stone building on a narrow street of Old Havana, he found a lot of empty desks. Most of the senior staff had resigned along with Felipe Pazos. Che called Dr. Villaseca and asked him to become the bank's administrator, his deputy, but Villaseca balked. It was not just that he lacked any experience in finance. He was a personal friend of Pazos, whom he described as someone extraordinarily capable in banking. But Che was adamant. In fact, he was not so much asking Villaseca as ordering him. "I don't know anything about banks, either, and I'm the president," Che told him. "When the revolution names you to a post, you have to accept it, and then do it well." Villaseca accepted the job. One of the first people Che called into the bank was Nicolas Quintana, a 35-year-old Havana architect whose firm had been assigned funds by Pazos to build a new 32-story National Bank building, an American-style skyscraper on a site overlooking the Malecon in central Havana. It was a huge project, the biggest construction scheme underway in Cuba, and was to cost an estimated $16 million. By late 1959, the building's foundations had just been laid and the first phase of construction begun. When Pazos was fired and reassigned to an ambassadorship abroad, he had confided to Quintana that he was planning to seek asylum as soon as he got to Europe. "What they are doing to the country is a barbarity," he said. "You're going to inherit a new bank president, and his name is Che Guevara. He's not qualified for the post, and that's one of the reasons I'm going into exile. You're going to have to go, too, it's inevitable." But Quintana was young, he was involved in the biggest architectural project of his career, and he thought that the fact that he had helped the rebels, late in 1958 he provided them with topographical maps of the Escambray area, would help him with Che. When Quintana went to his meeting with Che at the bank, he was shocked at the way things looked. The once pristine financial building was dirty and disorganized, with papers lying all over the floor. In 15 days, everything had changed, Quintana said. The first thing Che asked him was, "Are you a petit bourgeois?" Quintana answered, "No, I'm not." "No? So, you're a revolutionary?" "No, Commandante, I haven't said I'm a revolutionary. I am a grand bourgeois. My shopkeeper is a bourgeois." Che's eyes warmed, and, looking pleased, he said, "You're the only honest person of your class I've met since I got here." Quintana thought he'd won Che over, and he responded in the same witty fashion, "No, there are many, the problem is that you don't give them a chance to talk." Che's expression froze, and he told Quintana to remember that he was speaking to Commandante Guevara. Quintana realized that he had pushed his limits. At a second meeting, Quintana and his senior partner presented the building plans and specifications that required Che's approval. They showed him the list of materials that had to be imported and explained that the exposed seafront building would need hurricane-proof windows with rust-proof stainless steel frames. Quintana recommended that the elevators be bought from an American firm, Otis, which had offices in Havana. Che listened to Quintana's suggestions and finally asked, "Why elevators?" Quintana said that the building would be 32 stories high. Che said he thought stairs would do, if he could climb them. With his asthma, why couldn't everyone else? At this, Quintana's partner got up and left the meeting in disgust, but the younger architect persisted. They returned to the matter of the windows. Che asked Quintana why they had to come from the United States or Germany. Why couldn't something cheaper be found, perhaps made from plastic, right in Havana? Next they talked about the number of lavatories proposed. Che looked at the figures and said, "Well, we can eliminate at least half of them." But in revolutions, Quintana pointed out, people go to the bathroom just as much as before it. "Not the new man," Che countered. "He can sacrifice." When the architect tried to return once again to the matter of the hurricane-proof windows, Che cut him off. "Look, Quintana. For the shit we're going to be guarding here within 3 years, it's preferable that the wind takes the lot." Quintana finally understood. This wasn't about windows or toilets. Che didn't want the new bank at all. He was sending me a message that the system was going to change so absolutely that everything we were talking about was unnecessary. The bank was never built. Some years later, the Hermanos Amigiras Hospital was erected in its place. Before long, new Cuban 10 and 20 peso banknotes were issued. As president of the National Bank, it was Che's job to sign them, which he did, writing simply and dismissively, "Che." To Cuban businessmen, the symbolism of the gesture was quickly understood and bitterly resented. In the new Cuba, money was no longer a hallowed commodity but an onerous vestige of the soon-to-disappear era of capitalist private enterprise. 23. Individualism must disappear. Huber Matos' sedition trial took place in December 1959, and it quickly turned bitter and ugly. Raúl called for Matos' execution, as did the prosecutor, Major Jorge Pepito Cergura. Instead, the judges, all hand-picked army officers and revolutionary veterans, sentenced Matos to 20 years in prison and gave his junior officers lesser sentences. But several other men were tried, sentenced, and executed for counter-revolution in December. Rafael del Pino, Fidel's old friend who had been suspected of betraying a fellow rebel in Mexico City just before the Granma left for Cuba, was caught, charged with aiding Batiste Chano's fleeing the country, and given 30 years. As he had promised Alexander Alexiev over vodka and caviar, Fidel began to wage a battle against the reactionary press in Cuba. The conservative daily Avance was intervened after its editor fled the country. Fidel had accused him of siding with the counter-revolution for printing Diaz-Lanza's accusations about communist infiltration of the armed forces. Cuba's second television channel, 12, was intervened. El Mundo was taken over and put under the editorship of a Fidelista journalist, Luis Wangmert. The operation to close down the opposition mouthpiece Diario de la Marina and the rest of Cuba's independent press would come soon. For now, the editors of Bohemia and Revolucion remained publicly loyal, although they too were becoming nervous about Fidel's accommodation with the communists. Cuba's international wire agency, Prensa Latina, was up and running under the committed editorship of Jorge Ricardo Massetti, with bureaus opening around the hemisphere. For a time, a young Colombian writer, Gabriel Garcia Marquez, worked alongside Massetti in Havana. Prensa Latina tried to combat the reports put out by the AP and UPI, the two U.S. news agencies most galling to Che and Fidel. Che, with his mother, Celia, who was visiting Havana in 1960 during the annual Ernest Hemingway Marlin fishing tournament. Celia Sanchez, Fidel's confidant, is at the far right. The newspaper takeovers were aided by the printers and journalists' unions, which were in the hands of Fidelistas and were functioning as pro-government strike forces in the surviving private media outlets. The CTC purge had continued over David Salvador's protests, spearheaded by the Communists now on its executive committee. Even in the Union of Graphic Artists, there was purging to be done. The communist actress Violeta Casals, Alexiev's initial contact for Che, became the head of the union after her predecessor was accused of being a counter-revolutionary and fled the country. Che's overseas mission of the previous summer had begun paying some dividends. Official diplomatic and trade delegations from Japan, Indonesia, and Egypt had visited Cuba. A few trade agreements were signed, although they were more significant for their symbolism than their commercial benefits. Che had kept up a steady stream of blatantly political articles about the countries he had visited. In America from the Afro-Asian Balcony, published in the September-October issue of the magazine Humanismo, he wrote that the common bond between Cuba and the newly independent former colonial states was the dream of freedom from economic exploitation. He argued that revolutionary Cuba, personified by Fidel Castro, was a model for change not only in Latin America but in Asia and Africa as well, and he called for an international anti-imperialist alliance. Fidel, he seemed to be saying, could be its leader. Might it not be that our fraternity can defy the breadth of the seas, the rigors of language and the lack of cultural ties, to lose ourselves in the embrace of a fellow struggler? Cuba has been invited to the new Afro-Asian Peoples Conference. And Cuba will go to say that it is true, that Cuba exists and that Fidel Castro is a man, a popular hero and not a mythological abstraction, but it will also go to explain that Cuba is not an isolated event, merely the first signal of America's awakening. And when they ask, are you the members of the guerrilla army that is leading the struggle for the liberation of America? Are you, then, our allies on the other side of the sea? I must say to them and to all the hundreds of millions of Afro-Asians that I am one brother more, one more among the multitudes of brothers in this part of the world that awaits with infinite anxiety the moment when we can consolidate the block that will destroy, once and for all, the anachronistic presence of colonial domination. Since 1957, a dozen nations had won their independence from French, British, and Belgian colonial rule. Others, such as Algeria, were having to wage war for it, but the trend was clear. The days of colonial rule were over, and the future was in the hands of men who had faced down the dying empires, men such as Nasser and Sukarno, and why not Fidel himself? In January, Foreign Minister Roa traveled to Asia and North Africa to extend Cuba's invitation to an international Congress of Developing Nations to be held in Havana. The first anecdotal accounts of Che's experiences in the guerrilla war had also begun appearing in print. In November, The Murdered Puppy was published in Humanismo. Coinciding, as it did, with the intensifying pace of land expropriations and the resumption of the revolutionary firing squads, the story's allegorical significance, the necessity to sacrifice innocents in a revolutionary cause, must have made disquieting reading for some Cubans. 2. By January 1960, the architect Nicolas Quintana had come to the conclusion that the future looked bleak for him in Cuba. The revolution's sharp move to the left had alienated him and most of his social class. His dream of building the national bank had been dashed. A close friend of his, a member of the Juventud Católica, the youth branch of the militantly anti-communist Acción Católica, had just been shot by a firing squad for distributing anti-communist leaflets. Quintana went to see Che to complain. It was to be a shattering encounter. Che told me, "Look, revolutions are ugly but necessary, and part of the revolutionary process is justice at the service of future justice," Quintana recalled. "I will never forget that phrase." I replied that that was Thomas More's utopia. I said that we had been fucked by that tale for a long time, for believing that we would achieve something not now, but in the future. Che looked at me for a while and said, "So, you don't believe in the future of the revolution?" I told him I didn't believe in anything that was based upon an injustice. Even if that injustice is cleansing. Che asked. Quintana replied, "For those who die, I don't believe you can talk of cleansing injustice." Che's response was immediate, "You have to leave Cuba. You have three choices: you leave Cuba and there's no problem from me, or 30 years in prison, in the near future, or the firing squad." Dumbstruck and horrified, Quintana sat frozen in his chair. "You are doing very strange things," Che said. I didn't say anything, Quintana recalled, but I knew what he was referring to. What surprised me was that he already knew. That really surprised me. Quintana belonged to a group of professionals who had formed an organization they called Trabajo Voluntario, voluntary work. It was ostensibly dedicated to carrying out civic works, but the group's real purpose was to organize an anti-Castro opposition. It was an excuse to meet at night and talk, well, you know, about what we were going to do about the revolution. After Che's warning, Quintana realized he was not going to be doing very much at all, and, within a few weeks, he fled the island. Around the same time, José Pardo Lita, the television commentator who had had such a troublesome journey with Che the previous summer, called on the new National Bank president to take up the case of a friend, the tobacco expert Napoleon Padilla. Che had asked Padilla to work for him at INRA, organizing tobacco cooperatives in Pinar del Rio. Oddly, in light of his fear and dislike of Guevara's communism, which he had already denounced to the U.S. Embassy, Padilla had agreed. He had set up cooperatives for INRA, assisted in a large sale of tobacco for export, and, at Che's behest, taught a course in business administration. Padilla had become increasingly uncomfortable about what he saw at INRA, and he argued with Núñez Jiménez and the PSP's Oscar Pino Santos, now a top INRA official, over the way they were implementing the agrarian reform. Finally, he exploded and accused Pino Santos of practicing communism. From that day on, Padilla felt that he was being frozen out of things. Then, on the evening of January 26, an anonymous phone caller had warned him, "Napoleon, hide yourself right away, they're going to arrest you." The caller had hung up, and, terrified, Padilla drove to the Honduran embassy to ask for political asylum. The ambassador advised him to try to find out what his real status was before he took such an extreme step, and Padilla called Pardo Lita to ask for his help. At the National Bank offices, Pardo asked Guevara if Padilla had a problem with the authorities. Che showed him a piece of paper. It was an affidavit signed by an army sergeant at the tobacco cooperative where Padilla worked, accusing him of being a counter-revolutionary and of speaking ill of Che's wife, Aleta. Pardo expressed his surprise that Che paid any attention to such petty gossip, and Che then revealed his hand. He also happened to know, he told Pardo, that Padilla met frequently with the U.S. Embassy's agricultural attaché, and that he had spoken negatively about the government in front of INRA officials. Pardo still insisted these weren't reasons to persecute Padilla. "All right," Che told him. "He can resign and leave INRA. And if he wants to leave the country, he can go join his gringo friends." Che's word was good. 6 months later, with Che's express permission, Pardo acknowledged Padilla was allowed to leave Cuba, taking his car and furniture with him, on the ferry to Miami. 3. Fidel had dubbed 1960 the year of agrarian reform, but a better label might have been the year of confrontation. The month leading up to Mikoyan's visit in February saw a rapid deterioration in U.S. Cuban relations and an open acceleration of Cuba's socialization. A tit-for-tat war began in early January with a note of protest sent by Secretary of State Herter over the illegal seizures of American-owned property, for which no compensation had been paid. Cuba responded by seizing all the large cattle ranches and all sugar plantations in the country, including those owned by Americans. More unidentified airplanes flew out of the United States, firebombing Cuban cane fields. The runs were being organized by the CIA, which was now planning to train a Cuban exile force for an eventual guerrilla campaign against Castro. Che and his protege Orlando Borrego doing volunteer labor on a construction site in 1960. Reaction in Washington was being fueled by domestic politics. President Eisenhower was in the final year of his second term as president, and the jockeying to succeed him had already begun. Vice President Nixon used Cuba as a rallying cry, warning Castro that he could be punished for his actions. The quota of sugar that the Cubans were permitted to sell to the United States might be cut. Fidel responded defiantly. On January 19, INRA announced the immediate confiscation of all latifundia, both Cuban and foreign-owned, in the country. The edict put every large remaining agrarian holding in the revolution's hands. Next, a bizarre altercation between Fidel and the Spanish ambassador, Juan Pablo de Leyendio, occurred on live television. Fidel insinuated during a televised speech that Spain's embassy was implicated in a covert U.S. program to smuggle anti-Castroites out of the island. While Fidel was still on the air, the indignant ambassador stormed into the studio to accuse him of slander. A shouting match ensued, and the apoplectic envoy was forcibly escorted from the building. Fidel resumed his speech with an announcement that Leyendio had 24 hours to leave Cuba. Then he veered off into a rant against the United States. Secretary of State Herter reacted by going to Capitol Hill to request passage of a bill that would give Eisenhower the power to alter Cuba's sugar quota. Ambassador Bonsall was recalled to Washington. There was one final attempt to find a way out of the spiraling crisis. On January 21, Eisenhower issued a statement calling for negotiations to halt further deterioration in the relations between the two nations. That same day in Havana, Daniel Braddock, the deputy chief of mission, asked the Argentine ambassador, Julio Amoedo, to serve as intermediary between his government and Castro. Amoedo went to see Fidel with a proposal from the Americans. If Fidel stopped the anti-American attacks and met with Bonsall in Havana, Washington would consider extending economic aid to Cuba. After first refusing, Fidel relented, telling Amoedo he would halt the press campaign. Osvaldo Dorticos, the Cuban figurehead president, followed up the next day with a declaration that Cuba wished to keep and strengthen its traditional friendship with the United States. The truce held. In Fidel's next speech, on January 28, he did not mention the United States at all. The temporary backing down gave him breathing space before the next round, which he knew would be very soon incoming. On January 31, Cuba's government finally acknowledged the truth of the long-standing rumors and announced the imminent arrival of Soviet Deputy Premier Anastas Mikoyan. 4. The Soviet trade fair in February turned out to be a great success. More than 100,000 Cubans visited during a period of 3 weeks. They viewed the Sputnik replica, the models of Soviet homes, factories, and sports facilities, the tractors and displays of farm and industrial equipment. These were the technological achievements of the nation that Nikita Khrushchev had told Americans would bury them in the not-too-distant future. To the average untraveled Cuban in early 1960, such claims were credible. After all, hadn't Russia been the first country to put a satellite, even a live dog, into orbit? Not all Cubans were impressed. Mikoyan's visit was accompanied by some angry demonstrations, and Cuba's independent media waged an unstinting campaign to expose the inequities and inefficiencies of the Soviet system. Throughout Mikoyan's stay, nocturnal attacks on Cuban sugar mills and cane fields by small planes based in the United States continued without let-up. In late February, One of the marauding planes crashed on Cuban soil, killing its occupants, and the identity papers of one of the dead showed him to be a U.S. citizen. Fidel cited this as evidence of U.S. complicity in the attacks. When CIA Director Dulles informed Eisenhower that the dead man and those piloting the other sabotage missions were in fact CIA hirelings, Eisenhower quietly urged Dulles to come up with a more comprehensive plan to overthrow Castro. Eisenhower had only recently ordered customs officials to halt and prosecute any Cuba-bound flights leaving illegally from the United States. On February 13, the Soviets and Cubans had made public the terms of their new commercial agreement. The Soviets agreed to buy almost 500,000 tons of sugar during 1960, and would buy 1 million tons per year for the next 4 years, in return for which Cuba would receive not cash but Soviet products, including oil. In the 5th and final year of the agreement, Moscow would pay cash. Cuba was also to receive $100 million in credit at a bargain basement 2.5% interest rate over 10 years, for the purchase of machinery and factory buildings, thus financing Che's industrialization plans. As for Fidel's dream of draining the Cienega de Zapata swamp, which he showed Mikoyan from a helicopter, Mikoyan promised Soviet technical assistance. Fidel and Che crowed happily about the New Deal, calling it a further step toward the economic independence of Cuba. Polish and East German trade delegations arrived and signed their own trade deals with Cuba. The Czechs and the Chinese were not far behind. On February 20, fulfilling another of Che's recent public pronouncements, the era of Soviet-style central planning was ushered into being with the creation of the Junta Central de Planificación, JUSPlan. Fidel was its chairman, and Che, its main proponent, was on the management council. Sergo Mikoyan accompanied his father on most of his peregrinations around the island and was able to observe Cuba's leaders closely. Right away, he noticed the difference between Che and Fidel. He had read about Che, and he recalled that he had expected to meet a manic guerrilla, a kind of fire-eating Latin American Bolshevik, but Che didn't fit the image. I now saw a man who was very silent, with very tender eyes, Sergo said. You feel a little distance when you talk with Fidel because he almost doesn't listen to you, but with Che one didn't feel that. Although I had expected him to be the obstinate one, I realized he wasn't stubborn, but inclined to talk, to discuss, and to listen. The high point of Mikoyan's tour was the obligatory visit to the city of Santiago and Fidel's old Sierra Maestra Comandancia at La Plata. The whole entourage traveled to Orient, but only a select group went up to La Plata: Mikoyan, Sergo, and Leonov, Fidel, Che, and their bodyguards. The press corps was left in town. Fidel had planned for them to spend the night at La Plata, but nothing had been prepared for their arrival. Some workers were there building huts, but they had not finished the job, and there were only a few tents. Fidel was embarrassed and angry. Mikoyan told him not to worry, that he was not averse to sleeping in a tent. Sergo, however, decided to leave and take advantage of the opportunity to see Santiago. He later heard from his father what happened that night. After he had gone, Fidel and Che spoke openly with Mikoyan about their desire to create a socialist revolution, the problems they faced in doing so, and their need for Soviet aid to carry it off. It was a very strange chat, Sergo Mikoyan said. They told my father that they could survive only with Soviet help, and they would have to hide the fact from the capitalists in Cuba. Then Fidel said, we will have to withstand these conditions in Cuba for 5 or 10 more years, at which Che interrupted and told him, if you don't do it within 2 or 3 years, you're finished. There was this difference of conception between them. Fidel then launched into a soliloquy about how the rebels' victory had proved Marx wrong. Fidel said that according to Marx, the revolution could not have happened except along the paths proposed by his Communist Party and our Communist Party. Mass struggle, strikes, and so forth. But we did it, Fidel said. We have overtaken Marx, we have proven him wrong. My father contradicted him. He said, you think this way because your communists are dogmatic, they think Marxism is just A, B, C, and D. But Marxism is a way, not a dogma. So I don't think you have proven Marx wrong, I think you have proven your communists wrong. They didn't talk directly about military aid, Mikoyan said, but they did ask for Soviet economic aid. They explained that if they didn't receive it they were damned, due to two considerations. First, American imperialism. Second, the struggle with their own capitalists. After this talk, everyone understood that the commercial agreement they had announced a few days later was merely to be the first step in the re-establishment of full relations between Cuba and the Soviet Union. For now, it was all Fidel dared risk. Nonetheless, Alexeyev, who hadn't gone to La Plata, was surprised to learn that Che and Fidel hadn't asked to buy Soviet arms. They talked with Mikoyan about everything but arms, which was a little strange. In Mexico, even Mikoyan said that he thought Fidel might request arms. It was a logical assumption. Over the past year, Fidel had sent emissaries all over the world to buy airplanes and weapons, but he had managed to buy only some of what he wanted in Belgium and Italy. His requests to Washington for airplanes had been spurned, predictably, and the unwillingness of Great Britain and several other countries to sign arms deals was probably due to US pressure. Lately, defiant phrases such as Cuba reserves the right to defend itself and Cuba will get the arms it needs wherever it has to buy them had become familiar refrains in his speeches. Very soon, however, the subject was raised. On March 4, the French freighter La Cabra, which had just been towed into a dock in Havana harbor, exploded in a horrendous blast heard all over downtown. When the first explosion occurred, Jorge Enrique Mendoza, INRA's chief in Camagüey, was in a meeting with Fidel and the agency's other provincial bosses. They rushed to the port and were starting down the wharf where La Cabra was docked when Mendoza saw Che hurry past him toward the burning ship. Just as Che neared the ship, and with Mendoza, Fidel, and the others about 300 feet back, there was a terrific second explosion. Mendoza and some other men immediately threw themselves on top of Fidel, to protect him. Fidel began to kick and punch and yell, "Damn it, you're suffocating me." Then things began falling from the air, Mendoza recalled. Mendoza turned to Raúl and urged him to take Fidel away. He said that Raúl had to practically take Fidel prisoner to evacuate him. Mendoza then turned his attention to Che, who was still trying to board the burning ship. I walked quickly over to where he was. Someone, I don't remember who, was trying to stop him from getting on the ship, and I could hear Che say, "Damn it, don't fuck with me. There's been 2 explosions, everything that was going to explode has exploded. Let me go on the ship." And in he went. It was carnage. Up to 100 people had been killed, mostly stevedores, sailors, and soldiers, and several hundred others had been injured. La Cabra was loaded with Belgian weapons, and somehow the cargo had ignited. Fidel accused the CIA of sabotage. The next day, he and Che linked arms at the head of a funeral cortege that wound its way along the Malecon. Later, while Fidel gave a speech in which he invoked a new battle cry, Patria o Muerte, Alberto Corta, a Cuban photographer on assignment from Revolución, took pictures of the people on the speaker's platform. They included Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir, who had been invited to Cuba by Carlos Franqui. At one point, Che appeared and Corta shot 2 frames of him silhouetted against the sky. The photographs of Che weren't used by Revolución for its account of the event, but Corta cropped a palm tree and another figure out of one of them and printed it for himself and pinned it to the wall of his studio. He would occasionally give copies to friends and other visitors. In April 1967, he gave 2 prints to the left-wing Italian publisher Giangiacomo Feltrinelli, who turned them into thousands of copies of a poster, the first large-scale use of what would become one of the most famous images of the 20th century. Not long after the La Cabra incident, Fidel asked Alexander Alexeyev to meet with him at Núñez Jiménez's home in La Cabana. For the first time, Alexeyev said, Fidel spoke of arms. He said that after the explosion, the American intervention might be inevitable, imminent. "We have to arm the people," he said, and he wanted the Soviet Union to sell him some weapons. He spoke of arms such as light machine guns. You could bring these arms in a submarine, he said. We have a lot of caves along the coast and we can hide them where nobody can know about them. Send a message to Khrushchev. By then, a Soviet commercial mission had been established in Havana. Among its members was a cryptographer who handled communications with the Kremlin. After his meeting with Fidel, Alexeyev went straight to the cryptographer. I sent the message directly from Fidel to Khrushchev, and I thought that because of our bureaucracy it would take several weeks to get a reply. The very next day the reply came. Fidel, we share your worries about the defense of Cuba and the possibility of an attack, Khrushchev said, and we will supply you with the arms you need. But why do we have to hide them and take them in a submarine if Cuba is a sovereign nation and you can buy whatever arms you need without hiding the fact? That was his reply. And the arms began to arrive. On May 8, Fidel announced the re-establishment of diplomatic relations with Moscow. Forecoman, the former directorial leader, had moved sharply to the left since the rebels' victory, and he flew to Moscow as Cuba's new ambassador. A veteran KGB man who worked under diplomatic cover, Sergei Kudryavtsov, was the Soviet envoy. Alexeyev, his TASS identity no longer necessary, was made Kudryavtsov's first secretary and cultural attaché, his traditional KGB cover. Following the exchange of messages between Fidel and Khrushchev, a Soviet military delegation arrived quietly in Havana. We talked right away, said Alexeyev. Fidel, Raoul, Che, everyone participated. They outlined everything they needed. Above all, they needed anti-aircraft guns and planes, artillery, T-34 tanks, old ones that weren't of any use anymore in the Soviet Union. Another delegation came and they talked of prices, although this wasn't really commerce. By June or July, Soviet arms and military advisors were surreptitiously entering Cuba. According to Alexeyev, Fidel was still nervous about the US reaction, as were the Soviets, so some of the Soviet advisors came in on Czech passports. The secret military agreement with the Soviets signed, Fidel felt strong enough to take on the Americans. In fact, immediately after the Soviet trade deal had been signed in February, he had begun pushing on the tentative détente initiated by Washington. In response to the State Department's overture of late January, which had been left in limbo during Mikoyan's visit, Foreign Minister Roa sent a note to Washington giving Cuba's conditions for talks. As long as Washington threatened to cut Cuba's sugar quota, there could be no negotiations. The State Department had replied on February 29, refusing to back down and insisting that the United States had the right to take any measures it felt necessary to protect American interests. When La Cabra exploded 4 days later, the exchange turned bitter again. Secretary of State Herter responded angrily to Fidel's charges of CIA complicity in the incident and questioned Cuba's good faith in continuing negotiations. Washington had made one final attempt to reach out to Fidel. In early March, Cuba's finance minister, Rufo López Fresque, was approached by Mario Lazo, a legal advisor to the U.S. Embassy. Lazo told López Fresque that the United States was willing to offer Cuba military planes and technical assistance. Fidel asked for 2 days to consider the offer. On March 17, President Dorticos told López Fresque on behalf of Fidel that he had decided not to accept. Realizing what this rebuff signified, López Fresque, the last of the old-style ministers, immediately resigned and left for the United States. If Fidel had any qualms about the course on which he was embarked, Nikita Khrushchev's rapid response had dissolved them. Upon being notified of Fidel's rebuff, Eisenhower approved the CIA's plan to covertly recruit and train an armed force of several hundred Cuban exiles to lead a guerrilla war against Castro. CIA Director Dulles planned to model the operation after the aptly named Operation Success, the undermining of the Arbenz regime in Guatemala in 1954. He put his deputy director for planning, Richard Bissell, architect of the U-2 spy plane project, in command of the Cuba Task Force. Other members of the team included Tracy Barnes, a covert operations veteran who had been instrumental in Operation Success, and Howard Hunt, the CIA's gung-ho station chief in Montevideo. A skeptical member of the team was the agency's Western Hemisphere Division Chief, J.C. King, who warned that Cuba was not Guatemala. King preferred a dirty war to destabilize the Cuban regime and advocated the assassination of top figures such as Che, Raúl, and Fidel. But Dulles overruled this option in favor of building up the anti-Castro forces and helping them get a foothold in Cuba. Gary Droller, aka Frank Bender, the CIA agent who had met with Fidel in New York a year earlier, was sent to Miami to recruit Cuban fighters among the exile community. Droller soon arranged for them to be trained at a secret site in Guatemala, with the collusion of Guatemala's president, General Edigares Fuentes. A few days later, Che denounced the quota on sugar exports to the United States as economic slavery for the Cuban people. By paying a price higher than the market rate for sugar, he argued, the United States obliged Cuba to maintain a single-crop economy instead of diversifying, a vicious cycle that made Cuba dependent on U.S. imports. This attack on the sugar quota system directly undercut one of Fidel's chief battle standards of the moment. He was decrying the Americans' threat to reduce the quota as an example of American economic aggression, but, significantly, he did not counter Che's remark. Meanwhile, Fidel kept moving against the media. The owners of the television station CMQ fled the country, and their station became government property. At the same time, the Ministry of Labor had begun to usurp most of the CTC's functions. The ministry, not the unions, now dictated working terms and conditions. 6. The face of Havana was changing dramatically. The days of privilege for Cuba's upper and middle classes were coming to an end, and increasing numbers of them were leaving on the ferries and shuttle flights to Miami. As many as 60,000 had already fled by the late spring of 1960. The city that had been an American playground of exclusive yacht clubs, private beaches, casinos, and brothels and whites-only neighborhoods was disappearing. The roulette wheels were still spinning in the big hotels, but most of the prostitutes were off the streets. Armed, uniformed blacks and guajiros chanting revolutionary slogans roamed the city. In place of tourists, trade and cultural delegations were arriving from socialist bloc nations, along with a growing stream of current and future Third World leaders. Left-wing European and Latin American intellectuals flocked to Havana to attend cultural congresses arranged by the revolution. When Simone de Beauvoir and Jean-Paul Sartre visited Cuba in February, the famous French couple went to see Che, and they talked for hours. It must have been a very gratifying experience for him, playing host to the philosopher whose works he had grown up reading. For his part, Sartre came away extremely impressed. When Che died, Sartre wrote that he was not only an intellectual but also the most complete human being of our age. Che talking to Simone de Beauvoir and Jean-Paul Sartre, who visited him on their trip to Cuba in 1960. Antonio Núñez Jiménez is at left. After Fidel's 2-hour speech in response to the La Cabra incident, Sartre and de Beauvoir walked through the streets of Old Havana, where they saw a public fundraising campaign already underway for a new consignment of arms. De Beauvoir was bewitched by the sensual, fervent mood. Young women stood selling fruit juice and snacks to raise money for the state, she wrote later. Well-known performers danced or sang in the squares to swell the fund. Pretty girls in their carnival fancy dresses, led by a band, went through the streets making collections. It's the honeymoon of the revolution, Sartre said to me. No machinery, no bureaucracy, but a direct contact between leaders and people, and a mass of seething and slightly confused hopes. It wouldn't last forever, but it was a comforting sight. For the first time in our lives, we were witnessing happiness that had been attained by violence. On March 23, Che gave a televised speech, Political Sovereignty and Economic Independence. Through the revolutionary seizure of power, he said, Cuba had attained political independence but had not yet won economic independence, without which it was not a truly politically sovereign nation. Some inroads had been made against the foreign, mostly U.S. owned, monopolies that had previously held sway over Cuba's economic freedom. The electricity and telephone rates had been cut, rents had been lowered, and the large land holdings had been turned over to the people, but the island's oil, mineral, and chemical wealth was still in the Americans' hands. It is good to speak clearly. In order to conquer something, we have to take it away from somebody. That something we must conquer, the country's sovereignty, has to be taken away from that somebody called monopoly. It means that our road to liberation will be opened up with a victory over the monopolies, and concretely over the U.S. monopolies. The revolution had to be radical, and had to destroy the roots of evil that afflicted Cuba in order to eliminate injustice. Those who opposed the revolution's measures, those who resisted losing their privileges, were counter-revolutionaries. The workers of the reigned-in CTC were contributing 4% of their wages to the industrialization program. It was time the rest of society shouldered its fair share of the revolutionary sacrifice. Lately Che had been driving home the point that Cuba was no longer just Cuba. It was the revolution, and the revolution was the people. Going one step further, the people, Cuba, and the revolution were Fidel. It was time to get on board the new ship of state, or get off. Just as the men of the Granma had put aside their individual lives, ready to die if necessary in the war against Batista, so now did all Cubans have to sacrifice for the common aim of total independence. The enemy might well retaliate, he warned. And when the counter-revolutionary soldiers came, paid for perhaps by those same monopolies whose interests were being affected, Cuba would be defended not by a handful of men but by millions. All of Cuba was now a Sierra Maestra, and together, Che said, quoting Fidel, "We will all be saved or we will sink." The individualistic university students with their middle-class mentalities seemed to especially provoke Che. Perhaps in the students he saw his self-absorbed former self, and it rankled him. In early March he went to Havana University to remind the students that they had a duty to perform in the economic development of Cuba. An individual's sense of vocation wasn't justification for choosing a career, a sense of revolutionary duty should and would take its place. I don't think that an individual example, statistically speaking, has any importance, but I began my career studying engineering. I finished as a doctor. Later I became a commandante, and now you see me here as a speaker. That is to say, within one's individual characteristics, vocation doesn't play a determining role. I think one has to constantly think on behalf of masses and not on behalf of individuals. It's criminal to think of individuals because the needs of the individual become completely weakened in the face of the needs of the human conglomeration. In practical terms, this meant that certain faculties would be expanded, others would be reduced. Humanities, for instance, was a field that would be kept to the minimum necessary for the cultural development of the country. In April, Che's Guerrilla Warfare Manual, Guerra de Guerrillas, was published by INRA's Department of Military Training. Che dedicated the book to Camilo Cienfuegos, and a photograph of Camilo astride a horse, holding aloft a rifle, his face beaming under a straw hat, was on the cover. Camilo is the image of the people, Che wrote. Excerpts were widely published in the Cuban media, and before long, not only Cubans but U.S. and Latin American counterinsurgency specialists would be studying the manual with acute interest. In the prologue, Essence of the Guerrilla Struggle, Che outlined what he believed to be the cardinal lessons for other revolutionary movements seeking to emulate Cuba's success. 1. Popular forces can win a war against the army. 2. It is not necessary to wait for the conditions to be right to begin the revolution, the insurrectional Foco guerrilla group can create them. 3. In underdeveloped Latin America, the armed struggle should be fought mostly in the countryside. Guerrilla warfare was Che's own go-to guide for Latin America's would-be revolutionaries. He gave instructions on how to build tank traps and refuges against mortar fire, explained the usefulness of mules as beasts of burden, and emphasized the importance of a constant supply of salt. If the force is near the sea, small dryers should be established immediately. He wrote that a good working relationship with local peasant farmers was essential for any guerrilla force, The farmers should be encouraged to grow food and livestock to feed the fighters. Cattle taken from the large landowners should be killed for their meat, and their hides should be used to make leather for boots. Sabotage was an important part of guerrilla warfare, but the use of terrorism should be selective. Terrorism is valuable only when used to put to death some noted leader of the oppressing forces well known for his cruelty, his efficiency in repression, or for other qualities that make his elimination useful, Che wrote. Wounded prisoners should always be treated decently, unless their past record made them targets for revolutionary justice. Guerrillas had to be willing to lay down their lives at a moment's notice, for the cause. The essence of guerrilla warfare is that each one of the guerrilla fighters is ready to die, not to defend an ideal but rather to convert it into reality. A small band of men and women living in the wilderness and struggling against all odds, fighting and dying together on behalf of the poor and the downtrodden. This was Che's idealized FOCO. It was an almost biblical notion. Over the coming years, the FOCO theory was to be tested again and again, not least by Che himself, and the efforts almost always ended catastrophically. The very success of Cuba's revolutionary experience worked against most future attempts to replicate it. Governments in the region were forewarned and forearmed, and in the coming years, with direct U.S. military and intelligence support, they demonstrated a grimly successful determination to quash Cuban-style insurgencies at the embryonic FOCO stage. Within Cuba itself, opposition to the revolution was hardening. An underground movement had begun forming under Manuel Rey, who had been teaching at Havana University since his ouster from government. Another openly dissident quarter was the militant Juventud Católica, which was more vociferous than ever since Mikoyan's visit. In the countryside, small counter-revolutionary groups, inflamed by uncompensated land seizures and the general chaos, were becoming active. Many of the counter-revolutionaries were former rebel army men. In Orient, one of Che's old comrades, Manuel Beaton, had taken up arms against the state. He had murdered another of Che's former fighters, evidently for personal reasons, and fled to the Sierra Maestra with 20 armed followers. In Raúl's old turf in the Sierra Crystal, one of his former fighters, Higinio Diaz, had gone back to war as well, allying himself with the disaffected July 26 veteran Jorge Sotis, who had led the first rebel reinforcements from Santiago into the mountains in March 1957. They had formed the Movimiento de Rescate de la Revolución, MRR, organizing themselves around Manuel Artime, a former Naval Academy professor living in exile in Miami. With Artime in Miami, Diaz in the Sierra, and a network of underground supporters in Havana, the MRR had quickly come under the benevolent eye of the CIA. It was not long before Fidel's listeners among Cuba's swollen exile community in Miami picked up rumors of the CIA's recruitment drive. In late April, Fidel accused the United States of trying to create an international front against him, and he warned that Cuba was not another Guatemala. In Guatemala itself, President Idígoras Fuentes then accused Che of trying to organize a guerrilla invasion force against his country. On April 25, Cuba and Guatemala broke off relations. Undeterred, the CIA program continued to expand. Anti-Castro propaganda was broadcast to Cuba from a radio transmitter installed on tiny Swan Island, near the Cayman Islands. The man running the station was David Atlee Phillips, who 6 years earlier in Guatemala had first brought the agency's attention to Escobedo Guevara. One of the Cuban exiles who joined the CIA's recruitment drive that summer was Felix Rodriguez. He was now 19 years old. In the aftermath of the failed invasion of Trinidad the year before, he had returned to his military academy in Pennsylvania. After graduating in June 1960, he went to his parents' home in Miami, then ran away to join the CIA program. By September, he would be among several hundred Cuban exiles in Guatemala who were receiving guerrilla training from a Filipino West Point graduate who had fought both the Japanese and the communists in his country. Their force would eventually be called Brigade 2506. On May Day, Fidel spoke at the Plaza de la Revolución, which was packed with armed Cubans marching past his podium. He praised the new militias and invoked the threat of an impending invasion. Cubans, like the Spartans, would stand, fight, and die without fear. He also took the opportunity to make two important points clear: if he died, Raúl would take his place as prime minister. What's more, there were not going to be any elections, since the people ruled Cuba already. There was no need to cast votes. The crowd cheered, repeating the phrase Revolución si, elecciones no, and a new slogan, Cuba si, Yankee no. By then, the United States government estimated that Cuba's armed forces had doubled to 50,000 since January 1959, with another 50,000 civilians already incorporated into the new people's militias, and there was no end in sight. If the training and arming continued unchecked, Cuba would soon have the largest army in Latin America. Washington's private fears that Fidel might already have obtained Soviet military support gained credence on May 3, when the U.S. Senate heard testimony from two officers of the Batista era, former Chief of Staff Tabernilla and Colonel Ugalde Carrillo. Carrillo accused Fidel of building Soviet missile bases in the Ciénaga de Zapata. Foreign Minister Roa quickly rebutted the charge, and few gave it credit at the time, but within a year the fantastic notion would become a reality. Fidel's militaristic May Day rally, and his decision to renew diplomatic relations with the Soviets a week later, sparked the final round between his government and Cuba's last surviving independent media. Diario de la Marina's editorials compared Castro to the Antichrist. Within days, its offices were attacked and occupied by workers, and its presses closed down permanently. The editor sought asylum and fled the country. By the end of the month, the two main remaining independent dailies, Prensa Libre and El Crisol, were also put out of circulation, soon to be followed by the English-language Havana Post and La Calle. The first Soviet tankers were already crossing the Atlantic with oil for Cuba, fulfilling part of the barter agreement signed with Mikoyan. The U.S. owned Esso and Texaco, and British-owned Shell, each of which had refineries in Cuba, had until now been supplying the island with oil from Venezuela. But Cuba had not paid for some time, and the outstanding bill amounted to about $50 million. Che Guevara, as president of the National Bank, was the man to see about getting bills paid. Esso's American manager got a cold reception and no clear answers when he asked Che about the debt. Che now felt confident enough to take on the U.S. petroleum companies, and he told Alexeyev that his plan was to offer them a deal he knew they would have to refuse, which would give him the pretext he needed to seize their installations. Alexeyev counseled caution, but Che went ahead anyway. On May 17, he informed the American oil firms that in order for him to pay off the debt owed to them, they each had to buy 300,000 barrels of the Soviet oil that was arriving and process it in their refineries. The companies did not reply right away but sought counsel in Washington, where the government advised them to reject Che's offer. Opposition activities continued to grow, and so did the government's crackdown. The members of a rebel group in the Escambray, which was made up mostly of students from the University of Las Villas, were captured and shot. The former CTC leader David Salvador went underground and soon joined forces with Manuel Rey's creation, the Movimiento Revolucionario del Pueblo, MRP. The Archbishop of Santiago, Enrique Pérez Cerrons, a former Fidel supporter, issued a pastoral letter that denounced Fidel's new communist ties and seemed to bless the spreading anti-government violence. "Shedding blood is preferable to losing liberty," he wrote. Still wishing to avoid a showdown with the church, Fidel remained mute. In Miami, the CIA merged the MRR with an anti-Castro group led by Prio's former prime minister, Tony Varona. The result was the Frente Democrático Revolucionario, FDR, which was intended to provide a political front to the military force being trained in Guatemala. While the dissidents were forming separate groups with different agendas to oppose him, Fidel's revolution had acquired an unstoppable momentum. In June he ordered the seizure of 3 of Havana's luxury hotels, justifying the action on the same grounds as Che's earlier interventions of factories. Their owners were intentionally underfinancing them, making them unprofitable, and therefore a takeover by the state was necessary. Fidel also took up the gauntlet Che had thrown to the American oil companies. They would do as Cuba requested and process the Soviet oil, he declared, or face the confiscation of their properties. Days later, Cuba expelled 2 U.S. diplomats, accusing them of spying. In response, the Americans expelled 3 Cuban diplomats. The War of Wills quickly escalated. Fidel warned the United States that it ran the risk of losing all its property in Cuba. If it reduced the quota of Cuban sugar available for export, he would seize 1 sugar mill for every pound of sugar taken away. On June 29, the day that 2 Soviet oil tankers docked in Cuba, he ordered Texaco's Cuban installations seized. 24 hours later, Esso's and Shell's installations were taken over. In one fell swoop, Cuba had freed itself of a $50 million debt and gained an oil refining industry. On July 3, the U.S. Congress authorized President Eisenhower to cut Cuba's sugar quota. Fidel responded by legalizing the nationalization of all American property in Cuba. On July 6, Eisenhower canceled the Cuban sugar quota for the rest of the year, some 700,000 tons. Calling this an act of economic aggression, Fidel now dropped broad hints of his arms deal with the Soviet Union, saying he would soon have the weapons he needed to arm his militias. Ominously, he also ordered 600 U.S.-owned companies to register all their assets in Cuba. Khrushchev now entered the game openly. On July 9, he warned the United States, stressing that he was speaking figuratively that, should the need arise, Soviet artillerymen can support the Cuban people by missile fire, pointing out that the United States was now within range of the Soviets' new generation of intercontinental ballistic missiles. Eisenhower denounced Khrushchev's threats and warned that the United States would not permit a regime dominated by international communism in the Western Hemisphere. The very next day, Khrushchev announced that the Soviet Union would buy the 700,000 tons of sugar cut from the American sugar quota. In Havana, Che happily shook his fist at Washington, saying that Cuba was protected by the greatest military power on earth. Nuclear weapons now stand in the face of imperialism. Nikita Khrushchev had insisted that he had been speaking figuratively, but before long, the world would discover that the threat was very real. And Che had been the first to say so. 7. By July 1960, Che's wife, Aleta, was nearly 5 months pregnant with their first child. Their married life had attained a comparative peace and normality. It helped that since Che moved to the National Bank, Aleta and Hilda, who now worked at Prensa Latina, no longer had to see each other every day. Che and Aleta had moved again, with their permanent guest Fernandez Mel in tow, to a pretty 2-story neocolonial house with gardens in the residential neighborhood of Miramar, on 18th Street and 7th Avenue. The Harvard-trained economist Regino Bodi, one of the few remaining moderates still at his job in the Ministry of the Economy, lived across the street. The headquarters for Cuban state security was a block and a half away, in a handsome neocolonial mansion on 5th Avenue. To Che's delight, his old friend and traveling companion, Alberto Granado, showed up in time for the July 26 celebrations. It had been 8 years since Fuser had said farewell to Mile in Caracas, promising to return after finishing his medical exams. Granado had continued his work at the leprosarium and had married a Venezuelan woman. The birth of their first child coincided with news of the Granma's landing and the false reports of Escobedo Guevara's death. Granado had been visiting his family in Argentina when word of Batista's flight came, and he had celebrated Che's arrival in Havana with the Guevara clan. When he heard that Che would be accompanying Fidel to Caracas in 1959, Granado had eagerly awaited his arrival and was crestfallen when he didn't arrive. They had corresponded, however, and now, finally, Granado and his family had made it to Cuba. Granado spent as much time as possible with Che and went with him to greet the captain of one of the first Soviet tankers delivering Russian oil to Cuba. With Granado at his side, Che told the captain that he was grateful for having friends who lend a hand at the necessary time. If Che's words were an oblique hint to Granado, they had in effect, within a few months, he had quit his faculty job in Venezuela, packed up his family, and moved to Cuba, where he too could lend a hand. He would get a job teaching biochemistry at the University of Havana. Dr. David Mitrani, Che's friend and colleague from the General Hospital in Mexico City, also flew in for the July 26 celebrations. Mitrani, who had been born to European Jewish émigrés and was a Zionist, had gone to Israel to work on a kibbutz the month before Che boarded the Granma. Although they had argued over politics, Che called Zionism reactionary. They had both considered themselves to be committed to socialism. After meeting Fidel in Mexico, Che had urged Mitrani to join the Cuban revolutionary venture and had ridiculed his plan to go and pick potatoes in Israel. Mitrani had told Escobedo that he thought Fidel was full of shit and that the plan to invade Cuba was crazy. Although their friendship remained intact, they lost contact after going on their separate adventures. When Mitrani returned to Mexico from Israel on the eve of the rebels' victory in Cuba, he had sent Che a telegram congratulating him and his comrades. Since then, Mitrani had established a private medical practice in Mexico City. He had kept up with news from Cuba and had been shocked to learn of his friend's role in the revolutionary executions, but when he received Che's invitation to come to Cuba in 1960, he accepted. Before going, he met with the Mexican president, Adolfo López Mateos, who asked Mitrani to bring him back a signed copy of Che's Guerra de Guerrillas. The Israeli ambassador in Mexico asked him to use his contact with Che to see if relations with Cuba could be improved. The Israeli ambassador in Cuba was, coincidentally, related to Mitrani. In Havana, Mitrani was lodged in the elegant Hotel Nacional and summoned by Che for lunch in his private dining room at the National Bank. Che was in a sardonic mood. "I know you're a bourgeois," he said, "so I've had a special meal prepared for you, with wine and everything." Mitrani found Che far more acerbic than he remembered, with a cutting sense of humor. They met several times, always at the bank, and in their first meetings there were always others present. It wasn't until his third or fourth visit that Mitrani felt he could talk openly. Che asked Mitrani if he wanted to go to Orient, where Fidel was going to give his July 26 speech, and Mitrani told him no, he'd come to Cuba to see Che, not Fidel. He didn't attempt to hide his old antipathy for Fidel. He told Che of Israel's desire for better relations, and Che seemed supportive. The days when Cuba would take the Soviet position in favor of the PLO were still years in the future. Eventually, Che spoke candidly with Mitrani about the revolution. "By the first days of August, we're going to transform this country into a socialist state," he said. At least that was what he hoped and expected, and he explained that Fidel himself was not yet totally convinced, because he wasn't a socialist. Che was still trying to persuade him. Mitrani brought up the issue that had been troubling him the most, Che's role in the executions. Mitrani told him that he couldn't understand his involvement, since Che wasn't even Cuban and hadn't suffered at the hands of the Batistanos. Where had this hatred, this desire for vengeance, come from? "Look," Che said, "in this thing you have to kill before they kill you." Mitrani let the matter drop but remained troubled by his friend's logic. It was something he would never learn to reconcile with the Escobedo Guevara he had known. Before Mitrani left, Che gave him one of the new Cuban banknotes with his signature and 3 inscribed copies of Guerra de Guerrillas, for himself, for Che's old mentor in Mexico, Dr. Salazar Maulin, and for President López Mateos. His dedication to Mitrani read, "To David, in the hope that you return again to the right path." 8. In his triumphant July 26 speech in Orient, Fidel took up what had until then been Che's personal vision, warning his Latin American neighbors that unless they improved living conditions for their people, Cuba's example would convert the Andean Cordillera into the hemisphere's Sierra Maestra. Fidel could claim that he was speaking only metaphorically, but of course he wasn't. The combination of Fidel's adoption of his continental guerrilla scheme and Khrushchev's veiled threat to Washington greatly excited Che. 2 days later, speaking before the delegates of the First Latin American Youth Congress, he was uncharacteristically emotional. This people of Cuba you see today tell you that even if they should disappear from the face of the earth because an atomic war is unleashed in their names, they would feel completely happy and fulfilled if each one of you, upon reaching your lands, can say, "Here we are." Our words come moist from the Cuban jungles. We have climbed the Sierra Maestra and we have known the dawn, and our minds and our hands are full with the seed of the dawn, and we are prepared to sow it in this land and to defend it so that it flourishes. And from all the other brother nations of America, and from our land, if it still survived as an example, the voice of the peoples will answer you, from that moment on and forever, it shall be so, may liberty be conquered in each corner of America. Once again, Che invoked the specter of death, now envisioned on a truly massive scale, to extol the beauty of collective sacrifice for liberation. He spoke with the heartfelt conviction of someone with no doubts about the purity of his cause. Che Guevara, age 32, had become the high priest of international revolution. He had plenty of eager listeners, left-wing youths from Chile to Puerto Rico, and he backhandedly thanked Jacobo Arbenz, who was present, for his brave example in Guatemala. Cubans had learned from the weaknesses of the Arbenz government and had been able to go to the roots of the question and decapitate in one stroke those in power and the thugs of those in power. In Cuba, he said, they had done what had to be done. They had used the pardon the firing squad and chased out the monopolies, in spite of those who preached moderation, most of whom, he said, had turned out to be traitors anyway. Moderation is another one of the terms the colonial agents like to use, Che said. All those who are afraid, or who are considering some form of treason, are moderates. But the people are by no means moderate. In his next breath, Che took on Venezuela's anti-communist president, Romulo Betancourt, whom he had despised on meeting him in 1953, and with whom Cuba's relations had openly soured. Che said that Betancourt's government was prisoner to its own thugs. He warned that the Venezuelan people won't remain the prisoners of some bayonets or a few bullets for long, because the bullets and the bayonets can change hands, and the murderers can end up dead. He was alluding to Betancourt's heavy-handed use of security forces to put down the mounting tide of demonstrations against his policies, and the recent upsurge of Marxist political opposition to his government. In May, the leftist youth wing of Betancourt's own party had split off to form the Movimiento de Izquierda Revolucionaria, MIR, inspired by Cuba's revolutionary example, and it would not be long before the Miristas launched an insurrection against Betancourt with the collaboration of the Venezuelan Communist Party. Talking to a group of medical students, health workers, and militiamen on the topic of revolutionary medicine in late August, Che prepared them for the possibility that Cuba would soon be fighting a massive people's guerrilla war. Cuba's new generation of doctors should join the revolutionary militias, the greatest expression of the people's solidarity, and practice social medicine, to give healthy bodies to the Cubans whom the revolution had liberated. Drawing on his own life as an example, Che told the crowd that when he began to study medicine, he had dreamed of becoming a famous researcher. I dreamed of working tirelessly to aid humanity, but this was conceived as personal achievement, he recalled. It was only when he graduated and traveled through a Latin America riven by misery, hunger, and disease that his political conscience had begun to stir. In Guatemala, he began studying the means through which he could become a revolutionary doctor, but Guatemala's socialist experiment was overthrown. I became aware, then, of a fundamental fact: to be a revolutionary doctor or to be a revolutionary at all, there must first be a revolution. The isolated effort of one man, regardless of its purity of ideals, is worthless. To be useful, it is essential to make a revolution as we have done in Cuba, where the whole population mobilizes and learns how to use arms and fight together. Cubans have learned how much value there is in a weapon and the unity of the people. At the heart of the revolution, then, was the elimination of individualism. Individualism as such, as the isolated action of a person alone in a social environment, must disappear in Cuba. Individualism tomorrow should be the proper utilization of the whole individual to the absolute benefit of the community. The revolution was not a standardizer of the collective will, rather, it was a liberator of man's individual capacity, for it oriented that capacity to the service of the revolution. In his talk to the medical students, Che tried out a phrase that crystallized a concept which he had been developing for some time, and which would soon become synonymous with him, the new man. How does one reconcile individual effort with the needs of society? We again have to recall what each of our lives was like, what each of us did and thought, as a doctor or in any other public health function, prior to the revolution. We have to do so with profound critical enthusiasm. And we will then conclude that almost everything we thought and felt in that past epoch should be filed away, and that a new type of human being should be created. And if each one of us is his own architect of that new human type, then creating that new type of human being who will be the representative of the new Cuba will be much easier. A few days later, Che met with René Dumont, a French Marxist economist who was trying to help Cuba in its difficult conversion to socialism. After extensive travels around the country, Dumont had concluded that one of the biggest problems of the newly established agricultural cooperatives was that their workers did not feel they were owners of anything. He urged Che to consider a scheme whereby the workers who did additional labor during the off-season to maintain the cooperatives would be paid, giving them a sense of co-ownership. According to Dumont, Che reacted violently to the idea. It was not a sense of ownership that Cuban workers needed, he said, but a sense of responsibility, and he spelled out what this meant. Che had, Dumont wrote, a sort of ideal vision of socialist man, who would become a stranger to the mercantile side of things, working for society and not for profit. He was very critical of the industrial success of the Soviet Union, where, he said, everybody works and strives and tries to go beyond his quota, but only to earn more money. He did not think the Soviet man was a new sort of man. He did not find him any different, really, than a Yankee. He refused to consciously participate in the creation in Cuba of a second American society. As far as Dumont could see, Che seemed to be advocating skipping stages in Cuba's socialist transformation of society by going directly from capitalism to communism, much as Mao had tried to do in China in 1956 with his radical Great Leap Forward forced collectivization. In short, Che was far ahead of his time in thought. He had already entered a communist stage. Che now openly acknowledged the communist influences in Cuba's revolution while engaging in some heavy revisionism to prove that they had come about of their own accord. It was only after he and his comrades had fought against the encirclement and annihilation tactics of Batista's army in the Sierra Maestra, he claimed, that a pamphlet of Mao's fell into our hands and the rebels discovered they had been fighting with much the same tactics Mao had used against a kindred foe. Similarly, it was seeing the needs of the peasants of the Sierra Maestra that brought the rebel leaders to the threshold of political enlightenment. Was the revolution communist? He asked rhetorically. In the event that it were Marxist, and hear carefully that I say Marxist, it would be so because the revolution discovered the path signaled by Marx through its own methods. Che was going much farther than Fidel. It would still be 9 months before El Jefe Maximo publicly acknowledged that his revolution had a socialist nature. If there was growing disenchantment among some of Fidel's old allies that summer several more of his former comrades in arms resigned their posts, the disenchantment was also spreading to the PSP. For all the gains it had made since January 1959, it was clear that the Communist Party was becoming increasingly subordinated to Fidel. His preeminence had been blessed by Khrushchev, who reportedly sent him a private note in May to the effect that the Kremlin does not consider any party to be an intermediary between Fidel and itself. Communist or not, what was being erected in Cuba was an old-fashioned personality cult. Bohemia's owner and editor, Miguel Angel Quevedo, who had experienced a loss of faith since comparing Fidel to Christ the year before, shut down his magazine and fled the country. Before he left, he accused Fidel of delivering Cuba into a shameful state of Russian vassalage. Miro Cardona, the former prime minister, also left for the United States, where he soon joined the anti-Castro forces. A mass anti-communist rally was held in Santiago by the Juventud Católica, a priest and some of the group's members were captured after a gun battle in which 2 policemen were killed. Cardinal Artiega published a pastoral letter that was harshly critical of the government. This time, Fidel responded, complaining of the church's systematic provocations. As the U.S. presidential election entered its final stretch, the fencing between Washington and Havana accelerated. Cuba had become a central issue in the campaign, with each of the candidates, Vice President Nixon and Senator Kennedy, promising to be tougher against Cuba than his opponent would be. Kennedy ridiculed the Eisenhower administration's do-nothing policies that had brought about the present crisis. His administration, he said, would take firm action to restore democracy in Cuba. Kennedy's charges hit a nerve. The White House pushed through bills to impose sanctions against countries that bought Cuban sugar with American loans and to cut off security assistance to nations that gave any aid to Cuba. A debate over who lost Cuba ensued at the State Department. Then, the United States took its case to the Organization of American States, and, dangling the promise of a new foreign aid handout at a conference of OAS foreign ministers in Costa Rica, pushed through a unanimous declaration condemning any intervention in the hemisphere by an extracontinental power, a clear reference to Cuba's growing partnership with the Soviet Union. Fidel reacted to the San Jose Declaration with passionate indignation. On September 2, he made what became known as his Havana Declaration, outlining Cuba's position in the hemisphere as a revolutionary example, and, without using the word socialist, proclaimed Cuba's determination to defend the rights of the oppressed by fighting against exploitation, capitalism, and imperialism. He added that if the United States dared attack his country, he would welcome Khrushchev's proffered missiles. Finally, he announced, his government would officially recognize Communist China. Fidel followed up the Havana Declaration with a rowdy trip to New York for the opening session of the United Nations General Assembly. This time, he took pains to be as irritating as possible. He camped out in a hotel in Harlem, the Teresa, on 125th Street, claiming to show solidarity with oppressed black Americans. He played host to Khrushchev, who gave him a bear hug, and met with such anti-imperialists as Kwame Nkrumah, Nasser, and Nehru. The Soviet bloc presidents of Poland and Bulgaria also paid calls on him. In the General Assembly, Fidel and Khrushchev formed a mutual admiration society. They echoed each other's speeches, lauding the Cuban Revolution, accusing the United States of aggression, calling for global nuclear disarmament, and arguing for a revamped, more non-aligned United Nations. The biggest crisis facing the UN at that moment was in the Congo. Belgium had granted its former colony independence at the end of June, but in the ensuing violent turmoil, Belgian troops had occupied much of the country. The Soviets, the Americans, and the UN itself had intervened in support of various factions. Joseph Mobutu, the Congolese army's chief of staff, who was supported by the CIA, had taken power in a coup on September 14 and ordered the Soviets to leave the country. Khrushchev protested against the UN's involvement in the situation. Essentially, he accused the Secretary-General, Dag Hammarskjöld, of being a Western stooge. The Cuban delegation cheered him on. Fidel received attention for giving the longest recorded speech in United Nations history, clocked at well over 4 hours. He and his bombastic entourage were dubbed the greatest show on earth by the press. Fidel flew back to Havana on a borrowed Soviet Ilyushin after his own aircraft were impounded in consequence of a suit from an ad agency in Miami regarding unpaid bills. He soon began dismantling the last vestiges of American influence while simultaneously tightening the revolution's controls. On September 28, he created the Committees to Defend the Revolution, CDRs, a nationwide network of civic organizations. The inhabitants of each block in every town and city in Cuba formed a committee to ensure the implementation of revolutionary decrees and to provide grassroots vigilantes for the state security apparatus. The U.S. Embassy in Havana began advising American citizens to leave the island. Recruitment and arms training for the national militia, according to Fidel, already more than 200,000 strong, had become the new national priority. Ironically, the sheer number of Cuban exiles who now wanted to take up arms against Fidel was causing some headaches for the CIA. In Miami, Justo Carrillo resigned from the Americans' anti-Castro alliance, upset at the growing influx of expatriates Chanos. There were now some 600 men training in the Guatemalan camps, with smaller groups receiving specialized guerrilla training in Panama and Louisiana. In Havana, Manuel Rey's group carried out a daring assault on La Cabana and freed some of the officers imprisoned with Huber Matos. Afterward, Rey managed to escape to the United States. What was lacking in all these disparate efforts was any degree of cohesiveness or a leader strong enough to unite and bend the others to his will. In short, the anti-Fidelistas didn't have a Fidel. In early October, a group of armed Cubans and an American were captured in Orient after a gun battle with government troops, and a few days later Cuban soldiers captured a cache of weapons and ammunition dropped by a CIA plane in the Escambray Mountains. There were now as many as 1,000 rebels in the Escambray, sustained by CIA airdrops of arms and supplies. They were being helped on the ground by the American expatriate mercenary William Morgan and one of his old comrades, the ex-Second Front warlord Jesus Carreras. Having learned well the lesson of his own ordeal in the Sierra Maestra, Fidel ordered the army and the militias to carry out a mass evacuation of the area's peasantry to isolate the rebels from sources of food and intelligence. Before long, most of the rebels, among them Morgan and Carreras, had been either wiped out or captured and shot by firing squads, although the Escambray would remain a focus of counter-revolutionary activity for several more years. Che, Raúl, and Fidel attended the 11th anniversary celebrations of the founding of the People's Republic of China with the head of China's new trade legation to Cuba. Trade deals were signed with Hungary and Bulgaria. Fidel invited Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir to visit Cuba again, and they did, but this time they weren't so entranced. Havana had changed, no more nightclubs, no more gambling, and no more American tourists. In the half-empty Nacional Hotel, some very young members of the militia, boys and girls, were holding a conference. On every side, in the streets, the militia was drilling, de Beauvoir wrote. The atmosphere was tense with rumors of invasion, and a notable air of repressive uniformity was seeping into Cuban life. When Sartre and de Beauvoir asked workers at a clothing mill how their lives had benefited from the revolution, a union leader quickly stepped forward to speak on their behalf, parroting the government's dogma. In the cultural arena, Soviet-style socialist realism had arrived. Writers told the French couple that they had begun to engage in self-censorship, and the poet Nicolas Guillen said that he considered all research into technique and form counter-revolutionary. They left after a few days, with de Beauvoir concluding, in Cuba there was less gaiety, less freedom, but much progress on certain fronts. As an example of the latter, she cited a visit to an agricultural cooperative that had impressed her. Still, the honeymoon of the revolution was over. 9. On October 11, Che summoned Cuba's richest man, the sugar magnate Julio Lobo, to his office. The owner of vast tracts of productive land now expropriated and 13 sugar mills, Lobo was a force to be reckoned with. He was a cultured man, famous for his collection of art treasures and Napoleonica, and was something of an enigma, having refused to leave Cuba or lend his voice to the flood of anti-Castro protests. Fidel was going to seize the sugar mills in a few days, and Che wanted to persuade Lobo to stay in the country. Alfredo Menendez, who administered the state's sugar mills for INRA, was advised in advance of the offer Che was going to make Lobo, a monthly salary of $2,000 and the right to keep any one of his palatial homes. We really didn't want him to leave, Menendez said. All that talent was what Che wanted. The very notion of offering such a wage to a man whose fortune was estimated to be in the hundreds of millions of dollars might appear absurd, but perhaps more than anything else, it reflected Che's singular devotion to his ideal, and his belief that others, even Julio Lobo, might share it. Troubled by the brain drain of experienced technicians and administrators from Cuba, he had often tried to persuade skilled personnel men such as Napoleon Padilla to stay, promising to honor their capitalist-era salaries. In terms of the new Cuba, the salary he was offering Lobo was high. He himself had refused the $1,000 monthly salary due him as president of the National Bank, as a matter of principle, accepting only the $250 paid him in his capacity as a comandante. Che informed Lobo that the time had come for him to make a decision. The revolution was communist, and Lobo, as a capitalist, could not remain as he was. Either he could stay and be a part of it, or he had to go. Lobo gamely pointed out that Khrushchev believed in peaceful coexistence between the world's competing political and economic systems, to which Che replied that such a proposition was possible between nations, but not within one. Che then laid out his offer. Lobo was invited to become the administrator of Cuba's sugar industry. He would lose his properties but be allowed to keep the income from one of his mills. Lobo said he needed time to think about it, but he had already made up his mind. He went home, and 2 days later flew to Miami. The following day, the government nationalized all of Cuba's banks and large commercial, industrial, and transportation businesses. All of Lobo's sugar mills and homes and their contents were seized, and his Napoleonica collection eventually becoming a state museum. A second urban reform law banned Cubans from owning more than one home and took over all rented properties, making their inhabitants tenants of the state. On October 19, Washington responded to the latest mass seizures which had affected many American companies by imposing a trade embargo on Cuba, prohibiting all exports to the island except food and medicine. On October 25, Fidel nationalized 166 U.S. owned companies, in effect signing the death certificate for all remaining American commercial interests in Cuba. He boasted that he had both the people and the arms he needed to fight off an invasion. By now, Washington knew this claim was true. On October 28, the U.S. government filed a protest with the OAS, charging Cuba with having received substantial arms shipments since the summer from the Soviet bloc. The next day, Ambassador Bonsall was recalled to Washington yet again, this time for extended consultations. He was never to return to Cuba. By then, Che was in Prague, en route to Moscow. On November 7, Che stood in a place of honor next to Nikita Khrushchev in Moscow's wintry Red Square, overlooking the annual military parade commemorating the 43rd anniversary of the October Revolution. Nikolai Leonov, his interpreter, watched from the stand where the diplomatic corps was assembled. Moments earlier, Che had been at Leonov's side, shivering from the cold, when a messenger had come to inform him that he was invited to join Khrushchev. Che said no, Leonov recalled, he didn't feel important enough to be in a place that was so sacred to him. The messenger left but soon returned. The Soviet premier was insistent. Che turned to Leonov and asked what he should do. Leonov told him to go. To Leonov's knowledge, it was the first time a person who was not a head of state or at least a party chief had been invited to stand on the hallowed Supreme Soviet tribune above the red marble tomb where Lenin's embalmed body lay in state. In November 1960, Che traveled to Moscow, where he met with Nikita Khrushchev. Che's translator, the KGB officer Nikolai Leonov, is standing next to him. José Pardo Lita was also in Red Square that day, as part of a Cuban press delegation invited by the Soviet Journalists Union. Seeing Guevara on the exclusive terrace of the Presidium, with Nikita Khrushchev next to him and surrounded by the luminaries of the communist world, he noted that Guevara, in the midst of the international paraphernalia of communism, looked satisfied, radiant, happy. Che was on his first tour of the communist bloc, a 2-month trip that took him to Prague, Moscow, Leningrad, Stalingrad, Irkutsk, Beijing, Shanghai, Pyongyang, and Berlin. The main purpose of Che's trip was to secure the sale of that portion of Cuba's upcoming sugar crop not already committed to Moscow, a mission that had taken on some urgency following Eisenhower's decision to halt the purchase of all Cuban sugar for the rest of 1960. He knew that this was only a prelude to a total American ban on Cuban sugar imports, but he could hardly have been unhappy about that prospect. It was, after all, something he had worked hard to bring about ever since the rebels' victory. Che had left Havana on October 22, 3 days after the U.S. embargo was announced. He was accompanied by Leonardo Tamayo, his 18-year-old bodyguard, who had been with him since the Sierra Maestra, Hector Rodriguez Lampart, his messenger for the talks with Mikoyan, and several Cuban, Chilean, and Ecuadorian economists who worked for him at INRA. At their first stop, Prague, Che toured a tractor factory, gave interviews, and obtained a $20 million credit to build an auto assembly plant in Cuba. In Moscow, between talks with economic, military, and trade officials and tours of factories, he went sightseeing. He visited the Lenin Museum and the Kremlin, laid a wreath at Lenin's tomb, attended a Tchaikovsky concert, and, with Mikoyan, watched a performance at the Bolshoi Theater. Leonov went with him everywhere. He was highly organized, Leonov recalled. In that sense he was not at all Latin, rather more like a German. Punctual, precise, it was an amazement to all of us who knew Latin America. But the other members of his delegation were really undisciplined. One day, the sugar negotiations were programmed to start at 10 in the morning. Che came down to where the cars were waiting, alone. None of the other members of the delegation had come down yet, they were all still half asleep. I asked him, "Che, shall we wait?" "Don't worry, I'll tell the minister to wait for us for 15 or 20 minutes. He said, "No, let's go alone," and he went off to the negotiations accompanied only by me. When we arrived, the Soviets were amazed because they had the whole delegation sitting there, and on the other side was only Che. The meeting began, and, after 20 minutes or so, the other members of the Cuban delegation started arriving, out of breath and without ties. Che said nothing, not a single word of criticism, not even the slightest expression altered his face, nothing. But that night, he told me, "Listen, Nicholas, organize a visit for us tomorrow to Lenin's museum, and tell the guide to place special emphasis on the discipline Lenin demanded of the Politburo members of that time, tell him to talk about that." Leonov arranged everything, just as Che had requested, and the next day the whole group went off to the museum. The young woman giving the history began to talk about Lenin's administrative discipline, Leonov recalled. She explained that when someone was late to a meeting of the Council of Ministers, the first punishment was a very serious warning. The second time they were late, it was a heavy fine and their lapse was published in the party newspaper. The third time, they were fired. Che's comrades took the hint. Leonov could see the impact on their faces and on Che's, which was grave, ironic. Leonov said that after the example of Lenin was suggested at the museum, discipline problems among the entourage ended. Hector Rodriguez Lampart, however, was punished for having done a sloppy job proofreading the text of a commercial treaty that was to be signed with the government of Romania. Che spotted an error that Lampart had missed and upbraided him furiously. "He said horrible things," Lampart recalled. "I felt crushed, but I had no excuse. I simply hadn't done what I was supposed to do." At first he reacted violently, demanding explanations, but then he became aware of my humiliation and stopped talking. He knew I understood my mistake and that I was ashamed of it. That wasn't the end of it, however. A few days later, Lampart roused himself early to join the rest of the delegation for a sightseeing tour of Leningrad. Che saw him and asked, "Where are you going?" "Well, Commandante," Lampart said, "to Leningrad." "No," Che told him, "first you must learn to fulfill your duty." The group left without Lampart. The sanctions against him lasted for several days. Che was hardest on those he felt had the ability to become true revolutionaries. If they failed, he could be merciless; if they passed muster, he repaid them with his trust. A few weeks after the proofreading incident, Che named Lampart his representative to visit Vietnam. And when Che returned to Cuba, he appointed Lampart to head the delegation to the remaining Eastern Bloc states on the agenda: Poland, Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania, and Albania. Che was often blunt to the point of causing offense. When they were in Moscow, Leonov decided to treat him to a private meal. His own apartment was too small for such an occasion, and he arranged with Alexiev's family to prepare a special dinner at their larger, more comfortable flat. They worked hard, preparing sturgeon and other Russian fish delicacies, but when Che arrived, he exclaimed, "Madre mia! I'm going to go hungry tonight." He informed his crestfallen hosts that he couldn't eat fish because of his allergies, and they hastily cooked him some eggs. Later, seated at the magnificently prepared table, Che began tapping on the plates and looking around pointedly at his dinner companions. The Alexievs, who had once lived in Paris, were showing off their best china. Lifting an eyebrow, Che remarked, "So, the proletariat here eats off of French porcelain, eh?" Che never said so publicly, but those who knew him say he returned from his first trip to Russia dismayed by the elite lifestyle and the evident predilection for bourgeois luxuries he saw among Kremlin officials. 4.5 decades of socialism had not created a new socialist man, at least not among the party elite. Nikolai Leonov spent a good deal of time with Che on the trip, and they spoke of many things, including Che's experience in Guatemala. Che castigated Jacobo Arbenz for having given up the battle without a fight. Leadership was a sacred duty granted to an individual chosen by the people on the basis of trust. It was a privilege that came with the obligation to honor that trust, if necessary, with one's life. "I don't know if the Cuban Revolution will survive or not," he told Leonov. "It's difficult to say. But if it doesn't, don't come looking for me among the refugees in the embassies. I've had that experience, and I'm not ever going to repeat it. I will go out with a machine gun in my hand, to the barricades. I'll keep fighting to the end." Leonov was present for Che's talks with Khrushchev. Among other things, Che wanted Cuba to have its own steel plant, the indispensable cornerstone to industrialization with a capacity for 1 million tons of steel. He also wanted the Soviets to fund and build it. Khrushchev heard him out reservedly and said, "Well, let's study it," Leonov recalled. And for the several days that the ministerial experts were studying the project, Che became more insistent. Every time he saw Khrushchev, Che asked, "Well, Nikita, what about the factory?" Finally Nikita told him, "Look, Che, if you want, we can build the plant, but in Cuba there is no coal, there is no iron, there isn't enough skilled labor, and there's not a consumer's market for 1 million tons with Cuba's incipient level of industry. Wouldn't it be better if you build a small plant to work from scrap metal, and not spend so much money?" But Che was intransigent. He said, "If we build that factory we'll train the necessary cadres to work it. As for the iron ore, we'll get it from Mexico, or some other place nearby, and we'll find the coal somewhere else. We could bring it from here, on the ships going to pick up sugar from Cuba." Later, when they were on their own, Leonov suggested to Che that perhaps Khrushchev was right. The Cubans might be better off building by stages, more gradually. Such a huge plant might be premature. "Look, Nicholas," Che replied, "there are other factors at stake here, social and political ones. The revolution must be something big, imposing. We must combat the single crop economy of sugar, we must industrialize, and anyway, you, here in the Soviet Union, also began your industrialization program without a base." In the end, Leonov said, the idea didn't go anywhere. "It seemed to me," he recalled, "that Che's concept was a bit artificial, with more social and political foundations than economic ones." After consulting with Cuba, Che lost some of his enthusiasm. He didn't push the idea anymore, and the Soviets didn't mention it, either. Che took Leonov with him on his trip to North Korea, thinking he might need an interpreter, but as soon as they arrived in Pyongyang, they were separated. The Sino-Soviet dispute was in full swing, and North Korea was an ally of Beijing. "They didn't allow me to work with him," said Leonov, who was deposited at the Soviet embassy while Che was taken off to an official government guest house. He remained there throughout Che's trip to China, before they reunited for the return trip to Moscow. According to Leonov, Che's motives for visiting North Korea and China were twofold. In the first place, he wanted to see the examples of Asian socialism, and secondly, he wanted to secure some sales of sugar there. He resolved the two tasks, because he saw their socialism, a bit despotic, a bit Asian, in that style they have, and he made the sale, I believe, of 200,000 tons of sugar to China. In fact, Che's trip to China had been extremely successful. He had secured the sale of 1 million tons of Cuba's 1961 sugar crop and obtained a $60 million credit for the purchase of Chinese goods. He had met with Mao Zedong and been feted by his deputy, Zhou Enlai. Zhou had praised the Cuban Revolution, and in return Che had lauded China's revolution as an example for the Americas. No doubt all this irked the Soviets, and their unease must have deepened when, upon leaving China, Che remarked that in general there was not a single discrepancy between himself and Beijing. Che's fraternal remarks did not go unnoticed by the Americans. In a secret U.S. intelligence report about his mission, his Chinese sojourn was mentioned with interest. A noteworthy feature of Guevara's visit to Peeping Beijing was his apparent siding with the Chinese on several key points in the Sino-Soviet dispute. Speaking at a November 20 reception, Guevara praised Communist China's Commune movement, which has come under Soviet attack, and 2 days earlier held up the Chinese Communist Revolution as an example that has revealed a new road for the Americas. Guevara made no such statement about the U.S.S.R.S. example while in Moscow. Che with Mao Zedong during his 1960 tour of the Communist bloc. Although Che's statements may have betrayed his personal sympathies, he and Fidel were taking pains not to take sides openly in the festering quarrel. Back in Pyongyang, Che diplomatically expressed his hope to Leonov that the differences could be settled between the two nations, but both he and Fidel must have been aware that they were in a very good position to play Beijing and Moscow off against each other. Indeed, after he returned to Moscow on December 19, the Soviets dramatically expanded their largesse, agreeing to buy 2.7 million tons of Cuba's forthcoming sugar crop, at a rate above world market prices. The joint Soviet-Cuban communique issued that day expressed Cuba's gratitude for Soviet economic assistance and stressed the U.S.S.R.S. full support for Cuba's bid to maintain its independence in the face of aggression. Echoing Che's plaudits for China, the Moscow communique extolled Cuba as an example for other peoples of the American continent, and also Asia and Africa. The next day, Che left for Cuba, stopping briefly in Prague and Budapest. He had learned that an old childhood acquaintance, the Spanish Republican refugee Fernando Beryl, was living in Hungary. It had been 10 years since they had last seen each other, before Beryl's arrest for communist agitation and his expulsion from Argentina. Since then, Beryl had gone to medical school in Hungary, had become a doctor, and had lived through the 1956 Hungarian uprising and the Soviet invasion that suppressed it. Over the last couple of years, he had read the news about revolutionary Cuba with interest. As for this Argentine-born Comandante, Escobedo Guevara, called Che, he wondered, could it really be the same Loco Guevara I knew? During his brief stop in Budapest, Che had asked the Cuban embassy staff to find Beryl, but they were unable to locate him. Che left the following note, which was later delivered. Dear Fernando, I know you had doubts about my identity, but you thought that I was I. Indeed, although no, because a lot of water has gone under my bridge, and of the asthmatic, embittered, and individualistic being you knew, only the asthma remains. I learned that you had married. I too, and I have 2 children, but I am still an adventurer. Only now, my adventures have a just purpose. Greetings to your family from this survivor of a past epoch and a fraternal embrace from Che. P.S. What do you think of my new name? As it had done for Alberto Granado, the contact with Che was to provide Beryl with a new direction in his life. Hungary's entrenched and bureaucratic socialist system no longer held any surprises for him, and the chance to be part of the new revolution in Cuba appealed to him greatly. He wrote back to Che, expressing his interest in coming to work in Cuba. In February 1961, Che replied, welcoming him. The salary will be decorous without permitting great luxuries, but the experience of the Cuban Revolution is something that I think would be interesting for people like you, who must begin one day again in their countries of origin. Beryl accepted Che's offer and emigrated to Cuba in November 1961. Almost immediately, Che sent him to see Ramiro Valdez, Cuba's security chief, who, as a test of Beryl's revolutionary commitment, dispatched him to the Escambre to fight in the lucha contra bandidos. Che had met someone new on the strip, someone who would become an important part of his life. A 22-year-old woman named Haiti Tamara Bunk was the interpreter for his meetings with German officials in Berlin. She was the daughter of Jewish communists who fled Hitler's Germany in 1935 for Argentina, where Tamara was born 2 years later. She had spent her childhood there, returning with her family to the communist-run German Democratic Republic when she was 14. Her parents had raised her to be a communist, and she became a faithful child of the socialist state, joining the youth wing of the Communist Party at 18. With her Spanish language abilities, Tamara soon was made an official interpreter, but, according to a signed statement she made to the party in 1958, her true dream was to return to Latin America, ideally to her birthplace, Argentina, and help the party there. By the time Che met her, the attractive, fair-haired Tamara was already known to some of his comrades. 6 months earlier, Che had dispatched Orlando Borrego to Berlin as part of a Cuban trade delegation for which Tamara had interpreted. Borrego recalled that she was avidly interested in Cuba and wanted to go there. Within 5 months of meeting Che, she had her wish. In May 1961 she flew to Cuba, where she would soon be given a role in Che's program of revolution for Latin America. As Che flew home from his long trip, he must have felt pleased with himself. He had met the leaders of the socialist world and obtained vital sales and credits for Cuba. Over the last 2 years, he had been instrumental in welding the Soviet-Cuban alliance. As Alexiev put it, Che was practically the architect of our relations with Cuba. On New Year's Day 1961, Fidel called for a general military mobilization and showed off Cuba's newly acquired Soviet tanks and other weaponry in a display of strength on Havana's streets. The next day, he demanded that Washington cut its Havana embassy staff to 11, which was the number of people in Cuba's embassy in Washington. It was the final straw for Eisenhower, who had only a few more days in office. On January 3, 1961, in one of his last acts before handing the presidency over to John F. Kennedy, he severed diplomatic relations between the United States and Cuba. 24. These atomic times. On the morning of February 24, 1961, Che left his home on 18th Street in Miramar. His car turned right and headed toward 7th Avenue. He usually turned left, toward the tree-lined boulevard of 5th Avenue, then right, driving past State Security Headquarters into the tunnel beneath the Almendares River, then down the Malecon to his office at the National Bank, in Old Havana. But that day Che headed for the Plaza de la Revolución. Fidel had turned his INRA department into a full-fledged ministry, and it was Che's first day as Cuba's new Minister of Industries. The unannounced change of route may have saved his life. A few moments after he left home, a gun battle erupted just outside his house. Che's bodyguards entered the fray, shooting wildly. Inside the house, Aleda threw herself and 3-month-old Aladita under the first-floor stairwell, where they were joined by the terrified latest addition to the Guevara household, the nanny Sofia Gatto, a 25-year-old girl from Camagüey. Afterward, Sofia was able to piece together most of what had taken place. 4 or 5 armed men, barbudos, had lain in wait behind some bushes near the corner of 18th Street and 5th Avenue. When one of the neighbors, a man named Salinas, drove by in his car, they opened fire with automatic weapons. Believing it to be an attack on Che's house, his bodyguards returned the fire. A few minutes later, Salinas lay dead in his car, and one of the assailants, shot in the gut, writhed on the ground. News of the shootout was quickly smothered, although plenty of people heard about it anyway. There was speculation, which was officially denied, that it had been an attempt to assassinate Che. But according to Oscar Fernandez Mel, who also lived at the house on 18th Street, Salinas was the attacker's intended target, the victim of an affair of the heart gone bad. As with so many things that have taken place in Cuba, the shooting became cloaked in mystery, and so it has remained for decades. The notion that the incident on 18th Street was a botched attempt to assassinate Che is entirely credible, considering what was happening in Cuba at the time. All over the country, former barbudos like those who fired on Salinas's car that morning had taken up arms against the revolution, against communism. Che was widely identified as the principal advocate of Cuba's submission to the Soviet Union. He was the red flea in Fidel's ear. At least one other plot to kill Che had already been foiled. One night in early 1960, back in the days before Mikoyan's visit, Alexander Alexiev was talking with Che at his new office in the National Bank when Che suddenly said, "Look, Alejandro, let me show you the place where the counter-revolutionaries are planning to shoot me from." He pointed to a window across the narrow street from where they sat. Alexiev was alarmed, but Che reassured him that Cuba's intelligence services had already staked out the place and were about to move in. Whatever the true cause of the shootout on 18th Street, Che took new precautions afterward. Visitors to the Ministry of Industries were frisked by guards, and Che carried a cigar box full of hand grenades on the seat next to him in the car. He drove to work by a different route each day. The last American diplomats had vacated the embassy a month before the shooting, and American citizens were prohibited from visiting Cuba. The Peruvian and Paraguayan governments also broke off relations and pulled out their diplomats. More of Cuba's anti-Castro neighbors would follow their example in the coming months. At least 100,000 Cuban refugees had fled into exile, most of them to Miami, and the U.S. government had set up a resettlement program to house them and give them jobs. Among those who fled was José Pardo Lada, who had made some indiscreet remarks about the Communist Party's infiltration into the government. Humberto Soray-Marin, the former agriculture minister, was not so lucky. Captured by Cuban troops and accused of CIA-sponsored counter-revolutionary activities, Soray-Marin was shot by a firing squad. Soviet technicians, Russian-language teachers, economists, and military advisors were flowing into Havana. The Mongolians, Albanians, Hungarians, Chinese, and North Vietnamese opened up embassies. Eastern Bloc trade and cultural delegations came and went. On January 17, Fidel had announced that 1,000 Cuban youths would be sent to the Soviet Union to study agrarian collectives. Even working-class Cubans were struck by the difference between the Russos and the Americans they had replaced. The Americans had been rich and loud and spoke terrible Spanish, but these newcomers looked and acted like peasants. They were rough-hewn and poorly dressed. The women were fat and wore long peasant dresses and headscarves. The men wore ill-fitting suits of poor quality cloth. They sweated heavily in Cuba's heat but used no deodorant, and to the finicky Cubans, the Russians smelled bad. They didn't speak any Spanish at all and stuck to themselves. They were trucked through the city to their new residential enclaves like so many cattle. They stared in wonder at the modern city, with its shiny American consumer products still in shop windows, televisions, refrigerators, and air conditioners, and at the swank homes with swimming pools and landscaped gardens. The huge American cars, luxuriant with chrome and fins, had them goggle-eyed. As representatives of the vaunted socialist superpower, the Soviets were not inspiring. Che knew about the popular skepticism and addressed it while appearing on Cuban television on January 6 to talk about his recent trip to the Soviet Union. After waxing poetic about all the nations he had visited, singling out North Korea and China for special praise, he turned to the Soviets' evident backwardness in areas many Cubans had long taken for granted. "We had to bring up some problems there that embarrassed us a little, really. For example, we brought up the problem that the Cuban people needed some raw materials to make deodorant with, and in those countries they don't understand that, because they are nations that are developing all their production for the general welfare of the people and have still to overcome some enormous backwardnesses. They can't be bothered with these things. We too now have to occupy ourselves with more important things. Che was speaking as diplomatically as he could in the circumstances. He understood, he was telling the urbane habaneros, but times had changed. The economic influence of the Soviet bloc had become more visible. The disorganized cooperative farms favored in the early days of land expropriations had been replaced by Soviet-style state farms called Grañas del Pueblo. Czech and Soviet advisors now worked at Che's ministry alongside the first-generation crew of South American economists. Che organized a weekly Marxism study circle with Anastasio Mansilla, a Hispano-Soviet political economist, for himself and some of his aides. Along with most American influences such as Santa Claus, who had been banned, the learning of English was now discouraged. Russian was the second language to learn in the new Cuba. Che began taking twice-weekly Russian language classes from Yuri Pevtsov, a philologist sent from Lermontoff University to be his interpreter and personal tutor. They had no Russian-Spanish manual to work from, so the two made do with the Russian-French primer. Inevitably, in spite of the early popular ridicule of the Bolos, as the Russians were called, a kind of Sovietization began to seep into Cuban life in ways that were initially superficial. The government spearheaded the transformation. There was already the new Central Planning Board, Jusplan, an imitation of the Soviet Union's Gosplan. Streets, theaters, and factories were rebaptized with the names of homegrown and foreign revolutionary heroes and martyrs such as Camilo Cienfuegos and Patrice Lumumba. The old Chaplin Cinema on First Avenue would become the Carlos Marx, and before long, there would be daycare centers named Heroes de Vietnam and Rosa Luxemburg. Since the revolution there had been a spate of Cuban babies named Fidel and Echo Beto. Now, more and more Cubans began naming their children Alexei and Natasha. Before long, Che's own newest daughter had a Russian nickname Alyosha. In the view of Washington's intelligence analysts, the island's dramatic embrace of the socialist bloc was largely attributable to the efforts of Che Guevara. On March 23, in a secret assessment of Che's recently completed mission abroad, the State Department's Bureau of Intelligence and Research listed the trip's considerable achievements. By the end of the visit, Cuba had trade and payments agreements and cultural ties with every country in the bloc, diplomatic relations with every country except East Germany, and scientific and technical assistance accords with all but Albania. Whether or not Che had negotiated additional military assistance for Cuba on his mission wasn't known, but the report deemed it highly likely. It may be assumed that the subject was discussed and delivery of new weapons agreed upon. According to one report, Guevara, early in his tour, asked Khrushchev for missiles and the Soviet premier flatly refused, promising instead some automatic weapons from World War II. 2. The pros and cons of assassinating Che, Raúl, and Fidel had been discussed by the CIA for some time. In January 1960, Allen Dulles had rejected an assassination program in favor of the exile army scheme, but eventually Dulles would come around to the view that whatever would get the job done in the most efficient manner was best. If killing Cuba's top leaders helped ensure the success of the invasion plan, then it was an option that had to be pursued. In the intervening months, he had allowed his covert operations director, Richard Bissell, to explore possibilities for assassinations. Already some plots had been hatched, including a bizarre attempt to poison Fidel's favorite brand of cigars. Many more scenarios for killing Fidel and his top comrades would be planned or attempted over the coming months and years, including some in collusion with the American Mafia. Assassination was also explored as a remedy for political problems in other areas of the world. In August 1960, with Eisenhower's approval, Dulles had cabled the CIA station chief in Leopoldville, the capital of the Congo, authorizing him to remove Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba as an urgent and prime objective, of high priority. Lumumba, the founder of the movement National Congolese, had won the most votes in the first elections held after Belgium agreed to grant the Congo independence, but he had to form a government that included his chief rivals. Joseph Kasavubu became president and Moise Tshombe was appointed head of the provincial government of Katanga, an area rich in copper, uranium, and cobalt. Almost immediately after the independence ceremony at the end of June, the Congo fell into chaos. The army mutinied, the killing of whites was widespread, and Tshombe, backed by Belgian mining interests, declared that Katanga was seceding and would become an independent state. Lumumba severed relations with Belgium, which had flown in reinforcements, and the UN sent in troops from other African countries. The Soviet Union responded to a plea from Lumumba for aid, including arms and military advisors. Early in September, Kasavubu dismissed Lumumba as prime minister, and a week later Joseph Mobutu, the army chief of staff, who was receiving funds from the CIA, carried out his coup d'état. Lumumba was placed under house arrest, but Alain Dulles reiterated that he must be eliminated from any possibility of resuming governmental position. President Eisenhower was convinced that Lumumba intended to turn the Congo into a Soviet satellite. The CIA station chief in Leopoldville soon received a visitor from headquarters, Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, who had brought a syringe, rubber gloves, a mask, and a vial of poison that was designed to bring on a fatal illness common to the region. A practical solution had been found to remove Lumumba. Another idea was that his toothpaste would be poisoned. Before the CIA could get close to him, however, he had escaped from house arrest and was captured by Mobutu's troops. With the support, tacit and otherwise, of the CIA, the UN, and the Belgians, Lumumba was sent to Katanga, where he faced certain death at Tshombe's hands. He was tortured and then murdered on January 17, 1961, although this was not widely known for nearly a month. When Lumumba's death was finally announced, in mid-February, shortly before the apparently botched attempt to kill Che on his way to work, Khrushchev accused Secretary-General Hamars J. Kold of being an accomplice to the murder. Cuba sent a note of protest to the UN and announced 3 days of official mourning. By March, preparations for the CIA's Cuban invasion force were well underway. Manuel Rey had been subsumed into the Cuban Exile Alliance, and the former Prime Minister, Miro Cardona, had been named to head the Cuban Revolutionary Council as Cuba's future provisional president. The anti-Castro activity had caused major problems, however. The previous November, about 600 Cuban exile fighters of Brigade 2506 had completed a 3-month training course in Guatemala, but by then their presence and the CIA's sponsorship had been splashed all over the press. The scandal that ensued made life difficult for the Guatemalan president, Edgardo Fuentes. A sizable group of Guatemalan military officers, angered over the presence of foreign troops on their soil, had staged an uprising. They seized a military garrison in the capital, the Zacapa barracks in eastern Guatemala, and the Caribbean port of Puerto Barrios. But the rebel officers didn't know what to do next, and they turned away hundreds of peasants in Zacapa who asked for weapons to join the fight. The Eisenhower administration had been quicker off the mark. A U.S. naval flotilla was dispatched to stand off the coast, and the CIA's Cuban guerrilla force was deployed to help suppress the revolt. B-26 bombers supplied by the CIA and piloted by exiled Cubans dislodged the rebels from their positions. The show of force worked, and the rebels quickly surrendered. What looked like a minor sideshow at the time was to have important consequences. Marco Aurelio Jan Sosa and Luis Tercios Lima, 2 young Guatemalan officers who had been trained by the United States, did not return to their barracks. They went underground, and within 15 months they would be making their presence felt as the leaders of a left-wing guerrilla insurgency. In time, Tercios Lima would become one of Che's favorite revolutionary protégés. There had also been trouble in Venezuela that November, with the pro-Cuban Miristas and Venezuelan communists launching a violent insurrection in Caracas against Betancourt's regime. The left-of-center party of Venezuela's former president, Admiral Wolfgang Larrazabal, which had formed part of the ruling government coalition, deserted Betancourt to join a coalition with Mir and the communists. They formed the National Liberation Council to overthrow the government. Student demonstrations and street battles with police followed, but the revolt eventually was quashed. By the year's end, constitutional guarantees would be suspended indefinitely, the universities closed, left-wing newspapers banned, and the country's oilfields occupied by troops. The Venezuelan stage was becoming propitious for an armed guerrilla struggle, and, with Cuban backing, it would come before long. The graduation of the Brigade of Cuban Exiles in Guatemala coincided with a shift in the CIA's strategy regarding its future role in Cuba. The agency's original idea that the force could fight and survive as a guerrilla army looked increasingly doubtful. While the main force was training in Guatemala, the CIA had run a smaller covert program, dispatching teams of rebels and saboteurs to Cuba. Most of them had been quickly put out of action by Castro's forces. The CIA's airdrops had similarly failed to sustain the rebels in the mountains. A rather more ambitious plan seemed to be in order, and Richard Bissell replaced the guerrilla warfare instruction in Guatemala with conventional training. Under the new plan, the anti-Castro Exile Brigade would make an amphibious landing on Cuba's coast, supported by airstrikes. It would establish a foothold and proclaim a provisional Cuban government, which would be instantly recognized by Washington and friendly Latin American governments. The United States could then, theoretically, intervene to assist the new government. By that time, it was hoped, Fidel, Che, and Raúl would be dead, since the CIA had several schemes under consideration to assassinate the Cuban leaders on the eve of the landing. 7 separate 5-man infiltration groups called Grey Teams had been selected from the Guatemala Brigade. They were to meet up with the underground resistance movement on the island and help coordinate the CIA's airdrops of weaponry. The main invasion force was to hit specific targets and lead armed uprisings throughout Cuba. 19-year-old Felix Rodriguez was among those selected for a Grey Team. He and the other team members were moved to a new jungle camp in Guatemala, where they were taught espionage tactics by war-hardened Eastern European anti-communist exiles. A few days after Christmas, his Grey Team was ushered onto an American military transport plane with blacked-out windows and flown to Fort Clayton, one of the American military bases in the Panama Canal Zone. Their training continued, but now they were taught how to handle advanced weaponry of Soviet and Eastern European origin. In early January 1961, Rodriguez came up with a plan to assassinate Fidel that was approved by his American handlers. He and a comrade were flown to Miami, where he was given a German-made sniper's rifle with a telescopic sight. The CIA selected the assassination site, a house in Havana that Fidel was known to frequent. Rodriguez was taken to the Cuban coast 3 times in fast boats traveling at night, but each time he failed to rendezvous with his on-ground contacts. After the third failure, the rifle was taken away, and the CIA told Rodriguez they had changed their minds about the operation. The other Grey Teams had been brought to a base camp on the outskirts of Miami. On February 14, the first infiltration team was smuggled into Cuba. A week later, Rodriguez and his 4 comrades, with a load of weapons, explosives, and ammunition, were dropped on Cuba's northern coast between the Varadero Beach Resort and Havana. They were picked up in cars driven by people belonging to the MRR underground. Over the next month, Rodriguez and his friends met with the underground resistance in Havana and Camagüey, staying in safe houses and making preparations to receive a large airdrop of weapons from the CIA. After they got the arms and distributed them, their mission was to largely replicate what Che and Camilo had done in the last phase of the anti-Batista war, open up a guerrilla front in northern Las Villas and try to split the island in half, forcing the government to divert forces away from the south coast, where the invasion force was due to land. At one point in mid-March, Rodriguez helped the Cuban underground transfer some weapons kept in a safe house located next door to the state security headquarters on 5th Avenue between 14th and 16th Streets. Rodriguez wasn't aware that Che Guevara lived less than 2 blocks away. None of this activity would have come as a big surprise to Fidel. President Kennedy was determined to show his mettle, and, in the 2 months since he had taken office, it seemed clear that preparations were still underway for some kind of military intervention in Cuba. In fact, Kennedy had been briefed about the planned invasion soon after he won the election in November, and he had given CIA Director Dulles the go-ahead. Since taking office, Kennedy had studied the CIA's beefed-up plans with a more tentative eye, expressing misgivings about their feasibility, but an effective combination of warnings and reassurances from the CIA had won out in the end, despite the opposition of some of the president's closest civilian advisors. The exile force was well trained and itching to fight, Dulles's people told Kennedy. D-Day had to come soon. As matters now stood, the CIA could take out Cuba's small fleet of Sea Furies and B-26s before the invasion began, but that window was rapidly closing. Cuban pilots were being trained to fly Soviet MiGs in Czechoslovakia, and, although no MiGs had yet been delivered to Cuba, some probably would be before long. The CIA had chosen a landing site on Cuba's southern coast near Trinidad, in Las Villas province, but Kennedy thought that landing there would be too spectacular. He opted for a less visible spot farther west, at a remote beach called Playa Girón on the Bay of Pigs. Kennedy had been assured that if the rebels failed to hold their beachhead, they could make it to the nearby Escambray and, after meeting up with the rebels there, begin a guerrilla resistance movement. The plan had many flaws. The Escambray Mountains were actually more than 100 miles away, and the very isolation that made Playa Girón seem ideal for a surprise landing made it a death trap if Castro's forces were able to get there quickly. There were only two ways out, along the narrow roads through the vast Zapata swamp or along the exposed strip of coastal beach. In either case, the invaders could easily be ambushed, pinned down, and massacred. Evidently, none of this occurred to the CIA strategists. Despite his misgivings, Kennedy agreed to the plan, but he ruled out the direct involvement of U.S. troops or any large-scale American air support once the assault was underway. The CIA men apparently believed that once the action had begun, the president would relent. In any event, this crucial bit of news was not imparted to the Cuban exiles involved. They thought they would be going in backed up by the full weight of America's military power. The CIA didn't have a clue about the extent to which their covert program had already been infiltrated by Castro's intelligence service. At least one of the 35 Gray Team members in Cuba was a double agent for the Castro government, and there were undoubtedly others. In Miami, the general outline of the CIA's plans was widely known throughout the exile community, where Fidel had a flourishing spy network. What's more, he now had plenty of armor at his disposal. As Alexander Alexiev gleefully confided years later, we already had Soviet arms in Playa Girón. A lot of Soviet arms participated in Playa Girón. 3. During this tense period of a rumored invasion, nocturnal air raids, and a spate of bombing attacks against expropriated stores in Havana, Che continued to give speeches, write articles, and receive foreign delegations. He attended the opening and closing ceremonies of the Chinese Economic Edification Exposition in the Hotel Habana Libre. He cut the ribbon at a new pencil factory and visited the recently nationalized Nicaro nickel mine, urging its workers to sacrifice to produce more. Che's most recent cause was volunteer labor. He had initiated the practice on a small scale when volunteers helped construct a school in Camillo's memory, but it was the volunteer work brigades in Mao's China that truly inspired him. After he returned from his trip abroad, he devoted his Saturdays to lending a hand in factory assembly lines, cutting sugarcane, and lifting bricks at construction sites. He urged his colleagues at the Ministry of Industries to set an example by volunteering during the sugar harvest. Before long, everyone at the ministry who wanted to remain in Che's good graces began giving up Saturdays at home to join him in these work sessions. The program, which came to be called Emulation Comunista, was based on the idea that by working with no thought of remuneration, the individual takes an important step toward building a true communist consciousness. One day, seeing that Che was wearing no watch, his friend Oscar Fernandez Mel gave him his own, a fine watch with a gold wristband that he had bought for himself after graduating from medical school. Some time later, Che handed Fernandez Mel a piece of paper. It was a receipt from the National Bank declaring that Oscar Fernandez Mel had donated his gold wristband as a contribution to Cuba's gold reserves. Che was still wearing the watch, but it now had a leather wristband. Che had refused to collect the salary he was due as president of the National Bank, and he continued the practice at the Ministry of Industries, steadfastly drawing only his minuscule commandante's wages. Orlando Borrego, by now a vice minister, felt obliged to draw an equivalent amount of his own salary, donating the rest to an agrarian reform fund. It would have been unseemly to be earning more money than his boss. But self-abnegation and revolutionary showmanship cut particularly close to the bone when Che forced Borrego to give up the car of his dreams. During a visit to an Interven's cigarette factory, a manager had pointed out a brand new Jaguar sports car that had been abandoned by its owner, a wealthy Cuban who had fled the country. He suggested that Borrego take it, since no one else knew how to run it. Borrego fell in love with the car and drove it proudly for about a week, until the day Che spotted him in the garage where they both parked. "You're a chulo, a pimp," Che yelled. What was Borrego doing, driving around in a car like that? It was not a car for a representative of the people. Borrego's heart fell, and he told Che he would return it. "Good," Che said, "I'll give you 2 hours." Back at the office, Che said that Borrego should be driving a car more like Che's own, a modest, year-old green Chevy Impala. Before long, Borrego was given a car exactly like his Jeep's, except that his was two-tone. He would drive it for the next 12 years. Che was super strict, Borrego recalled, like Jesus Christ. The extent of Che's vision of a new society was made very clear to Ricardo Rojo, the Argentinian lawyer who had introduced him to Hilda when they were all living in Guatemala. Rojo now had a diplomatic post in Bonn under the Argentine government of Arturo Frondizi, which had tried, unsuccessfully, to intercede in the intensifying dispute between the United States and Cuba. Rojo had shown up in Havana, evidently hoping to use his relationship with Che to take soundings of Cuba's intentions. He could see that Cuba was preparing for war. He observed militiamen jackhammering Havana's streets to lay explosive charges, and everywhere he looked, uniformed men and women wandered around with weapons. After passing through a crowd of bearded, armed men in the foyer of the Ministry of Industries, he found Che in a half-furnished office. It had been 6 years since they had last seen each other, in Mexico. Che looked heavier, and Rojo told him so. Che replied that his moon face was a consequence of cortisone treatments for his chronic asthma. He wasn't fat. No doubt aware that whatever he showed or said to the well-connected Rojo would filter back to Western policymakers, Che took him on a workers' tour of the Cuban countryside, to factories, to the cane fields, and to meet with peasant soldiers fighting in the Escambray against the counter-revolutionaries. He even press-ganged him into a day of volunteer labor cutting cane. Rojo came away certain of several things: that Cuba was definitely on the path to communism, that the revolution was well armed and enjoyed widespread support among Cubans, and judging from several comments his old friend had made that Che was interested in extending the revolution to South America. Toward the end of March, Che accompanied Rojo to the airport. As they drove past numerous anti-aircraft gun emplacements, Che turned to him. "They'll come," he said, referring to the Americans. "But we'll give them a reception. It's a pity you're leaving right now, when the party is about to begin." On April 3, the White House released a white paper on Cuba. It was the Kennedy administration's call to arms for the military expedition that would soon be known as the Bay of Pigs invasion. Cuba, it said, posed a clear and present danger to the Americas. 5 days later, with invasion jitters at a fever pitch, Che published an article in Verde Olivo titled "Cuba, Historical Exception or Vanguard in the Anti-Colonialist Struggle." Che answered his own question: Cuba was no exception, but merely the first Latin American nation to break the mold of economic dependency and domination by imperialists. Its example was the path for its neighbors to follow to the goal of revolutionary freedom. What did we do to free ourselves from the vast imperialist system, with its entourage of puppet rulers in each country and mercenary armies to protect the puppets and the whole complex social system of the exploitation of man by man. We applied certain formulas, the results of discoveries of our empirical medicine for the great ailments of our beloved Latin America, empirical medicine that rapidly became part of scientific truth. This was the scientific discovery that Escobedo Guevara had been destined for, the culmination of a search that had begun with his work in medicine. Treating individuals' illnesses had never been his real interest, his motivation had always been that of the researcher looking for a cure, or a means to prevent, and, as it had been with medicine, so it had become with politics. Searching, crossing solutions off the list of possibilities as he went: reformism, democracy, elections. He had found Marx, then Guatemala, then Cuba, and the realization that the cure to society's ills was Marxism-Leninism and that guerrilla warfare was the means to achieve it. Before Cuba's revolution, he explained, Latin America lacked the subjective conditions, the most important of which is consciousness of the possibility of victory through violent struggle against the imperialist powers and their internal allies. These conditions were created through the armed struggle that clarified the need for change, and the defeat and subsequent annihilation of the army by the popular forces, an absolutely necessary condition for every genuine revolution. The peasant class of Latin America, basing itself on the ideology of the working class, whose great thinkers discovered the social laws governing us, will provide the great liberating army of the future, as it has already done in Cuba. Che working on the docks in Havana in 1961. Scientific truth is a natural law not malleable by theories. In essence, Che was arguing that his formula for attaining socialism through armed struggle amounted to a scientific discovery, and that the discovery would lead to the end of injustice and the creation of a new form of man. 4. On April 14, Havana's largest and most luxurious department store, El Encanto, was burned down by one of the underground groups backed by the CIA. Felix Rodriguez had been forewarned by his contacts that something big was about to happen and that he might want to leave town, because there would be a lot of heat. The next morning, in the pre-dawn darkness of April 15, Sofia, the Guevara's nanny, awoke to the frightening noise of diving airplanes and exploding bombs. She ran into the hall and called to Che. Still shirtless, he emerged from his bedroom. "The bastards have finally attacked us," he said. From a window they watched the flashes and explosions. Planes were bombing the airfield at nearby Campamento Libertad. Che's escolta were running around wildly, yelling and waving pistols. Che shouted out the window, "I'll shoot the first man who fires," and they calmed down. Within a few minutes he had driven off with them. They went to Pina del Rio, his secret battle station for the invasion. To have the end of the island closest to the United States well covered, Fidel had given Che command of Cuba's Western Army. The next day, at the funeral for the victims of the bombing, which had destroyed the greater part of Cuba's minuscule air force, Fidel gave a fiery speech blaming the attack on the United States. The Americans had attacked, he claimed, because they could not forgive Cuba for having brought about a socialist revolution under their noses. For the first time since seizing power, Fidel had uttered the dreaded word. Later, a bronze plaque would be secured on the spot, consecrating the moment when Fidel revealed the socialist nature of the Cuban Revolution. Among the crowd listening to Fidel that historic afternoon were a young, prematurely balding artist from the Argentine mountain city of Mendoza named Ciro Roberto Bustos and his wife. They had just arrived in Cuba as volunteers to participate in the Cuban revolutionary experiment. As they walked along Havana's streets, soaking up the tropical atmosphere, the air was charged with portent. The future seemed promising and threatening at the same time, as indeed it was. Before long, Ciro Bustos's life would be completely absorbed, and irrevocably altered, by Che's vision of a continental revolution. Just after midnight on April 17, the Cuban Exile Liberation Army, 1,500 men, came ashore at Playa Girón on the Bay of Pigs. Days earlier, the units based in Guatemala had been transferred to the Nicaraguan port of Puerto Cabezas, where they had been seen off by Nicaragua's dictator, Luis Somoza. He told them to bring him back a hair from Castro's beard. They made the crossing to Cuba aboard ships lent them, as Che had forecast, probably jokingly, by the United Fruit Company, with U.S. naval destroyers as escorts. They were not told exactly where they were to disembark until they were at sea. Within hours of their landing, which was trumpeted loudly over the CIA's radio swan transmitter, Fidel had mobilized his forces. Rather than push inland, the invaders dug into positions on the beach and awaited reinforcements. None came. By mid-morning, the fighting had begun. By dawn the next day, Dulles informed Kennedy that the exiles were bogged down, unless the United States intervened, they would be wiped out. Kennedy refused to authorize more than minimal air support. In Havana, Felix Rodriguez heard about the invasion on the radio. The CIA had not dared warn anyone in the resistance inside Cuba, for fear of a leak. Cut off from the other members of his Grey Team, he tried to reach his Havana contacts on the telephone. In each case, either there was no reply or strange voices that told him to come over right away. Realizing that many of the resistance people had probably already been arrested, and that the voices were those of security agents, he stayed where he was. Over the next 3 days he watched the events unfold on television and wept in frustration. In Pina del Rio, Che's forces saw no action, but Che himself was nearly killed in a shooting accident. Aleda first learned of it when Celia Sanchez called to tell her that Che had been lightly wounded, grazed on the cheek and ear when his pistol fell out of its holster and a bullet went off. Celia sent a car to take Aleda to him, and another car to pick up Alyosha and the nanny, Sofia, and bring them to her flat. Celia's flat had become a communications nerve center for the revolutionary leadership. At one point, a weary-looking Fidel came in, directly from the battleground, and collapsed on the bed where Sofia lay with Che's daughter. As he slept, the baby played with his beard. The bullet had come within a hairbreadth of penetrating Che's brain. His greatest moment of danger, though, had come not from the bullet, but from the anti-tetanus injection that medics had insisted on giving him. It had brought on a toxic shock reaction. As Che joked afterward to Alberto Granado, "My friends almost managed to do what my enemies couldn't. I nearly died." By the afternoon of April 20th, the exile force had bogged down, run out of supplies, and given up. Of the invaders, 114 were dead, and nearly 1,200 had been taken prisoner. At the happy news, Che returned to Havana from his post in Pina del Rio, picked up Granado, and drove to Playa Girón. The Central Australia sugar mill, Fidel's command post during the battle, was a chaos of military equipment, troops, and POWs. Soldiers were still combing the surrounding area for fugitives who had fled into the swamp. Jeeps roared off in all directions. Che and Granado approached a group of prisoners. One of them was so terrified to see Che that he defecated and urinated in his trousers. Che tried to question the man, but he could not even speak properly. Finally, Che turned away and said to one of his bodyguards, "Get a bucket of water for that poor bastard." Fidel, of course, was jubilant. He himself had directed the battle at Playa Girón, and he had personally fired a tank cannon at one of the American mother ships. His men swore afterward that he had scored a direct hit. All folklore aside, the battle had been a stunning victory for Cuba's revolution. The people had stood up to Washington, and they had won. On the morning of April 26, Felix Rodriguez went from his safe house in Havana to the Venezuelan embassy compound in a chauffeur-driven green Mercedes belonging to the Spanish ambassador. 4 months later, he would be granted diplomatic safe passage to leave the country. But he would soon be back in Cuba. Neither he nor the CIA had given up the battle. In August, at a conference held by the Organization of American States in Punta del Este, Uruguay, Che sent a message of gratitude to President Kennedy through Richard Goodwin, a young White House aide. "Thank you for Playa Girón," he said to Goodwin. Before the invasion, the revolution was shaky. Now, it is stronger than ever. Kennedy felt morally obliged to secure the release of the 1,200 prisoners taken at the Bay of Pigs, and Fidel had been rubbing his face in his predicament. Fidel offered to free them for 500 bulldozers. Kennedy was willing to give tractors. Fidel insisted on bulldozers, then asked for money. A haggling session had ensued, and talks had broken down in June. The POWs remained in Cuban prisons. In December 1962 the prisoners were finally released in exchange for $62 million worth of medical supplies. Cuba was an open sore in Kennedy's battle of wills with Nikita Khrushchev. The Soviet Union had awarded the Lenin Peace Prize to Fidel in May, and Kennedy worried that the Soviets would consolidate their foothold by installing missile bases on the island. Despite Khrushchev's reassurances to the contrary, Attorney General Robert Kennedy warned of this prospect in April, in a memo to his brother. He urged prompt action. The time has come for a showdown, for in a year or 2 years the situation will be vastly worse. Khrushchev seemed to revel in the Cold War competition. He pressed his advantage wherever he could. For years, Washington and Moscow had fought to assert power in the vacuums left by the retreating European colonial governments in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East, and Moscow seemed to be winning. Washington or its allies had taken beatings in Suez, Lebanon, Indonesia, and Hungary. The Soviet Union had raced ahead with its nuclear arms program, and the ensuing controversy in the United States over a missile gap had led Eisenhower to put U-2 spy planes over Russia. Gary Powers had been shot down in May 1960 and then appeared on Soviet television, apologetically confessing that he had been on a spying mission. Before the end of 1961, U.S. intelligence would determine that the United States was far ahead of the Soviets in nuclear strike capability, but the supposed missile gap continued to influence American policy for decades. In 1957, the Soviet Union had become the first nation to put a satellite into space, and in early April 1961 as the Bay of Pigs invasion was being launched the cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin was sent into orbit. On the eve of Kennedy's decision about whether to go ahead with the invasion, a triumphant Khrushchev had trumpeted his victory in space, daring the West to catch up. JFK grumbled that he didn't like having America come in second. New flashpoints continued to erupt around the world. In the Congo, rival factions backed by East and West jockeyed for power. Rwanda, Tanganyika, and Sierra Leone had all gained independence, and in Angola, an armed resistance movement was struggling against Portuguese rule. In Algeria, the war for independence had already cost hundreds of thousands of lives and threatened to ignite a civil war within France itself. Top commanders of the French army, angered over de Gaulle's decision to negotiate Algerian independence with the Front de Libération Nationale, FLN, had staged a revolt. In Southeast Asia, Viet Cong guerrillas backed by Ho Chi Minh's communist North Vietnamese government in Hanoi were harassing the U.S.-backed government of South Vietnam. In neighboring Laos, Soviet and Chinese-backed Pathet Lao guerrillas launched a major offensive against the U.S.-backed Vientiane regime, forcing JFK to consider American military intervention there. In the end, a ceasefire was arranged, but Laos remained tense and unstable. In the Caribbean, there was one less dictator to worry about after May 30, when Generalissimo Rafael Trujillo's life was cut short by a fusillade of bullets. The assassination team's weapons had been supplied by the CIA. Washington had been under mounting pressure from the Latin American reformist governments to do something about Trujillo as a quid pro quo for their backing of Washington's anti-Castro policies. Kennedy spent summer weekends in 1961 reading both Mao's and Che's writings on guerrilla warfare. He instructed the army to beef up its anti-guerrilla capability, and by September a new elite counterinsurgency corps, the Green Berets, was created. Kennedy and Khrushchev had met for the first time in early June at a tough-talking two-day session in Vienna. They agreed on neutrality for Laos, but their discussions about a nuclear test, ban treaty and disarmament were inconclusive. Khrushchev took the occasion to move another chess piece. Demanding that Berlin be demilitarized, he threatened to deny the Western occupying powers France, Great Britain, and the United States access to the city. The Western governments responded by sending more troops to Berlin. Invoking what he called the worldwide Soviet threat, Kennedy called for a huge increase in the U.S. military budget. In August, East German and Soviet troops erected the Berlin Wall, sealing off East and West Berlin, and for some tense hours US and Soviet tanks faced off against each other in the newly divided city. To ensure the United States' continued hegemony in Latin America, Kennedy drew up an ambitious, unprecedented $20 billion, 10-year aid development package for the region. He called it the Alliance for Progress. It was announced at the OAS conference in Punta del Este, Uruguay, in August. Kennedy sent the Treasury Secretary, Douglas Dillon, to represent him. Fidel sent Che. Punta del Este is a resort city on the Atlantic coast. The state atmosphere was electrified by the arrival of Che, who immediately stole the show from the other ministers. Photographers and journalists eager for pictures and quotes followed him around everywhere. His adolescent bodyguard, Leonardo Tamayo, lent an exotic touch to the proceedings. While all the other ministers attending the conference wore suits, Che wore his olive drab military uniform. While the other ministers gave their speeches sitting down, he delivered his opening speech standing up. Douglas Dillon ostentatiously looked at the ceiling and yawned as Che lambasted the Alliance for Progress as a move to further isolate Cuba while extending U.S. control over the rest of Latin America's nations through financial bribery. Che argued that the Cuban example of asserting political and economic independence, carrying out land and housing reform, kicking out the monopolies, and choosing its own trading partners and creditors provided a more desirable blueprint for the rest of Latin America. The U.S. estimated that the Alliance for Progress would spur a 2.5% annual economic growth rate in Latin America. Cuba expected to attain a 10% growth rate within a few years. The president of Uruguay, Victor Hedo, at right, in the white cap, is among those listening raptly to Che during the OAS conference in Punta del Este in August 1961. Lest Cuba be seen as a spoiler, Che suggested a series of conditions that should be set by the countries that joined the proposed alliance: freedom to export their raw materials wherever they chose, an end to the protectionist American subsidies of its own goods, which kept out competition, and aid to industrialize their economies, the cornerstone of economic independence and prosperity. Then, after a lengthy catalogue of the multiple acts of U.S. aggression against Cuba, culminating in the recent Bay of Pigs invasion, Che waved an olive branch to the Americans. Cuba wished no harm to its neighbors, he said, and wanted only to be part of the American family of nations. The Cubans were willing to sit down and discuss differences with the United States at any time, so long as there were no preconditions. All Cuba asked for was a guarantee that it would not be attacked and would be granted the right to be different within its own borders. We cannot stop exporting an example, as the United States wishes, because an example is something that transcends borders. What we do give is a guarantee that we will not export revolutions. We guarantee that not a single rifle will leave Cuba, that not a single weapon will leave Cuba for battle in any other country of America. But he warned that Cuba could not guarantee that its example would not be imitated. Unless its neighbors improved social conditions in their countries, the example of Cuba would inevitably take fire and, as Fidel had warned in his July 26 speech a year earlier, the Cordillera of the Andes would be the Sierra Maestra of the Americas. As Che finished his 2-hour and 15-minute speech, the hall was interrupted by a loud cry of assassino, and then, as security guards scuffled with the heckler and dragged him outside, 2 other strangers climbed onto the podium where Che stood and began insulting him. Ignoring them, Che calmly left the conference room. Later, police informed the press that the hecklers were Cuban exiles who belonged to the Frente Democrático Revolucionario, the CIA-sponsored anti-Castro group. Che's family had traveled to Uruguay, and for the first time since leaving Argentina, he saw his brother Roberto and his sister Ana Maria. His father, mother, brother Juan Martín, sister Celia, and Aunt Beatriz were there as well. Quite a few friends also came: Julio Gaucho Castro, whom Che had tried to get to come to Cuba, Beto Ahumada, Pepe Aguilar, his old business partner, El Gordo Carlos Figueroa, and that other Gordo, Ricardo Rojo, who had resigned his post in Bonn and returned home since seeing Che in Cuba. Che and his brother Roberto could not have been more different. Roberto had married a woman from one of Argentina's aristocratic families, and, although publicly apolitical, he was a lawyer for the Social Welfare Office of the Argentine Navy, one of the most conservative organizations in the country. A family photo taken at Punta del Este shows Che, looking scruffy and dressed in fatigues, surrounded by his family. Standing slightly behind him to one side, Roberto looks well-groomed, conservatively dressed in slacks, a white shirt, a cardigan, and a tie. His hands are in his pockets, and he is staring intently at his brother. Roberto has never said if he and Che discussed their differences in Punta del Este. He would only comment that he found Che radically different from the brother he had seen 8 years earlier, austere, driven, and evidently lacking in humor. When he remarked about this transformation, Roberto recalled, Che told him curtly, "I'm no longer interested in witticisms. I have a different sense of humor now." Che's bodyguard, Tomayato, said that he witnessed an argument between the brothers. Che criticized Roberto for serving as an instrument of repression, he said, and took the occasion to relate how he had evaded the military draft after graduating from medical school because he wasn't willing to serve in the armed forces of a corrupt regime that was an ally of American imperialism. Although Tomayato's recollection of what was said may not be accurate, Che's sermonizing would have rankled his brother. After all, Escobedo had been turned down by the draft because of his asthma, not because of any heightened political consciousness. Roberto Ahumada, who had known Che in Córdoba and who was still close to the Guevara family, also found his old friend changed. He had always been a free man, Ahumada recalled, and now here he was hooked into a process with responsibilities, a position that implied constant danger. He was a more reserved man, more careful in the things he said. After a brusque meeting in public, Che arranged to spend a little time with his childhood friends in private. He handed out Cuban cigars to everyone, and they all smoked and chatted. According to Ahumada, one by one they offered their services to Che if he felt their skills could be of use to Cuba. Che seemed to find this amusing. He joked with us, pulled our legs, Ahumada recalled. He told Carlitos Figueroa, who was selling real estate, that in Cuba they didn't need real estate specialists because the state owned the property, and nothing was for sale. And he ribbed me, telling me I wasn't needed as a lawyer, either, because in Cuba there were no lawsuits, so what could I possibly do there? Carlos Figueroa thought that Che's bantering was a sign that he really was the same old Escobedo. He seemed to be trying to impress them with tales of his thrilling experiences. "You can believe it or not," he boasted, "but I went hunting on an elephant with Nehru." And he said that when the Russian cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin had recently come to Cuba, he had been so excited to meet the first man to go into space that he'd stayed glued to him for an entire day. Figueroa recalled that one night at dinner, Che's Aunt Beatriz leaned over and asked him about his new wife, Aleta. "She's a country girl," Che said, "a Guajira." "And what is that?" Beatriz asked in bewilderment. "A hacendada." Che laughed uproariously. His sheltered aunt seemed to imagine that he had married an aristocratic Cuban landowner's daughter. Che paid special attention to his youngest brother, Juan Martín, who had just turned 18 and was still living at home with his mother. Juan Martín was half-heartedly studying journalism in Buenos Aires and had begun going out with a fellow student, Maria Elena Duarte, who was 4 years older than he was. He chafed under his father's comparisons of his life with the achievements of his older brothers and sisters. At the same time, he idolized Che and read Marxist texts avidly. Sensitive to his brother's predicament, Che tried to give him some direction during their time in Uruguay and invited him to come to Cuba and go to school there. Juan Martín was enthusiastic, but the decision about exactly when he would go was left up in the air. While Che was lodged in a nondescript hotel with the rest of his large entourage, his family stayed in a villa rented by a left-wing journalist, Giulia Constanlita Giussani, who had become friends with Che's mother after interviewing her for a women's magazine. Together with her journalist husband, Giulia now edited a pro-Cuban political magazine called Che and worked closely with Alfredo Palacios, the venerable leader of Argentina's Socialist Party. She had come to Punta del Este with a mission. On behalf of a coalition of Argentinian socialists and left-wing Peronistas, she was to ask Che if he would be willing to return to his homeland. They wanted to propose his name for a candidacy in the upcoming parliamentary elections. When Giulia finally met with Che alone, he quickly turned down the offer. Cuba still needed him, he explained, he had a destiny there to fulfill, and he didn't see himself as an Argentine politico. Then, looking directly at her, smiling ironically, he asked, "Madam, I am a minister. Do you see me as a parliamentary deputy in Argentina?" There was quite a bit more to the proposal that Giulia was imparting. She explained that they wanted him to lead a symbolic candidacy for the left. If a popular front gained power through elections, then he would have helped the effort, but if the elections were cancelled and a peaceful solution was seen to be impossible, he could become the leader of a guerrilla movement, the commander of Argentina's revolutionary transformation. It was up to him, she said. He could remain in Cuba, isolated, or he could help set in motion the process of change in Latin America. He asked me for precise details, descriptions of individuals in the various political groups, my analysis about union leaders, and Argentine politics in general, Giulia recalled. It was like he was giving me an exam. I think I reminded him of his youth and what he had once been, and he wanted to find out how that world he had been a part of had changed. Che went over Giulia's proposal point by point, even discussing the relative merits of rural over urban guerrilla warfare, but at no moment did she feel that he wavered on his decision. He seemed to her to be completely pessimistic about the prospects for change through the electoral process in Argentina, and in the ability of its leftists to bring about true social transformation. He asked her how she thought the unions would react to an armed struggle, what the prospects were for mobilizing the urban masses, and which places she thought were best for the installation of a guerrilla force. He mentioned the recent spate of small-scale terrorist activities by the Argentine left and said he was against them. Every action taken should be something that takes one closer to the seizure of power, Che said, and after the seizure of power, the goal should be the conquest of the national territory. Giulia recalled that there had been a logic to all his questioning. There were Argentinians in Cuba undergoing military training. She represented the viewpoints of those who had stayed behind, those who, as she put it, were not within the bureaucratic structure of the export of the Cuban model. Giulia found Che to be a complex and fascinating man with a mean streak. One evening, dining with Che and his family, she reminded him of the dedication he had written in a copy of Guerra de Guerrillas that he sent to Alfredo Palacios, to Dr. Palacios, who, when I was a child, was already talking about revolution. Palacios was thrilled and flattered, but Giulia had understood that there was another, ungenerous significance to the words. Palacios had only talked. She thought that Che's remark was cruel, and she told him so. Che replied, simply, "That's all he ever did." With that he ended the discussion, Giulia said. He could be really disrespectful to some people, and he was capable of saying hurtful things. It was as though the only people who merited his respect were the dispossessed, a hungry worker, a malnourished peasant. Even his parents didn't seem to merit the same respect. This was a trait that had not gone unnoticed by others. Che had refused to give his parents any financial help that would allow them to visit him. His mother had come to Cuba for a second visit in 1960, and then Escobedo Sr. had written to Hilda to say he was trying to save up enough money to come. He and Celia wanted to meet their newest granddaughter, Aeladita, and to see Hildita again. When Hilda asked Che why he wouldn't help them, he retorted sharply, "So, You're one of those who don't believe I'm on a fixed salary and can use the public funds as I like. Hilda denied she meant anything of the kind. I only suggested you pay your father's passage because he wants to come, she said. You can pay it back in installments. Che calmed down, but he put the discussion off. Julia thought that Che was immensely attractive, in spite of his apparent character flaws. As a person he had an incalculable enchantment that came completely naturally, she said. When he entered a room, everything began revolving around him. Perhaps part of the charm, for a woman, was his physical vulnerability. A few days after arriving at Punta del Este, he had such a severe attack of asthma that he had to spend a night in an oxygen tent. The next day, he was able to walk around, but he was still in great discomfort and breathing with difficulty. At one point he gestured discreetly to Julia that he wanted to meet her in the lobby outside. She went ahead and he appeared a couple of minutes later. He said nothing but leaned close to her, so that no one could see what he was doing. He took out his inhaler, sucked on it, then quickly slipped it back in his pocket. Afterward, whenever Che gave Julia the signal, she immediately went out into the hall. This happened 7 or 8 times during the conference, she said. One time, he was in such a bad state that he leaned against the wall and gestured limply for me to get the inhaler from his pocket. He didn't have the strength. Another Argentinian at the conference in Punta del Este, Ricardo Rojo, also came bearing a message for Che. Rojo had resigned his post in Bonn to protest President Frondizi's policies, especially the decision to grant U.S. companies oil exploration rights in Argentina, a move seen by many as an affront to the country's national sovereignty. But Rojo was not the kind of man to burn his bridges entirely, and he now carried a message from Frondizi, who wanted to meet with Che in secret. Rojo had been stunned when approached by an intermediary to deliver the message. Frondizi was already deeply unpopular with the armed forces, there had been numerous coup plots and revolts against him, and such a meeting, if ever made public, could only weaken his already tenuous hold on power. Che agreed to the encounter. He had already accepted a similar overture for a meeting with the president of Brazil, Jânio Quadros. The two South American leaders were vital links in the Kennedy administration's proposed Alliance for Progress, and both had been involved in previous unsuccessful attempts to mediate between Cuba and the United States. It was agreed that Che would travel to Buenos Aires after the conference ended, and from there go on to Brasilia. On August 16, in his closing remarks, Che declared that Cuba could not ratify the resolution to support the Alliance for Progress. Few of Cuba's suggestions had been discussed seriously, he pointed out, and few substantive changes had been made in what he considered a seriously flawed document. Finally, because it was, in the end, an initiative aimed at isolating Cuba, his government could not possibly approve it, but he took the occasion to reiterate Cuba's willingness to talk with the United States on any issue, without preconditions. The following night, at his behest, and with the connivance of some Argentine and Brazilian diplomats, Che was introduced to Richard Goodwin, who was then President Kennedy's personal assistant and a key member of the U.S. delegation. As Goodwin told President Kennedy later, the encounter came about after he had rejected several prior efforts by the Brazilians and Argentinians to get the two of them together. While having dinner with an Argentine delegate, a pair of Brazilian newspapermen, and a couple of blondes, Goodwin had been invited to a birthday party for one of the Brazilian delegates to the conference. On the way to the party, he had jokingly asked the Argentine, "You're sure Che won't be there?" His friend had protested vehemently that he wouldn't have set Goodwin up. There were about 30 people at the party, Goodwin wrote to Kennedy, drinking and dancing to American music. "I talked with several people and, after about an hour, I was told Che was coming. In a few minutes he arrived. I did not talk to him, but all the women in the party swarmed around him. Then one of the Brazilians said that Che had something important to say to me. They adjourned to an adjoining room, where they talked for the next 20, 40 minutes, with interruptions from waiters and autograph seekers, until Goodwin broke off the conversation. Goodwin found Che quite different from the daunting public figure he had observed from a distance. As he described the encounter to Kennedy, Che was wearing green fatigues, and his usual overgrown and scraggly beard. Behind the beard his features are quite soft, almost feminine, and his manner is intense. He has a good sense of humor, and there was considerable joking back and forth during the meeting. He seemed very ill at ease when we began to talk, but soon became relaxed and spoke freely. Although he left no doubt of his personal and intense devotion to communism, his conversation was free of propaganda and bombast. He spoke calmly, in a straightforward manner, and with the appearance of detachment and objectivity. He left no doubt, at any time, that he felt completely free to speak for his government and rarely distinguished between his personal observations and the official positions of the Cuban government. I had the definite impression that he had thought out his remarks very carefully. They were extremely well organized. Goodwin said he told Che that he possessed no authority to negotiate, but that he would report what Che said to the relevant officials of the U.S. government. Guevara began by saying that I must understand the Cuban Revolution, Goodwin recalled. They intend to build a socialist state, and the revolution which they have begun is irreversible. They are also now out of the U.S. sphere of influence, and that too is irreversible. They will establish a single-party system with Fidel as Secretary General of the party. Their ties with the East stem from natural sympathies, and common beliefs in the power structure of the social order. They feel that they have the support of the masses for their revolution, and that support will grow as time passes. Che warned Goodwin that if the United States thought Fidel could be overthrown from within, or believed he was actually a moderate surrounded by fanatics and could be won over by the West, these were false assumptions. The revolution was strong and could withstand such threats. He spoke of Cuba's appeal throughout the hemisphere, and warned that civil war would break out in many countries if Cuba was attacked. He brought up again the contradictions he saw inherent in the Alliance for Progress, which he thought might set loose forces that would escape the Americans' ability to control, leading to Cuba-style revolution. He spoke with great intensity of the impact of Cuba on the continent and the growing strength of its example. Che spoke candidly of Cuba's problems, the armed counter-revolutionary attacks, disaffection on the part of the petite bourgeoisie and the Catholic Church, the damage caused by the U.S. embargo, the lack of spare parts or of means to replace them, the inability to import consumer goods, and insufficient currency reserves. He told Goodwin that Cuba didn't want an understanding with the U.S. Cuba knew this would be impossible, but a modus vivendi. In return, Guevara said, Cuba could agree not to make any political alliance with the East. The expropriated American companies could not be returned, but compensation would be worked out in the form of trade. Cuba would hold free elections once the revolution had been institutionalized. The U.S. naval base at Guantanamo of course would not be attacked, Che said, and laughed as if at the absurdly self-evident nature of such a sentiment. He also hinted obliquely that Cuba would be willing to discuss the activities of the Cuban Revolution in other countries. Che couldn't pass up the opportunity to make a jab about how beneficial the invasion had been for Cuba, saying that it had transformed them from an aggrieved little country to an equal. But he had come not to goad Washington, but only to propose some form of negotiations. Before their meeting ended, he told Goodwin he would relay the substance of their conversation only to Fidel. Goodwin said he would not publicize it, either. Goodwin saw Che's overture as a sign of weakness. He wrote to Kennedy that he believed the conversation, coupled with other evidence that has been accumulating, indicates that Cuba is undergoing severe economic stress, that the Soviet Union is not prepared to undertake the large effort necessary to get them on their feet, and that Cuba desires an understanding with the U.S. It is worth remembering that Guevara undoubtedly represents the most dedicated communist views of the Cuban government, and if there is room for any spectrum of viewpoint in Cuba, there may be other Cuban leaders even more anxious for an accommodation within the U.S. Goodwin outlined a series of actions for Kennedy to take. They included stepping up the economic pressure against Cuba and taking retaliatory measures against anyone doing business with the Castro regime, as well as intensifying anti-Cuban propaganda while simultaneously trying to find some way of continuing the below-ground dialogue which Che has begun. We can thus make it clear that we want to help Cuba and would help Cuba if it would sever communist ties and begin democratization. In this way we can begin to probe for the split in top leadership which might exist. Was Che's offer sincere? Perhaps. He sought a means of stalling Washington's policy of regional containment. But the offer held little substance. Membership in the Warsaw Pact was a formality Cuba could easily forego. And if the United States accepted recompensation in the form of trade with Cuba, it could hardly enforce its trade embargo on other countries. As for elections, once the revolution was institutionalized and the remaining malcontents had left the island, this was a process that the revolution could easily control. Significantly, Che had not said that he would end Cuban support for guerrilla insurgencies in the region. He had promised that not a single weapon would leave Cuba for use in other countries, but he had not mentioned training guerrillas, or providing funds or fighters. As for weapons, they could be obtained anywhere, even in the United States. On August 19, the day after his meeting with Goodwin, Che flew to an airfield outside Buenos Aires. The military officer whom President Frondizi had sent to meet the plane was unaware of the identity of the person he was to take to the presidential residence. When he saw Che Guevara, he was dumbstruck. Che met over lunch with Frondizi, who plainly wanted to use their meeting to test the waters as to Cuba's intentions. He expressed his hopes for peaceful coexistence. Che assured Frondizi that Cuba had no intention of entering into a formal alliance with Moscow unless it was attacked by Washington. After lunch, Che asked a favor from Frondizi. Could he see his seriously ailing aunt, Maria Luisa, who lived in the suburb of San Isidro? Frondizi agreed, and for the first time in 8 years, Che saw the streets of Buenos Aires again, through the windows of a presidential car, a clandestine visitor to his own country. After his visit with Maria Luisa, it was the last time he would see her. He was driven back to the airfield and flown across the Rio de la Plata to Uruguay. He got on board the Cubana plane where his entourage awaited him and flew to Brasilia. The news of Che's secret visit spread rapidly, causing consternation in military circles. That night a bomb exploded in Buenos Aires, blowing out the front door of the apartment building on Calle Arenales where Che's uncle, Fernando Guevara Lynch, lived. Fernando told reporters that he had not seen his nephew and had learned about the visit only after it was over. It was 1953 when he left the country. It would have given me great pleasure to have seen him, Fernando said. Then he excused himself and, with true Guevara aplomb, told the reporters that he was going out for dinner with friends and hoped to make it if a bomb hasn't been placed under the hood of my car. The bombing was not the only fallout from Che's visit. Over succeeding days, there were stories in the papers about the concern felt in the armed forces, along with photographs of grave-faced generals coming and going from tense meetings with the president. Argentina's foreign minister was forced to resign, and 7 months later, when Frondizi himself was overthrown in a military coup, most political observers agreed that his encounter with Guevara had hastened his fall. Wherever Che alighted, calamities followed. During a speech he gave at the University of Montevideo, there were protests and a shot was fired, killing a Uruguayan professor in the crowd. Tamayato was convinced it had been a plot to kill Che, carried out by anti-Castro exiles flown in by the CIA. At Che's meeting with Jânio Quadros, the president of Brazil, he was decorated with the prestigious Ordem Cruzeiro do Sol. 5 days later, Quadros resigned, his political career suddenly over. 6. Within a few weeks of the OAS conference in Punta del Este, Washington had sent a clear message that it was not interested in Che's overture to President Kennedy. Congress passed a bill banning U.S. assistance to any nation that dealt with Cuba. Costa Rica broke off relations with Havana, and Betancourt's government in Venezuela followed suit. Latin America's armies were on the alert for signs of Cuban subversion, and U.S. military aid and specialized training was on offer to deal with the threat. In October 1961, the first Inter-American Counter-Revolutionary War course began at Argentina's Escuela Superior de Guerra. At the inaugural ceremony, echoing the language used by Che Guevara to unite Latin Americans for the common struggle against imperialism, Brigadier General Carlos Turrillo invoked the spirit of international solidarity with the people of the Americas, who are faced with the imperative necessity to coordinate action, and to prevent and combat the common enemy, communism. Washington was, in effect, going to inoculate the hemisphere. The vaccine was a potent one: counterinsurgency training, coordinated action by the region's military, police, and intelligence agencies, a stepped-up role for the CIA, economic and social development programs through the Alliance for Progress, and military civic action projects in backward areas to win the hearts and minds of the civilians who were targeted by the guerrillas. Allen Dulles had been fired from the CIA after the disaster at the Bay of Pigs, but the new director, John McCone, had a strong hand to play. In November 1961, JFK allocated $50 million for a new covert action program against Cuba. It was codenamed Operation Mongoose. Coordinated out of Washington and the CIA's Miami station, the ambitious program aimed to destabilize the Cuban regime through espionage, sabotage, military attacks, and selective assassinations. In time, it would become the CIA's largest covert operation. The CIA's underground resistance network in Cuba had been devastated in the massive roundup of suspected dissidents by Cuba's security forces after the Bay of Pigs. But in October, only a few weeks after he had left his asylum in the Venezuelan embassy, Felix Rodriguez was on his way back to the island. His mission: to rebuild the CIA's infiltration routes for future paramilitary actions. By the year's end, Kennedy's containment policy was enjoying some success. In December, an OAS resolution by Cuba's neighbors condemning its alignment with the Soviet bloc was virtually unanimous. Only Mexico voted against the resolution. That same month, Colombia, Panama, Nicaragua, and El Salvador severed relations with Cuba. In Havana, Fidel made a speech that definitively sealed Cuba's break with the West. "I am a Marxist-Leninist," he declared, "and will be until I die." At the end of January 1962, the OAS voted to suspend Cuba's membership in the organization and ban arms sales to Cuba by member states. Measures for a joint defense against Cuban actions in the region were adopted. In February, Kennedy tightened the already stringent trade embargo against Cuba, banning all exports except medical supplies. Edward Lansdale, the director of Operation Mongoose, came up with a rip-roaring schedule for a package of actions, including attacks on key leaders, to culminate in the overthrow of Castro by October. This plan was then scaled down, but the final guidelines for Mongoose, while calling for the CIA to make maximum use of indigenous resources to bring about Castro's overthrow, also concluded that U.S. military intervention would be required. A bomb was discovered and defused by the police outside Che's mother's house on Calle Reyes in Buenos Aires in February. A week later, Argentina severed diplomatic links with Cuba. In March, with agricultural production sharply down in Cuba and consumer shortages in all the shops, mandatory government rationing for foodstuffs and other basic goods was imposed. From now on, Cubans would have to line up to buy food with ration booklets used to record their weekly allowances. It had been only 7 months since Che had confidently predicted that Cuba would soon be virtually self-sufficient in food. Who was to blame for the shortages? Were they caused by the U.S. trade embargo? In part, yes. Had the revolution's radicalization caused the crippling exodus of technicians, managers, and traders from the island? Yes. Were the revolution's leaders incompetent in their attempt to convert a capitalist economy to a socialist one? Yes. Although neither Che nor Fidel would acknowledge the fact, food rationing heralded the end of their illusion of making Cuba a self-sufficient socialist state. As for Che's illusion that a global fraternity of socialist nations could bring about the demise of capitalism, it was about to be dashed to pieces. 7. In late April 1962, Alexander Alexeyev was urgently summoned back to Moscow by Nikita Khrushchev. No explanations were given, and Alexeyev was alarmed. A child of Stalinism, he immediately began thinking the worst and preparing for some kind of punishment while racking his brain to figure out what he could have possibly done wrong. He stalled for time, asking to remain in Havana for the May Day festivities. 1 million people were expected in the Plaza de la Revolución, and the Internacional was to be sung for the first time in the now openly socialist state of Cuba. He was given permission to stay, but told to come to Moscow immediately after the event. On the 3rd of May, Alexeyev flew to Mexico, where the Soviet ambassador said he had orders to lodge Alexeyev at the embassy, not in a hotel. It was the same story at his next stop, London. Quite obviously, the Kremlin wanted to keep a close eye on Alexeyev, and he arrived in Moscow extremely worried. A department chief of the Soviet Foreign Ministry was waiting for him at the airport. Alexeyev was by now truly mystified and was left none the wiser by the official, who would tell him only that he would learn tomorrow why he had been called home. The next morning, Alexeyev was escorted into the Kremlin and taken to the office of Mikhail Suslov, Khrushchev's deputy. Suslov wasn't there, but two high-ranking secretaries of the Central Committee were, Yuri Andropov and the KGB chief, Alexander Shelepin, who took Alexeyev into his office and explained that he was to be the new Soviet ambassador to Cuba. Nikita Khrushchev himself had made the decision. While they talked, Khrushchev called and asked Alexeyev to come to his office. Khrushchev was alone, and the two of them talked for about an hour. Alexeyev tried to decline the ambassadorship. What Cuba needed, he said, was an ambassador who knew about economics, and he was an illiterate in that field. That's not important, Khrushchev told him. What is important is that you are friendly with Fidel, with the leadership. They believe in you. As for economists, he would give Fidel however many experts he needed. Right there and then, Khrushchev made a call and ordered a team of 20 top-level ministerial advisors from every field of the economy to be assembled. They would accompany Alexeyev back to Cuba. He then turned to Alexeyev and said that he wanted to see him in a couple of weeks to talk more concretely. Toward the end of May, Khrushchev sent for Alexeyev again. This time, there were 5 other officials in the office: Khrushchev's aide, Frol Kolov, Deputy Premier Mikoyan, Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko, Defense Minister Rodion Malinovsky, and a Politburo alternate member, Sharif Rashidov. Alexeyev was invited to sit down. It was a very strange conversation, he recalled. Khrushchev asked me again about Cuba, the Cuban comrades, and I talked about each one, and then, when I was least expecting it, Khrushchev said, "Comrade Alexeyev, to help Cuba, to save the Cuban Revolution, we have reached a decision to place nuclear rockets in Cuba. What do you think? How will Fidel react? Will he accept or not?" Alexeyev was astounded. He told Khrushchev that he thought Fidel wouldn't accept the offer because his long-held public stance was that the revolution had been carried out to restore Cuba's independence. They had thrown out the American military advisors, and if they accepted Soviet rockets on their soil, it would seem to violate their own principles. It would also be viewed through the eyes of international public opinion, and especially by Cuba's Latin American neighbors, as a serious breach of trust. For these reasons, Alexeyev concluded, I don't think they will accept. Malinovsky reacted angrily. He attacked me, Alexeyev recalled. What kind of revolution is this that you say they won't accept? I fought in bourgeois Republican Spain, which accepted our help, and socialist Cuba has even more reason to. Alexeyev was intimidated and kept quiet as another official rallied to his defense, but Khrushchev said nothing, and the argument fizzled. They began talking about other subjects and finally adjourned for lunch in Khrushchev's dining room. Over lunch, Khrushchev announced that he was going to send a couple of high-ranking officials, Sharif Rashidov and Marshal Sergei Beryasov, commander of the strategic rocket forces, back to Havana with Alexeyev to talk with Fidel. There's no other way for us to defend him, Khrushchev said. The Americans only understand force. We can give them the same medicine they gave us in Turkey. Kennedy is pragmatic, he is an intellectual, he'll comprehend and won't go to war, because war is war. Our gesture is intended to avoid war. Any idiot can start one, and we're not doing that, it's just to frighten them a bit. They should be made to feel the same way we do. They have to swallow the pill like we swallowed the Turkish one. Khrushchev was referring to the United States deployment of nuclear-tipped Jupiter missiles taking place in neighboring Turkey that same month, the culmination of an agreement negotiated by the Eisenhower administration with its NATO partner in 1959 and reluctantly followed through by Kennedy. Khrushchev warned that the operation to install the missiles in Cuba would have to be carried out with the utmost secrecy, so that the Americans wouldn't suspect anything until after their upcoming congressional elections in November. It could not be allowed to become a campaign issue. If it was done right, he said, he was convinced that the Americans would be too busy with their campaigning to notice anything before the missiles were in place. A day or two before he was to leave for Cuba, Alexeyev was tracked down by Kremlin officials. Nikita Khrushchev wanted to see him again. They took him to Khrushchev's dacha at Peredelkino in the forested countryside outside Moscow, where he found the premier and the entire Politburo gathered. Khrushchev presented him to the assembled officials, and then announced, "Alexeyev says Fidel won't accept our proposal." Khrushchev had thought up an approach that might work, however, and he tried it out on the others. He would tell Fidel that the missiles would be placed only as a last resort. First, the Soviet Union would attempt all other means of persuasion to dissuade the Americans from attacking Cuba, but he would offer his strong personal opinion that only the missiles would do the job. He hoped that would convince Fidel, he said, and told Alexeyev to relay the proposal. A few days later, still convinced that the overture would be rebuffed, Alexeyev returned to Cuba with an agricultural delegation that included Rashidov and Marshal Beryasov, who was disguised as a simple engineer named Petrov. As soon as they arrived, Alexeyev went to see Raul Castro and said his group was on a mission for Khrushchev and needed to meet with Fidel immediately. "Engineer Petrov is not Engineer Petrov," he told Raul. "He is a marshal in charge of the Soviet missile program." Raul understood and went into Fidel's office. He didn't come out for 2 or 3 hours. Then they met with Fidel in Osvaldo Dorticos's office. "I saw that Raul," Alexeyev recalled, for the first time ever, was writing things down in a notebook. When the Soviets had finished explaining Khrushchev's proposal, Fidel was noncommittal but made favorable noises. He told the Soviets to give him until the next day. The way Alexeyev understood it, Fidel wanted to consult with Che. The next day Alexeyev was summoned by Fidel. Once again they met in Dorticos's office, but this time, several others were present, including Che, Dorticos, Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, and Blas Roca. They had considered the proposal and, agreeing that the missiles could stop the Americans from invading Cuba, were willing to go ahead with the program. The conversation then turned to the likelihood of a U.S. invasion, and Alexeyev recalled that Che was the most active in the discussion that followed, making his opinion on the missile issue clear. "Anything that can stop the Americans," Che said, "is worthwhile." The Soviets and their Cuban counterparts proceeded immediately with the job of selecting missile sites. Fidel told Alexeyev that he wanted a military pact to formalize things, and that he would send Raul to Moscow to sign it. According to Vitaly Koryonov, a Central Committee advisor, Fidel outlined for inclusion in the pact a list of objectives he wanted the Soviets to negotiate with the Americans once the presence of the missiles was made public. In addition to securing a commitment from Washington not to invade, he wanted the U.S. naval base at Guantanamo Bay dismantled. The Soviets agreed to the pact, and over the next week Alexeyev and Raul worked closely to produce a Spanish-language version. Then, Alexeyev said, Raul and Marshal Malinovsky signed each page of the document. By July 2, 1962, Raul was in Moscow carrying the treaty draft. Over the next week, according to Alexeyev, he met with Khrushchev twice. but Vitaly Koryonov recalled things differently. He said that when Raoul and his wife, Vilma Espin, arrived, he and Prime Minister Alexei Kosygin met them at the airport. They were taken to a protocol house. Koryonov, Kosygin, and Raoul went into the dining room, where there was a grand piano. It was just the three of them. Raoul put the document on the piano, with Fidel's points, now translated into Russian, and there, without sitting down, Kosygin and Raoul signed the document. Afterward, Kosygin said he was leaving, and he told Koryonov to stay and calm down Raoul, who was extremely nervous. He was in a state of tense expectancy, Koryonov said. As if thinking what is going to happen now. Because the Cuban comrades understood how this could end. Koryonov sat up all night with Raoul, talking and drinking Armenian cognac. Fidel had told Raoul he wanted Khrushchev to answer one question: what would happen if the Americans discovered the operation while it was still in progress? Alexeyev said that Khrushchev's reply was short and breezy: "Don't worry, nothing will happen. If the Americans start getting nervous, we'll send out the Baltic Fleet as a show of support." Raoul accepted Khrushchev's answer as a firm commitment of support. Alexeyev recalls Raoul saying, "This is great, just great. Fidel will accept everything, he may correct a few things but that's all. In principle he'll accept." It was a fearsome and hefty military package indeed: 24 medium-range and 16 intermediate-range ballistic missile launchers, each equipped with 2 missiles and a nuclear warhead, 24 advanced SAM-2 surface-to-air missile batteries, 42 MiG interceptors, 42 IL-28 bombers, 12 Komer-class missile boats, and coastal defense cruise missiles. The arsenal would be accompanied by 4 elite Soviet combat regiments totaling 42,000 troops. The agreement was renewable every 5 years. It stipulated that the missiles would be completely under the command of the Soviet military. Around July 15, even before Raoul had left Moscow or Fidel had seen the agreement, the first missiles were surreptitiously shipped from the Soviet Union's Black Sea ports. They were concealed on cargo ships. Troops also began to leave for Cuba secretly. On July 17, Raoul flew back to Havana. He was followed in 3 weeks by Alexeyev, now the new Soviet ambassador. He brought the agreement that had been ratified by Raoul with him. Khrushchev had told Alexeyev that there were already Soviet missiles in Cuba, and stressed again the necessity to maintain total secrecy about the operation until November or later. Not one cable should be sent from Havana. If he had something important to discuss, Alexeyev should come to Moscow himself or send an emissary. Khrushchev had not signed the agreement, pending Fidel's final approval. His plan was to travel to Cuba himself for the anniversary of the Cuban Revolution in January. There, after he and Fidel had both signed the pact, they would divulge it to the world. By then, everything would be in place, and the fait accompli would give Khrushchev tremendous strategic bargaining power with Washington. But things did not go as planned. First, Fidel did not like the draft agreement, though it was too technical, Alexeyev recalled, with not enough of a political framework. Alexeyev said that Fidel took particular issue with the preamble, which read originally, "In the interests of ensuring her sovereignty and to maintain her freedom, Cuba requests that the Soviet Union considers and accepts the possibility of installing missiles on her territory." As Alexeyev explained it, Fidel's changes shifted the onus of the decision to install the missiles. In his version, it was a responsibility shared equally between the two nations. He wanted to formalize what Khrushchev had already promised rhetorically, that an attack against Cuba would be considered an attack on the Soviet Union. In Fidel's version, the preamble read, "It is necessary and has been decided to take the necessary steps for the joint defense of the legitimate rights of the people of Cuba and the Soviet Union, taking into account the urgent need to adopt measures to guarantee mutual security, in view of the possibility of an imminent attack against the Republic of Cuba and the Soviet Union." When the revised draft was ready in late August, Fidel did not send Raoul back to the Soviet Union. He sent Che, and with him Emilio Aragonés, an old July 26 associate and now one of his close advisors. On August 30, they met Khrushchev at his summer dacha in the Crimea. Khrushchev agreed to the amended language of the accord, which was titled Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Cuba and the Government of the USSR on Military Cooperation for the Defense of the National Territory of Cuba in the event of aggression. But Khrushchev stalled with regard to signing it, saying he would do so when he came to Cuba in a few months. Probably concerned that the Soviets were carrying out a double cross, Che argued for the agreement to be made public. Khrushchev refused, insisting that it should remain secret for now. Che and Aragon's then repeated Fidel's nagging worry, one shared by several senior Soviet officials, including Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko, about a premature discovery of the operation by the Americans. As Aragon's later told it, Khrushchev was as dismissive as he had been with Raoul. He said to Che and me, with Malinovsky in the room, "You don't have to worry, there will be no problem from the US. And if there is a problem, we will send the Baltic Fleet." Aragon's recalled that when they heard this, Che and I looked at each other with raised eyebrows. Neither man was convinced, although there was little choice at this point but to take Khrushchev at his word. US intelligence was scrutinizing Che's activities in Russia with a wary eye. On August 31, a CIA cable went out noting that the composition of Che Guevara's delegation to the Soviet Union indicates the delegation may have a broader mission than is SIC announced agenda, which pertains to industrial matters. Guevara is accompanied by Emilio Aragon's, apparently not trained or experienced in economics or industrial matters. The Guevara mission was met at the airport by Soviet economic officials and by First Deputy Premier Kosygin, a member of the Soviet Party Presidium. By September 6, when Che arrived back in Havana, the Soviet military buildup in Cuba had already been detected. American U-2 reconnaissance planes had discovered the new SAM-2 missile sites and coastal defense cruise missile installations. Kennedy had been assured by his experts that the weapons were not a threat to U.S. national security, but their presence was a danger sign that could not be disregarded. On September 4, the president had sent his younger brother Robert, the Attorney General, to discuss the buildup with the Soviet ambassador to the United States, Anatoly Dobrynin. Dobrynin had relayed Khrushchev's reassurances that no offensive weaponry had been deployed in Cuba. The new weapons were intended purely for Cuba's defense. The White House remained suspicious. New reconnaissance photos indicated that a Soviet submarine base might be under construction. Kennedy issued a public statement announcing that the United States had detected not only the SAMs but an increased number of Soviet military personnel in Cuba. He admitted that the United States had no evidence of the presence of either Soviet bloc combat troops or offensive ground-to-ground missiles, but he warned that if they existed there, the gravest issues would arise. The next day, Kennedy asked Congress for approval to call up 150,000 military reservists. The United States announced plans to hold a military exercise in the Caribbean in mid-October, and Cuba denounced this as proof of Washington's intention to invade. Once again, Dobrynin insisted that Moscow was supplying only defensive weapons to Cuba. Each day brought tension levels higher, as new details of the buildup filtered in. Accusations and denials from the United States, the Soviet Union, and Cuba flew back and forth. Then, on September 9, U.S. intelligence monitors recorded some unsettling remarks made by Che at a reception at the Brazilian embassy in Havana. Speaking to a reporter, Che had called the latest Soviet military aid deal to Cuba a historic event that heralded a reversal in East-West power relations. In his opinion, it had shifted the scales in favor of the Soviet Union. As one classified cable paraphrased him, Guevara had said, "The United States cannot do anything but yield." Che marching with Raúl and Fidel in the 1963 May Day parade in Havana. 25. Guerrilla watershed. The blood of the people is our most sacred treasure, but it must be used in order to save the blood of more people in the future. Che Guevara. Tactics and Strategy of the Latin American Revolution, 1962. One day I reached the summit of a mountain with a rifle in my hand and I felt something I had never felt before. I felt so strong. I had a beautiful feeling of freedom and I said to myself, we can do it. Hector Jauve, one of Che's guerrillas in Argentina, 1963 to 1964. In December 1961, Julio Roberto Caceres, Patojo, Che's young Guatemalan friend and protege, had left Cuba secretly for his homeland, determined to help launch a Marxist guerrilla struggle there. Che had been especially brotherly with the introverted Patojo and had nurtured his revolutionary aspirations. Patojo was with Che at La Habana, INRA, and the Ministry of Industries, and for most of the last 3 years had been part of the Guevara household. Che helped him get out of Cuba quietly. Patojo went back to Guatemala at a propitious moment for revolution. Congressional elections had just taken place amid widespread allegations of fraud. Then, in late January 1962, the chief of President Itigeres Fuentes' secret police was assassinated, and 2 weeks later the first hit-and-run attacks against military posts were launched near Puerto Barrios by the guerrillas led by Jan Sosa and Tercios Lima. They had named their group the Alejandro de Leon November 13 Guerrilla Movement, in commemoration of the date of their earlier failed uprising and in honor of a late comrade. In February, the rebels made their aims public in a communique that called for rebellion to restore the country to democratic rule. Patojo's group, which was backed by Guatemala's Communist Party, launched its movement independently at around the same time. In March 1962, only 4 months after Patojo left Cuba, Che received word that he had been killed in action. A few months later, Myrna Torres visited Havana and brought Che a notebook Patojo had left with her in Mexico en route to the battlefield. It included a poem to his girlfriend back in Cuba. Che wrote a eulogy to Patojo that was published in Verde Olivo in August, a bittersweet parable of redemption aimed at Cuba's revolutionary armed forces. He gave a brief account of Patojo's life and their relationship, how they had lived and worked together as itinerant photographers in Mexico, how Patojo had also wanted to join the Granma expedition but had been left behind, how he had then come to help in Cuba's triumphant revolution. After he came to Cuba we almost always lived in the same house, as was fitting for 2 old friends. But we no longer maintained the early intimacy in this new life, and I suspected El Patojo's intentions only when I occasionally saw him studying one of the native Indian languages of his country. One day he told me he was leaving, that the time had come for him to do his duty. He was going to his country to fight, arms in hand, to reproduce somehow our guerrilla struggle. It was then that we had one of our long talks. I limited myself to recommending strongly 3 things: constant movement, constant wariness, and constant vigilance. This was the synthesis of our guerrilla experience. It was the only thing, along with a warm handshake, that I could give to my friend. Could I advise him not to do it? With what right? El Patojo left, and with time the news of his death came. And not only he, but a group of comrades with him, all of them as brave, as selfless, as intelligent perhaps as he, but not known to me personally. Once more there is the bitter taste of defeat. Once again, youthful blood has fertilized the fields of the Americas to make freedom possible. Another battle has been lost. We must make time to weep for our fallen comrades while we sharpen our machetes. From the valuable and unfortunate experience of the cherished dead, we must firmly resolve not to repeat their errors, to avenge the death of each one of them with many victorious battles, and to achieve definitive liberation. When El Patojo left Cuba, he had few clothes or personal belongings to worry about. Mutual friends in Mexico, however, brought me some poems he had written and left there in a notebook. They are the last verses of a revolutionary. They are, in addition, a love song to the revolution, to the homeland, and to a woman. To that woman whom El Patojo knew and loved in Cuba are addressed these final verses, this injunction: take this, it is only my heart. Hold it in your hand. And when the dawn arrives, open your hand, and let the sun warm it. El Patojo's heart has remained among us, in the hands of his beloved and in the grateful hands of an entire people, waiting to be warmed beneath the sun of a new day that will surely dawn for Guatemala and for all America. Cuba had become a fully operational guerrilla central by 1962, fueling the far-flung substations of armed revolution throughout the hemisphere. Che's dream of a continental revolution now made strategic sense. The spreading guerrilla threat helped divert American pressure away from Cuba and simultaneously made Washington pay a high price for its regional containment policy. Fidel had made support of guerrilla activity government policy. Responding to the expulsion of Cuba from the OAS in January 1962, he issued what he called his Second Declaration of Havana, which proclaimed the inevitability of revolution in Latin America. Jittery Latin American governments took this to be a tacit declaration of war against their countries. Juan Correturo, aka Ariel, a high-ranking Cuban intelligence officer at the time, said that he began working with Che in 1962 to create a transcontinental, anti-imperialist revolutionary theater in Latin America. Ariel worked directly under Manuel Pinero Losada Barbaroja, who oversaw the guerrilla programs at State Security as Ramiro Valdez's deputy. By that spring, Che was directing a campaign to recruit and organize guerrilla trainees from among the Latin American students invited to Cuba on revolutionary scholarships. One of them was Ricardo Guedi, the younger brother of his ex-wife, Hilda. Ricardo had finished high school in Peru and had studied journalism at Argentina's renowned University of La Plata, a magnet for students from all over Latin America. He had joined the youth movement of the Peruvian Nationalist Opposition Party, APRA, and like many of his student friends, Ricardo quickly became enamored with the Cuban revolutionary cause, seeing it as a model for political change in Latin America. In his spare time he helped out at the July 26 Support Committee's offices in Buenos Aires, working with Che's father. In 1960, Ricardo had decided to go to Cuba to finish his studies and to participate in the revolution he sympathized with so strongly. Hilda could help set him up. But when Ricardo arrived, he learned that he wouldn't be able to pursue his career in journalism. The university reform process was underway, and journalism was not a priority profession in the new Cuba. The journalism school at Havana University was, as he put it, somewhat disorganized. So he began studying economics. The dean of his faculty was the venerable Communist Party leader Carlos Rafael Rodriguez. During the Bay of Pigs invasion, Ricardo and many of his fellow Latin American students volunteered for the revolutionary militias, hoping to be sent to the front, but they were left behind in Havana to guard public buildings. By early 1962, hundreds of new Latin American students, Bolivians, Venezuelans, Argentines, Uruguayans, Nicaraguans, Guatemalans, Colombians had arrived in Cuba. There were about 80 students from Peru. Before long, however, a schism opened between those students who were primarily interested in academic pursuits and those who, as Ricardo described it, wanted to learn from Cuba's revolutionary experience and to return to our own country to carry out our own revolution. Ricardo opted for the latter group. His decision coincided with the March 1962 military coup in Peru that annulled the recent election results, suspended Congress, and placed the whole Peruvian political system in doubt. For Peruvians seeking to apply the Cuban model to their nation, it was the time to strike. Ricardo Guedi and his Peruvian comrades left the university for guerrilla training in the Sierra Maestra. Their instructors were veterans of the Cuban struggle. Fidel himself spoke to them and gave them advice, but it was Che, Guedi said, who was their undisputed revolutionary mentor. Of all the leaders, Ricardo said, Che was the most charismatic, sensitive, and involved, as a Latin American. He understood us, knew our difficulties, and helped us overcome many of our problems. Another country whose revolutionary progress was close to Che's heart was Nicaragua. Since the debacle on the Honduran border in the summer of 1959, the Nicaraguan rebels battling the Somoza dynasty had been going in and out of Cuba. Carlos Fonseca, the group's ideologue, had recovered there from the wounds he suffered during the border ambush. He had returned to Central America to seek a political alliance between his group, which was based in the university, other exiles, and antisemitistas within Nicaragua itself. One of his closest disciples, a short, squat, full-lipped former law student named Tomás Borga, traveled to Havana seeking help for the Juventud Revolucionaria Nicaragans, Nicaraguan Revolutionary Youth, group. He and another comrade, Noel Guerrero, joined Che's friend Rodolfo Romero on a visit to Che at the National Bank. As Borga remembered it, he launched into a flowery greeting on behalf of Nicaragua's youth, but Che cut him short. "Let's forget the greetings and get down to business," he said. Borga insisted that his speech was not demagogic, and Che let him go on. When he finished, Che embraced him. He also gave Borga and his comrades $20,000 to organize themselves. Rodolfo Romero was designated the military chief of the group, and eventually they had about 30 Nicaraguans in Cuba who were inducted into revolutionary militias and sent off for combat experience in the counterinsurgency war in the Escambray. In 1961, Romero attended the Cuban counterintelligence school. He was the only Nicaraguan there, he proudly recalled. Then he joined Borga, Fonseca, and others at an artillery training course given by Czech advisors at a remote Cuban military base. By the summer of 1962, Carlos Fonseca was back in Nicaragua, overseeing the anti-Somoza urban underground effort, pulling off bank robberies, and carrying out propaganda and sabotage. Tomás Borga and about 60 other guerrillas under Noel Guerrero's leadership slipped into Nicaragua's northern jungle from Honduras. The group that would eventually call itself the Frente Sandinista de Liberación Nacional, FSLN, was ready for action. That spring, guerrilla forces had begun operating in Venezuela. In May, troops at a naval base near Caracas had revolted. The Communist Party openly backed the uprising, and President Betancourt banned both the party and the MIR. In June, a second naval uprising was put down after 2 days of bloody fighting with loyalist army troops. Dissident officers and troops fled into the hills, where many of them joined the fledgling guerrilla forces. In December, the party officially endorsed the armed struggle, and 2 months later a new guerrilla coalition group, Fuerzas Armadas de Liberación Nacional, FALN, announced that it intended to wage war against Betancourt's regime. The FALN called itself a democratic and nationalist movement, but it had a communist-dominated political front, the Frente de Liberación Nacional, FLN. In communiques reminiscent of those Fidel sent out while he was fighting Batista, the FLN denied government accusations that it was communist or anti-American and called for Venezuelans of all creeds to join its united front to make Venezuela master of her own destiny and her own riches. Che assisted the new Venezuelan revolutionary organization, just as he was helping the guerrilla movements of Nicaragua, Peru, and Guatemala. With each new rifle raised aloft, his vision of a continental guerrilla struggle against American imperialism was coming one step closer to reality. 2. By now, Che was planning to launch an insurgency in Argentina. He had been cultivating the idea for some time, but it had taken on new vigor after the Argentine military toppled President Frondizi. He had chosen the northern jungle of Argentina, near Salta, not far from the rugged Bolivian border, as an exploratory theater of war. It was the same area he had journeyed through in 1950 on his motorbike trip, during which he had paused to reflect about the meaning of life, death, and his own destiny. Che asked Alberto Granado for help in recruiting Argentines for the guerrilla venture. In October 1961, Granado had moved with his family from Havana to Santiago to start up a biomedical research school at the university there, and during 1962 he used his job and nationality to assess the potential of his fellow expatriates for Che's Argentine Revolution scheme. He became friendly with the Argentine painter Ciro Roberto Bustos, who had arrived in Cuba as a revolutionary volunteer at about the same time as Granado. Bustos had set up a small ceramics factory in the Orient countryside and was also giving twice-weekly painting classes at Santiago University. When he was in town, Bustos was invited to stay at Granado's house, and their conversation soon broached the topic of armed struggle. When Granado learned that Bustos supported the idea of a Cuban-style revolution in their homeland, he passed along his positive appraisal of the painter to Che. Before long, Granado arranged for them to meet. Granado also made a trip to Argentina. He journeyed around the country, working through the Argentine Communist Party to recruit technicians and other skilled people to work in Cuba, a plausible cover story for his recruitment of guerrilla cadres. However, as Granado acknowledged years later, the Argentine security services were already suspicious and had evidently monitored his movements. Several of the people he met with were temporarily detained after his visit. Even so, he was able to recruit a couple of men who soon arrived in Cuba for guerrilla training. Che's plan was for Jorge Ricardo Massetti, the Argentine journalist who had visited him in the Sierra Maestra and then, after the revolution, had become the editor of Cuba's international wire agency, Prensa Latina, to lead his advance patrol. Massetti had dropped from view after he conducted a televised interrogation of the men taken prisoner during the Bay of Pigs invasion. It was well known that Massetti was no communist, and, after a long standoff with the doctrinaire Communist Party faction at Prensa Latina, he had been removed. He was said to then be employed by the propaganda department of Cuba's armed forces, but in reality he was working for Che. After leaving Prensa Latina, Massetti went through an officer's training course to gain military experience. He graduated with the rank of captain and traveled on secret missions for Che to Prague, a new way station for Cuba's overseas espionage, and to Algeria, where he smuggled a huge quantity of American weapons seized at Playa Girón to the FLN insurgents, via Tunisia. One of Granado's recruits, Federico Mendez, an Argentine mechanic in his early 20s who had military experience, accompanied Massetti. For several months, they stayed at the FLN's General Staff headquarters, where Mendez gave the Algerians training courses in the use of the American arms. By the time they returned to Cuba, they had established close links with the grateful Algerian revolutionary leadership and its top military officers. Massetti's mission in Argentina was to become acquainted with the terrain and quietly establish a guerrilla base of operations. Before engaging the enemy, he was to build up support among peasants and a civilian support infrastructure in the cities. Later on, when the conditions were right, Che would come and lead the force himself. Che was casting his net wide to take soundings of Argentina's political situation. When Cuba's diplomats were expelled from Argentina in March 1962 and flew home on a plane from Uruguay, he sent a telegram to his friend from Dean Funes High School, the radicalista Oscar Stemlin, inviting him to take advantage of the evacuation flight to come and visit. Stemlin and another classmate of Che's took up the invitation and stayed in Havana for about a month. During Stemlin's stay, he and Che met 8 or 10 times to talk about old times, Cuba's revolution, and Argentine politics. On May 25, the Argentine Day of Independence, the 380 members of Cuba's Argentine community in Havana gathered to celebrate with a traditional outdoor asado, complete with folk music, traditional dances, and typical Argentine costumes. Che was the guest of honor, and he suggested that the organizers invite the young German-Argentine woman Haiti Tamara Bunk. Since her arrival from Berlin, Tamara, as everyone knew her, had been working as a translator at the Ministry of Education, and she was enthusiastic about everything going on. She joined in volunteer labor sessions, worked as a literacy instructor, and signed up for the militias and her local CDR Watch Committee. She had become a fixture at the social gatherings of Latin American guerrillas in Havana and expressed great sympathy with their causes. Tamara and Che's deputy, Orlando Borrego, had renewed the friendship begun in Berlin. She made no secret of her desire to become a fighter in one of Latin America's guerrilla wars and was constantly asking Borrego to take her to see Che. Borrego stalled. There were always lots of people trying to see Che. Tamara finally got her way by arranging to participate in a day's volunteer work alongside him at a school being built near his house. I underestimated her, Borrego observed wryly. At the Independence Day asado, Che gave his usual speech on the revolutionary struggle in Latin America, putting special emphasis on Argentina. He spoke of the need for Argentina's anti-imperialist forces to overcome their ideological differences, specifically including the Peronistas in this appeal. According to a Cuban who was present, at one point during the meal, Che scribbled something on a matchbox and wordlessly handed it to an Argentine sitting near him. It bore the word Unidad, unity. As the matchbox circulated, Che's message was clear. No more sectarian infighting. It was a significant moment to the group of Peronista exiles who were present, and their leader, John William Cook, stood up to echo Che's appeal for revolutionary unity and to laud Cuba for leading the second emancipation of Latin America. Cook, a former Peronist youth leader and personal representative of Perón, had been in Cuba for several years, but he corresponded regularly with Perón, who was living in Madrid. Cook had been won over by Cuba's revolution and evoked it for Perón in flattering terms, extending Fidel's invitation for Perón to visit, promising a reception with the honors of a head of state. Perón never took up the invitation but sent flattering responses back, much as he continued to play kingmaker from exile with all the various Peronista factions that competed for his approval. Cook dreamed of bringing about Perón's triumphal return to Argentina at the head of a revolutionary alliance backed by Cuba. According to Cook's former comrades, Che became friends with him and his wife, Alicia Araguren, in spite of Che's lingering skepticism about Perón. In the course of their many conversations, Cook's arguments gave Che a broader view of Peronismo's potential as a revolutionary force, while he in turn was influential in Cook's assimilation of Marxist-Leninist concepts. This helped to galvanize the revolutionary group that Cook founded, Acción Revolucionaria Peronista. That summer of 1962, with Che's approval, Cook's men began receiving guerrilla training to prepare themselves for a future revolutionary war in Argentina. Stealthily, Che was setting up the chessboard for his game of continental guerrilla war, the ultimate prize being his homeland. He was actually training several different Argentine action groups, distinct in their ideologies but united by a common desire to take to the field. At the right time each group would be mobilized to take its place in a united army in the Argentine campaign under Che's command. Massetti's forward patrol was Che's first move on that chessboard, the others would follow at the right time. A number of events that were to have a direct bearing on Che's future had occurred. The previous September, Secretary General Hammarskjöld had been killed in a suspicious plane crash while visiting the Congo. The new UN Secretary, the Burmese diplomat U Thant, had inherited the job of resolving the seemingly insoluble crisis there. The government in the capital of Leopoldville continued to fence for power with the standard bearers of Patrice Lumumba, who were based in the distant northern city of Stanleyville, and the long-simmering Sino-Soviet dispute had finally become public in October 1961, when Chinese Premier Zhou Enlai walked out of a Communist Party Congress held in Moscow. Both powers now increased their jockeying for global influence, pressuring Cuba and Latin America's communist parties to choose a side. In Cuba, the attempt of the old communists in the PSP to control the Organizaciones Revolucionarias Integradas, ORI, the new official party, headed by Fidel, which had subsumed the July 26 movement along with the PSP and Directorio Revolucionario, was publicly denounced by Fidel in March 1962. Accused of favoring party comrades for a wide variety of government posts, ORI's organization secretary, the former PSP eminence Aníbal Escalante, was the most prominent victim of the purge. Publicly castigated, he was sent into exile in Moscow. Afterward, Fidel announced a new name for the Reformed Party, Partido Unificado de la Revolución Socialista, PURS, the next stage in the creation of a new Cuban Communist Party. Che was immensely gratified by Fidel's purge. He loathed the holier-than-thou party apparatchiks who sought to impose their ideological guidelines, and he had defended a number of people whose careers had been damaged, giving them posts and protection at his ministry. In May, he forbade ideological investigations at the ministry. The sectarianism, as the period of dogmatic Communist Party ideology was called, had affected even non-Cubans such as Ciro Bustos. Taking its cue from the chauvinistic PSP, the Argentine Communist Party had tried to wield control over the Argentines living and working in Cuba. While he was in Holguin, Bustos had been summoned by the party's representative in Cuba and questioned about his political background and party affiliations. When he explained that he didn't have an official Communist Party membership, he was warned that if he didn't regularize his situation, he would have to leave the country. The anti-sectarian purge had come just in time for him, and he was once again breathing freely when, in the summer of 1962, Granado arranged for him to meet with Che. Their midnight encounter, which took place at Che's office in Havana late in July, was peremptory. Che explained to Bustos that a group was being prepared to go to Argentina and asked him if he wanted to participate. Bustos said yes. That was all. He was told not to leave his hotel, some people would be coming by to pick him up. In the next stage of his revolutionary metamorphosis, Bustos was first taken to a house in Havana's Miramar neighborhood, where he was greeted by a man he recognized from news photographs to be Jorge Ricardo Massetti, whose book about the Cuban Revolutionary War, Los que luchan y los que lloran, Those Who Fight and Those Who Cry, had helped spark his interest in Cuba. Massetti explained to Bustos that this was Che's project, but since the Comandante couldn't leave Cuba just yet, Massetti was to lead the guerrilla force in its start-up phase. Then Che would come, and the war would begin. Massetti asked if Bustos was prepared to leave everything to join the project, and once again Bustos said yes. He would return to Holguin until a Ministry of Industries scholarship for him to study in Czechoslovakia was arranged to explain his disappearance. His wife would have to stay behind and keep the secret. Later, once the guerrillas had secured a liberated territory, she could undergo training and join him. By September, Bustos was ensconced in a safe house with 3 other Argentines, a Jewish doctor from Buenos Aires, Leonardo Julio Wertheim, and 2 of Granado's recruits, the mechanic Federico Mendez and an athletic man named Miguel, both of whom were from the rural part of northern Argentina known as the Chaco. Their new home was an elegant villa on Havana's eastern edges. Deserted by the exodus of Cuba's wealthy, the leafy, tree-lined neighborhood of walled compounds was now guarded by Cuban security forces, offering maximum discretion. The Argentines camped in one room of the mansion they occupied, getting to know one another and preparing for the life ahead of them. Their training consisted of hikes and practice at a firing range. For something to do at night, they went out on patrol, trying with little luck to catch the gangs of thieves who were breaking into the empty villas and carrying off whatever they could find. But they were always smarter than we were, Bustos recalled. We made too much noise. Massetti, Che, and intelligence officials such as Ariel and Pinero came and went. Orlando Olo Tamayo Pantoja, who had been one of Che's officers during the Sierra War, and Hermes Pina, one of Che's bodyguards, took an active part in their training sessions, and they soon found out that Pina would be going with them as Massetti's deputy commander. Another person who showed up regularly at the safe house was Abelardo Colom Ibarra, aka Furry, Havana's police chief. He too would be joining the Argentines as their rearguard base commander and liaison for communications with Cuba. Their chief trainer was neither Cuban nor Argentine, but a Hispano-Soviet general, a man they knew only as Angelito. Ciro Bustos and the others understood that they were not to ask too many questions of him. At this point the presence of Russian military men in Cuba remained a highly sensitive subject. Actually a Spanish-born Catalan, Angelito, also known as Angel Martinez, was nonetheless an active general in the Red Army, a Spanish Civil War hero whose real name was Francisco Ciutat, one of half a dozen Spanish Republican exiles dispatched to Cuba by the Moscow-based Spanish Communist Party to help train Cuba's militias in the struggle against bandits. He was a real personality, Bustos recalled. Tiny, with quite a few years on him, but he could do flips in the air like a gymnast. As Angelito's deputy, Hermes Pina was their hands-on instructor, reconstructing Sierra War battles for them to study and emulate in their training exercises. Before long, each of the men in the safe house was assigned a specific duty. Leonardo Wertheim was to be the expedition medic, Miguel would handle logistics, and Federico Mendez, whom Bustos described as a no-nonsense tough guy of few words, was put in charge of armaments. Bustos was given training in security and intelligence. Hermes Pina assumed responsibility for their military discipline. Che himself always arrived at the safe house extremely late, at 2 or 3 in the morning. Practically the first thing he told us, Bustos recalled, was, "Well, here you are, you've all agreed to join, and now we must prepare things, but from this moment on, consider yourselves dead. Death is the only certainty in this. Some of you may survive, but all of you should consider what remains of your lives as borrowed time." Che was throwing down the gauntlet for his future guerrillas, just as he had done during the Cuban struggle. It was important that each man prepare himself psychologically for what was to come, and Bustos understood the message. We were going to go and get our balls shot off, without knowing if any of us were going to see it through, or how long it would take. Che let them know he was not sending them off alone to an uncertain fate, however, telling them he planned to join them as soon as he could. 3. The October missile crisis forced Che to accelerate plans for his Argentine guerrilla force. During the crisis, he commanded Cuba's Western Army based in Pina del Rio. His post was situated in some mountain caves near one of the Soviet missile installations. He took his Argentine guerrilla trainees with him and placed them in a battalion under the command of Cuban officers. If there was fighting, they were to join in. At the moment of maximum tension after a Russian SAM missile brought down an American U-2 spy plane, killing its pilot, Fidel cabled Khrushchev, saying that he expected Moscow to launch its missiles first in the event of an American ground invasion. He and the Cuban people, he assured Khrushchev, were ready to die fighting. Only a day later, Fidel learned that Khrushchev had made a deal with JFK behind his back, offering to pull out the missiles in exchange for a promise not to invade Cuba and a withdrawal of U.S. Jupiter missiles from Turkey. Fidel was incredulous and furious, and reportedly smashed a mirror with his fist when he was told. Che tersely ordered his troops to sever his command post's communications line with the adjacent Soviet missile base, and he rushed off to Havana to see Fidel. Over the coming days, Fidel was consumed with bitter recriminations against Khrushchev, and the hapless Mikoyan was dispatched to Havana to patch things up. Mikoyan did what he could, but Fidel and Che were convinced that Khrushchev had sold them out for his own strategic interests. Their talks went on for several weeks and at times were exceedingly tense. One day, a mistranslation by the Russian interpreter sparked a shouting match. When the misunderstanding was cleared up, Che calmly removed his Makarov pistol from its holster, handed it to the interpreter, and said, "If I were in your place, the only thing left to do," according to Alexander Alexiev. Everyone laughed, including Mikoyan. Che's dark humor had cleared the air. In public, relations between Moscow and Havana remained fraternal, but under the surface the situation was extremely tense, and it stayed that way for some time. In the streets of Havana, indignant Cubans chanted, "Nikita, Mariquita, lo que se de no se quita." Nikita, you little queer, what you give, you don't take away. The fate of Cuba and the maintenance of Soviet prestige in that part of the world preoccupied me, Khrushchev acknowledged in his memoirs. One thought kept hammering away in my brain: what will happen if we lose Cuba? I knew it would be a terrible blow to Marxism-Leninism. It would gravely diminish our stature throughout the world, but especially in Latin America. If Cuba fell, other countries would reject us, claiming that for all our might the Soviet Union hadn't been able to do anything for Cuba except to make empty protests to the United Nations. In an interview with Che a few weeks after the crisis, Sam Russell, a British correspondent for the Socialist Daily Worker, found him still fuming over the Soviet betrayal. Alternately puffing a cigar and taking blasts on his asthma inhaler, he told Russell that if the missiles had been under Cuban control, they would have been fired. Russell came away with mixed feelings about Che, describing him as a warm character whom I took to immediately, clearly a man of great intelligence, though I thought he was crackers from the way he went on about the missiles. They also discussed another subject close to Che's heart: global communist strategy. Che was extremely critical of the Western Communist parties for adopting a peaceful parliamentary strategy for power. Russell wrote that Che felt this would deliver the working class bound hand and foot over to the ruling class. Che was, of course, determined to do something about it. As Ciro Bustos recalled, when the tension over the missile crisis relaxed, we were brought back to Havana and Che told us, "You're leaving. I want you out of here." Those were special days. They were still afraid there might be a US invasion. There was a very heavy war atmosphere. There was also bad blood with the Soviets. He was very angry with the Soviets. They were told to leave the safe house as they had found it, to remove all traces of their presence. Federico Mendez was sent off for a field radio training course, and Bustos underwent a week-long intensive course to learn the art of secret codes and cryptology. He was taught a Soviet code system based on 10 never-repeated numbers. It was James Bond style, Bustos recalled. You burn the papers after using the codes. Pinero's passport experts gave each man in the group a different nationality. Bustos, who became a Uruguayan, was unhappy when he saw his passport. It was unbelievable, he said. They gave me a really young age and blonde hair. I was pretty bald even then, and what hair I did have left was black. When he complained, the expert reassured him that it was to be used only as far as Czechoslovakia, a friendly country where no questions would be asked. By now the men knew little more than that they were to continue their training until Cuba's security apparatus could prepare a safe rearguard base of operations for them on Bolivia's southern border with Argentina. They also knew that they were to be called the Ejército Guerrillero del Pueblo, People's Guerrilla Army. They were given noms de guerre. Bustos was now Laureano, Massetti was Comandante Segundo. The Comandante Primero, of course, was Che, aka Martín Fierro, who for the moment would remain their invisible guiding hand. The mission itself was called Operación Sombra, Operation Shadow. These were all double entendres. Their pseudonyms and the name of the operation corresponded to the Argentine gaucho archetypes, Martín Fierro and Don Segundo Sombra. In Prague, the group Massetti, Hermes Pina, Bustos, Leonardo Wertheim, Federico Mendez, Miguel, and Abelardo Calomi Barra was met by Major Jorge Pepito, Little Daddy, Segura, who was operating out of the Cuban embassy. He drove them to Lake Slappy, about an hour outside the city. They were booked into an exclusive hotel. It was the dead of winter, and there were no other guests, just them and the hotel staff. By agreement with the Czech intelligence services, they were given a simple cover story to explain their presence. We were a group of Cuban scholarship students, said Bustos, who were going to stay a while. Pepito Segura visited them once or twice, but apart from that, the 7 prospective guerrillas were on their own. They had nothing to do, so, to keep fit, they began making cross-country treks through the snow, 12 to 15 miles in every direction. Finally, growing ever more frustrated as the weeks dragged by, they contacted Segura at the embassy in Prague to complain. He told them to be patient. The Bolivian farm that was to be their base had not yet been purchased, and more details had to be settled before they could travel. Meanwhile, he told them they were to stop their hiking around. They had apparently been seen wandering into an unauthorized military zone. Massetti and his men spent another month incommunicado in the hotel at Lake Slappy before Segura finally allowed them to come to Prague. By now it was December, and the Czechs were becoming increasingly upset over the Cubans' prolonged presence. Finally Massetti could stand it no longer and announced that he was flying to Algeria to arrange for the group to go there to complete its training. The Front de Liberation National was now the government of an independent Algeria, and the former Algerian revolutionaries owed him a favor. Ahmed Ben Bella, the new Algerian premier, had been in Havana on the eve of the missile crisis, had met with Che and Fidel, and, before leaving, had signed a declaration of revolutionary fraternity with Cuba. Massetti flew off to Algiers and came back 2 days later, Bustos said. He told us that Ben Bella and Houari Boumediene, the Algerian Minister of Defense, had welcomed him at the airport and agreed to help us. We left immediately. But to fly to Algiers they had to lay over in Paris for several days, and this posed a problem for Bustos, who was still traveling on his blonde passport. He solved it by putting peroxide in his scarce hair. Suddenly my hair was yellow, he recalled, laughing ruefully. I looked like a cabaret transvestite. For 3 or 4 days, they stayed in the hotel above the Gare d'Orsay, pretending to be tourists. We went to the Louvre, Bustos recalled, and we walked around a lot. They arrived in Algiers on January 4. The Algerians were still engaged in a cleansing process like the one that revolutionary Cuba had applied 4 years earlier to its chivatos and war criminals, and FLN gunmen roamed the city hunting down suspected collaborators or ex-torturers. Suspicious Arab civilians looked upon Europeans or foreigners with open hostility. Conscious of the risks faced by Che's guerrillas in the uncertain climate, Algeria's revolutionary leaders sent 2 generals and an entire security retinue to meet them at the airport. They were driven to an isolated seaside villa on the city's outskirts and left under armed guard for their own protection. After some time, they were moved to a villa with a walled garden in Algiers itself, but because of the danger of being misidentified as French, they rarely went out. Whenever they did, they were surrounded by Algerian security men. For the next few months, with a permanent retinue of Algerian revolutionary veterans, the Argentine team practiced their marksmanship, did calisthenics, and took military courses. The Algerians took them to see their former front lines, the ingenious cave and tunnel system that had been used to hide fighters and weapons during the war, and also the former French lines. Pepito Cergera soon arrived, having conveniently been appointed the new Cuban ambassador. In addition to his other duties, he served as the group's relay for communications with Che. The Argentines were feted with a banquet, and they reciprocated with a traditional Argentine asado attended by Houari Boumediene. But time was dragging on, and Massetti was anxious to get moving. In answer to his incessant queries, Pepito Cergera relayed what Bustos called strange and contradictory messages from Havana, supposedly sent by Che. Colomi Ibarra flew back to Cuba to find out what was going on and returned with some disquieting news. He and Che had gone over the messages the group had received, and Che had identified several that had not originated with him. Since all their communications were channeled through Barbaro Pinero, they speculated about a malfunction in his security apparatus. Some, including Bustos, came to suspect there was more to it than that, perhaps even an intentional sabotage of Che's plans. It would remain a mystery that Bustos, at least, was never able to unravel. In Cuba, 2 of Che's bodyguards, Alberto Castellanos and Harry Villegas, who had been sent away to be trained as administrators in the Ministry of Industries, awaited their own marching orders. Many months had gone by and Che had not sent for them. Castellanos had re-entered the armed forces and begun a military training course. Arriving home in Havana on a weekend pass in late February 1963, he suddenly received a summons from Che. He assumed that he was going to be punished. Every time Che sent for you it was to pull your ear about something or other, he recalled. I said to myself, well, what a coincidence. This weekend I didn't do anything, didn't even get drunk, so I couldn't imagine what Che wanted to see me about. When Castellanos walked into Che's office, Che reminded him that several months earlier he had said that if Che was involved in a mission, he wanted to be part of it. When do we go? Castellanos asked, excitedly. Che told him to hold on a minute and to listen. Reminding Castellanos that he had a wife to consider, Che warned him that the mission was not to be taken lightly. This mission is either 20 years fighting, or else you don't come back at all, he admonished. Che told him to think about it seriously before making up his mind. Castellanos remembered that he stood there and thought for a moment or two before asking again, "When do I go?" "Okay," Che said to Castellanos. "But don't go getting dressed up as an Indian, because you're not one, and tell Villegas he can't go with you because he's black, and where you're going there are no blacks." Che didn't spell it out any more clearly than that, except to tell Castellanos that he would find some people he knew personally when he arrived at his destination. "You're going to wait for me with a group of comrades I'm sending," he said. "You are going to be the boss until I arrive." He said he intended to join them by the end of the year. Then Castellanos went off to see Pinero for his debriefing, his new clandestine identity, and his travel itinerary. 4. At about the same time, Tamara Bunk began receiving training in espionage by Pinero's department. She approached us and asked to be taken into consideration for a mission, Pinero's deputy, Ariel, said, adding that Cuba Secret Services had checked her out and cleared her for training. They considered her a prime candidate as a future espionage asset in Argentina, to be activated when the need arose. Ariel's pointed mention of Tamara Bunk's security clearance is noteworthy because of the enduring mystery surrounding Tanya, as she later became known. According to East German state security files, Tamara Bunk was an informal informant, for the Stasi, or secret police, before she went to Cuba in 1961. She was also under consideration by its Overseas Espionage Division, the HVA, as a deep cover agent for insertion first in Argentina, and eventually the United States. Considering the tightly controlled internal security system of the German Democratic Republic and Tamara's own Marxist-Leninist upbringing, the fact that she became an informant for East Germany's secret services is hardly surprising. To inform on her fellow citizens or foreign visitors on behalf of the communist state she so fervently believed in was a patriotic duty she would have performed and evidently did perform without compunction. But who was Tamara working for when she was in Cuba, the Cubans, East German intelligence, or both? Speaking with the habitual opacity of a lifelong revolutionary quadro still living in Cuba, her friend Orlando Borrego said that he had no doubt that she worked for the German services, but neither did he have any doubt about her loyalty to the Cuban Revolution. Speaking in a vastly altered Moscow nearly 3 decades after her death, the veteran KGB official Alexander Alexiev indicated that she had been a German agent seconded to the Cubans for their own use. "The Germans wanted to help," he explained. "They tried to have a friendship with revolutionary Cuba that was as good as ours, and they wanted to do even more, and for that reason they fulfilled any desire or whim of the Cuban leaders even more than we did." Pressed for additional details, Alexiev insinuated that when it came to assisting Che in his foreign revolutionary ventures, German and Soviet intelligence had an agreement to divide up the work. "The Germans considered themselves to be more revolutionarily aggressive than us. They were younger, we were older, had more experience and maturity. And if we the KGB had gotten involved, there would surely have been even more risk of failure. Our services were a big bureaucracy, but the Germans were technically more equipped, the case of Tanya being probably the most important." As for Tamara/Tanya herself, Alexiev agreed with Borrego, saying that he had no doubt her loyalties were with the Cubans, with Fidel, and with Che. He surmised that Che had conquered her with his ideas, he was such a convincing and attractive personality. Tamara Bunk in a Cuban military uniform and sunglasses in 1961. She assumed the nom de guerre Tanya in the spring of 1963, when she began receiving espionage training from Barbara Pinero's agents. Another man, an Argentine who worked closely with Che and who also knew Tamara personally, said that his impression was that she worked for the German services and transferred to work for Che's intelligence service, that she asked for license to do it. Neither Che nor the Germans would have liked her to be sending reports to 2 places at the same time. Che wasn't stupid, he wasn't going to permit a double loyalty. According to the East German files, Tamara Bunk had been recruited as an informant by a counterintelligence official named Günter Manel, who was in charge of the United States Department of the Stasi's HVA. A month after her departure for Cuba in 1961, Manel slipped into West Berlin, defected, and before long was working for the CIA. He soon betrayed the identities of some of his agents, who were arrested in the West, and it might be assumed that he also informed the CIA about Tamara, the gifted and fiercely committed young communist agent who had just gone to Cuba. Evidently, the HVA made this assumption. Immediately after Manel's defection, according to an internal HVA report dated July 23, 1962, Bunk was sent a letter in Cuba warning her of the danger and requesting that she not attempt to go to South or North America and that in any case she should consult with us beforehand. The HVA report states that there had been no further contacts with Tamara, but that she appeared to be progressively asserting herself in Cuba, working with a whole series of government institutions, and was always importuning visiting GDR delegations to be their interpreter. It added that she had apparently given up her resolve to go on to Argentina and intends to stay in Cuba and also to assume Cuban citizenship. She also has close ties to Cuban security and permission to wear a military uniform, and she makes use of it constantly. The Stasi files suggest that the East German counter-espionage agency had an agreement with Tamara Bunk but that she severed contact after she arrived in Cuba. The files, however, give rise to other questions. When Tamara was accepted for service by Cuban intelligence, did she tell her handlers about her prior links with German intelligence or the fact that her recruiter had defected a month after her arrival? If she did tell them, why did Cuba eventually use her in the same region Bolivia and Argentina that the HVA had originally planned to use her in? It surely had to be assumed that both Tamara's identity and her intended future espionage role were known to the CIA and its allied intelligence agencies after Manel's defection. In response to these questions, Barbara Roja Pinero said, "I handled Tanya directly. And I asked her if she had been recruited by the German intelligence services. She said no." Pinero added that if he had known about Manel and the letter she had been sent, he would have approved her anyway, both because she displayed excellent qualities as an agent, and because he trusted his organization's ability to build her an undetectable new false identity. One of the ways Che gathered information and analyzed the situation in Argentina was by engaging Argentine friends and acquaintances, as he had done with Oscar Stemlin in long discussions during which he would try out his theories. In February 1963 he sent for Ricardo Rojo. "I want to talk," Che said when Rojo arrived. They didn't see eye to eye politically. Rojo was liberal, an anti-imperialist, though not a socialist, but the two of them went back a long way, and Che knew him to be both well-connected and an acute political analyst. Rojo had first sent Massetti to Cuba and had recently become a close friend of Che's mother. Che put him up in a top-flight government protocol house in Miramar for 2 months. Rojo wrote later that he found Che depressed about Cuba's growing regional isolation and still upset over the Soviets' paternalistic treatment of Cuba in the missile crisis. Che believed that Cuba could not break out of its regional straitjacket until socialist revolutions had taken place in the other Latin American countries, and he made no secret of the fact that he was actively studying how to bring that process about. One day Che told Rojo that he wanted to discuss Argentina systematically. As they talked, Che took notes. He showed special interest in the Argentine labor and university movements and was anxious to update his knowledge about who was who among the opposition. They also discussed Perón's enduring popularity with the Argentine working class, and Che showed Rojo a letter he had received from Perón expressing admiration for the Cuban Revolution. It seemed to Rojo that Che was weighing the pros and cons of an alliance with the Peronistas as a means of sparking revolt. There was an unpopular military government in Argentina, and increased labor strife. Che wondered aloud what the reaction of the masses would be if Perón came to Cuba to live, something Perón's leftist disciple John William Cook had been trying to persuade Che to arrange for some time. In early April 1963, just before Rojo left Cuba, there was a brief but bloody naval uprising in Buenos Aires. It was rapidly suppressed by the army, but Che thought the incident revealed that objective conditions for struggle were beginning to appear in Argentina. It was time to follow up with subjective conditions to show the people that they could overthrow their rulers by violent means. Rojo argued that the revolution had worked in Cuba because the Americans had been caught off guard. That day had passed, and the United States and its regional allies were now on the alert. Che conceded the point but, as always, refused to accept that Cuba's success was an exception that could not be repeated elsewhere. Che never told Rojo explicitly that he was preparing a guerrilla insurgency in Argentina, but there were enough hints for Rojo to draw his own conclusions. He had shared his flight to Havana with a left-wing Peronista guerrilla, a leader of a short-lived uprising in Tucumán province in 1959. The man was coming to see Che. And then there were Che's last words as Rojo prepared to leave Cuba. "You'll see," he said, "Argentina's ruling class will never learn anything. Only a revolutionary war will change things." Back in Algeria, Massetti learned that Pinero's people had finally purchased a farm for their use in Bolivia, but there was still no sign that he and his men were about to be moved. Massetti decided he could not wait any longer, and he asked the Algerians to assist them in getting to Bolivia. "The Algerians gave us everything," Bustos recalled. "They would have given us arms, but we couldn't take them, since we were going to have to go through the border controls of several different countries, but they gave us all kinds of military equipment, passports, everything." In May 1963, 7 months after leaving Havana, Massetti's group was finally on its way to South America. But it was minus one man. Miguel, one of Alberto Granado's recruits, had been left behind in rather chilling fashion. The real name of Miguel has apparently been forgotten by his surviving comrades, but they remember him as a well-educated Argentine Jew, a significant detail in light of what happened within the group when it reached Argentina. Miguel had become increasingly argumentative and disobedient. One of the strict rules which they had all observed since entering clandestine life and which Ciro Bustos was supposed to enforce was that nobody wrote letters home, not even to their mothers, and Miguel had violated that rule. Bustos had caught him trying to mail some letters when they were in Paris. In Algeria, Miguel had openly questioned Massetti's leadership. The two argued constantly and became fiercely competitive. One day, trying to best Miguel in their physical training exercises, Massetti had strained his back quite badly, an injury that was to cause him great pain in the months ahead. Matters reached a head as they were preparing to leave Algeria. Miguel announced he didn't want to go if Massetti was the leader, predicting that the two of them would end up shooting each other. Massetti, who had been in the Argentine Navy, and who always tried to be the macho of the movie, did not take it lying down, Bustos recalled. The two men squared off for a fist fight. The other men intervened, but Massetti wanted vengeance. He insisted that a trial be held to decide whether Miguel should stay in the group. Bustos was appointed prosecutor, and Federico acted as Miguel's defense lawyer. Bustos believed that Miguel had gotten cold feet and provoked the fight with Massetti so that he could drop out of the group. He argued that Miguel's negative attitude posed a security risk, and since they were about to undertake a delicate trip across several foreign borders, the reasonable solution was that he be left behind. Even Miguel's defender, Federico, did not oppose this solution. But Massetti argued that Miguel's wish to withdraw from the group was tantamount to a defection, a crime punishable by death. He proposed that Miguel be executed by a firing squad. He could arrange this with his Algerian military friends. The group unanimously voted for Miguel to die. Massetti, Pepito Sergera, and Abelardo Calomi Barret talked with the Algerians, and a military unit took the condemned man away. Bustos was convinced that the decision had been the right one, but he felt bad about it nonetheless. "One of the things that affected us the most," he recalled, "because we were sure they took him away to shoot him, was that the guy left, like a man, correctly, without any lamentations or begging for clemency." From that moment forward, Bustos and the others referred to Miguel not by his name, but as El Fusilado, he who was shot, their first sacrifice in the cause for the Argentine Revolution. Traveling in separate groups under false identities, with Algerian diplomatic passports, and accompanied by the 2 Algerian agents who had been their constant companions of late and who carried their gear in sealed diplomatic luggage, Massetti's men made their way to La Paz, where they got in touch with their Bolivian contacts, all young members of the Bolivian Communist Party. Then they headed to their base of operations. Their cover story was that they were the Argentine and Bolivian partners of a new joint venture, traveling together to set up a farming and cattle ranching operation on a tract of land they had recently bought. They reached their farm, in a remote area where the Rio Bermeja forms Bolivia's border with Argentina and makes a sharp dip south. Their land was strategically set in the middle of this mountainous, forested triangle, with Argentina on either side. There was only one dirt road leading in or out, and they were miles from the nearest neighbors. A member of the Bolivian Communist Party was on the site, an older man who was to act as caretaker but who spent his days doing not much more than making peanut soup. Pinero's people and the Bolivians working with them had bought some gear locally, but it seemed worse than useless. There were thin uniforms made out of shiny nylon, Bustos said. Ordinary nylon shirts, and Tom Mix style holsters with little stars on them. It really seemed like a joke. Their backpacks and boots were of poor quality, as well, but, fortunately, the Algerians had provided them with some good Yugoslav military uniforms, cartridge belts, and field binoculars. And the arsenal that somehow had been smuggled in from Cuba was plentiful and in good condition: Chinese bazookas, pistols, a Thompson submachine gun, automatic rifles, and lots of ammunition. Ciro Bustos acquired a gun with a silencer. Massetti decided that they were ready to go. Calom Ibarra, who was to stay behind on the Bolivian side for the time being, drove them to the border, and on June 21, the 5-man vanguard of the Ejército Guerrillero del Pueblo crossed into Argentina. 6. Another Cuban-trained guerrilla force had attempted to cross a Bolivian border a few weeks earlier. In May, the Ejército de Liberación Nacional, ELN, 40 guerrillas led by Hector Béjar, had been detected and turned back while trying to enter Peru. Béjar's destination was the Valle de la Convención in Peru's southern Andes, where the military was after the Trotskyist peasant leader Hugo Blanco. The small rebel band that Blanco led had attacked a Guardia Civil post the previous November, and Blanco had been on the run ever since. The Cubans saw the fracas as a good opportunity for the ELN to go into action. Bolivia, with its porous and ill-protected borders shared with Peru, Chile, Argentina, Paraguay, and Brazil, was a logical point of entry for both Béjar and Massetti. The government was led by President Victor Paz Estancaro of the center-left Movimiento Nacionalista Revolucionario, MNR, and Bolivia was one of the few remaining Latin American countries that still had diplomatic ties with Havana. The Cuban envoy to Bolivia, Ramón I. Castro, was close to Che. He had accompanied him to the Punta del Este conference, and Pinero's man Ariel was on his staff. Since the Bolivian Communist Party, PCB, operated legally, it could assist the Cubans with contacts, safe houses, and transportation for guerrillas. Party cadres helped get Béjar's column as far as the Peruvian border and Massetti's to the Argentine frontier. The decision by the PCB to assist the Cuban-trained guerrillas was tactical and taken reluctantly. Bolivia's former Communist Party chief, Mario Monge, recalled that he was approached by Cuban diplomats in La Paz. They told me that they needed help for some young Peruvian communists who had been trained and wanted to return to their country, Monge said. He told the Cubans that the Cuban experience was unique and couldn't be repeated elsewhere. Like most of the communist parties in neighboring countries, the PCB eschewed the kind of armed struggle espoused by Cuba and by Che in particular in favor of gaining ground through electoral politics. The PCB had established amicable relations with Paz Estancaro's government and hoped to maintain them. When Monge told Peruvian party officials about the Cuban proposal, he found them adamantly opposed. They did not want to have anything to do with guerrillas, he said. Monge tried to persuade the Peruvians not to precipitate an open break with Havana. He urged them to be flexible and to control the situation. Otherwise, he warned, this thing Cuba's export of armed struggle will hit the fan everywhere and do damage to the Peruvians and everyone else. By then, Monge and his comrades had begun hearing rumors that Havana wanted to get a guerrilla war going in Bolivia as well. The Bolivian Politburo held a meeting and voted unanimously against the notion of an armed struggle in their country, and Monge traveled to Havana with a fellow Politburo member, Hilario Clor. Their mission, according to Monge, was to express the official PCB policy opposing Cuban interventionism in the region generally, while also trying to mediate between Havana and the indignant Peruvians. He met Manuel Pinero and reminded him that in the 1930s, under Stalin, the Soviets had backed guerrillas in Latin America and it hadn't worked. They pushed armed struggle over here, guerrillas over there, he told Pinero. They tried it in different countries and failed, and now you are trying to repeat what they did. Pinero suggested they speak directly with Fidel, and he arranged a meeting in which, Monge said, he once again outlined his and the Peruvian party's opposition to the scheme. Fidel replied that he could not and would not deny young guerrillas the chance to emulate Cuba's struggle. We are going to help them, Fidel told Monge. I'm not asking for the help of the Peruvian party, but I'm asking for your help. Monge said that he and Clor acceded to Fidel's request because they believed that if they bought Fidel's gratitude he would not authorize guerrilla activity in Bolivia behind the party's back. They would assist in getting Bejar's group into Peru without informing the Peruvian Communist Party. Monge and Clor also met with Che, who was less friendly than Fidel had been. The atmosphere of the meeting was tense, Monge recalled, and Che expounded his defense of the guerrilla project aggressively and firmly. Clor offered a subtly different account of the talks in Havana. He agreed that he and Monge made clear their opposition to a Cuban-sponsored guerrilla war in Bolivia, but he found Fidel noncommittally diplomatic. Che was arrogant, and dismissive. That's what the communists here told us when we wanted to make the Cuban Revolution, Che said. If we'd listened to them, there wouldn't have been one. Clor recalled that he and Monge returned to La Paz with the suspicion that the Cubans were going to go ahead with whatever they had already planned in spite of the Bolivian Communist Party, and before long, they sensed that their worries were well founded. On a subsequent visit to Havana, Monge said, he and Che were relaxing outside one day, lying on some grass and talking, when Che turned to him and said, "Hey, Monge, why don't you get a guerrilla war going in Bolivia?" "And why should I?" Monge retorted. "What will it get us?" Che challenged him, "It's because you're afraid, isn't it?" Monge said he shot back, "No, it's that you have a machine gun stuck in your brain, and you can't imagine any other way to develop an anti-imperialist struggle." Che laughed at his retort, and let the matter rest. Monge said that not long after his exchange with Che, a top Cuban official told him that it would be great if his party began an armed struggle in Bolivia because it would distract the imperialists and release pressure on us. For the time being, Monge kept his relations with the Cubans as fraternal as possible. He even requested permission to send some young party cadres to Havana to learn from Cuba's revolutionary experience. Meanwhile, his people began helping Bejar's and Massetti's groups, providing them with safe houses, food, supplies, and transportation. While Massetti and his men were still in Algeria, the Bolivians had located and purchased the rearguard base of operations on the Rio Bermejo. After some delays and changes of itinerary, they had moved Bejar's column out of La Paz and on a long river journey toward the Peruvian border. Bejar's group had reached the border in May, by which time their intentions had evidently become well known to the Peruvian authorities. Bejar sent an advance party across the border, but it was discovered almost immediately by police in the Peruvian town of Puerto Maldonado. One of the fighters, a talented young poet named Javier Herald, was killed in the resulting shootout. Most of the others managed to escape back into Bolivia, whereupon a dozen or so of Bejar's men were captured by local authorities but then released in an apparent goodwill gesture to Cuba by Paz Estensaro's government. By late May, Hugo Blanco had also been captured and imprisoned in Peru. In early June, Peru's military junta held the elections it had promised after seizing power the year before, and the winner was the center-right candidate Fernando Belaúnde, an engineer who had been educated in the United States. The first Peruvian guerrilla venture had failed miserably, but Bejar and his comrades began reorganizing, and before long they would try again. Why was the presence of Bejar's group detected so quickly? Bejar himself later accused the PCB of secretly acceding to the Peruvian party's demands to thwart his effort, pointing out that the Bolivians had delayed their entry by rerouting his force to a point hundreds of miles from where Blanco was operating. Suspicions of internal treachery persisted over the years. As Humberto Vázquez Viana, a PCB youth militant at the time, later quipped acidly, the party had striven to be good with both God and the devil. Che's former brother-in-law, Ricardo Guedi, missed the Bejar fiasco. After a factional split, he and other would-be guerrillas had formed the Peruvian MIR. They believed they should build up a social and organizational base in Peru before beginning a war. The Cubans did not approve, and Guedi and his comrades were kept on ice in Cuba. While Bejar and his followers were shipped out to Bolivia, Guedi's group was dispatched to the Escambray Mountains to fight the counter-revolutionary bandidos operating there. Their requests to return to Peru were rebuffed or not answered at all for several months, and it wasn't until after Bejar had failed, and after a special trip was made to Havana by the group's leader, Luis de la Puente Osta, that they were finally allowed to depart. Before he left, Guedi saw Che one last time. "It was an important conversation for me," Guedi recalled, "because it was the first time Che saw me not just as a student or out of a family obligation, but because of the decision I had made regarding the revolution in Peru. Che made it clear that there was no bad blood and gave Guedi his blessing. Well, go have your experience," he said. "Everyone has to test himself, and you must learn and gain knowledge through your own experiences." All the members of his group made it to Peru without being arrested, began their work of underground organization, and within 2 years were ready for war. 7. Aleda did not want Che to go to Argentina to fight, but she knew she couldn't stop him. From the beginning, he had made clear to her that one day he would carry the revolution to his homeland. This had seemed like an abstraction until Massetti's group was formed and its training was underway. Che and Aleda's second child, Camilo, had been born in May 1962. The new baby was fair, like his mother. He would grow up to have her blonde hair and his father's massive forehead and intense stare. Aleda had become pregnant again during the missile crisis, and they had moved to a new, larger house on Calle 47, in a residential neighborhood in Nuevo Vedado, a few blocks from the zoo and close to the government complex around Plaza de la Revolución. On June 14, 1963, Che's 35th birthday, Aleda gave birth to a second daughter. They named her Celia, after Che's mother. This was a particularly poignant homage, for at that moment, Celia Madre was in prison. She had arrived in Cuba in January 1963, had stayed with them for 3 months, and on her return to Argentina in April had been arrested on charges of possessing subversive Cuban propaganda and of being an agent for Che. On June 9, Celia wrote to Che from the women's prison in Buenos Aires. "My dear," she began. "I share my present kingdom with 15 people, almost all communists. They were fine companions, apart from their enforcement of an overly iron discipline and an irredentist dogmatism that she found trying. She didn't know when she would be freed, but you know that if there is someone who is well constituted to withstand prison in good humor, that's me. It will also serve me as an exercise in humility. The only thing I find uncomfortable is not having a single minute of privacy in the entire day. We eat, sleep, read, and work in our cell of 14 by 6 meters and exercise in a gallery where you can see the sky through the bars and from which they throw us out when a common prisoner arrives. It seems we might infect them with a terrible contagious disease." She played volleyball for an hour a day and had also learned some prison crafts, such as making papier-mâché dolls. "They're horrible," but a good way to kill time. Apart from the lack of privacy, her biggest complaint was about the body searches she was subjected to before and after each visit, and the reading of all her letters, which she found especially humiliating. The searches include doubtful caresses. Almost all the prisoners here are lesbians, and I suspect that the guards have elected this wonderful work because they have the same inclinations. I don't know, or rather yes I do know why the government has wanted to put me in this place. I'll tell you as a point of curiosity that one of the questions they asked me in the DIPA Argentine secret police was, what is your role in Fidel Castro's government? She reassured Che that she hadn't been mistreated. However, prison was a marvelous deformatory, as much for the common prisoners as for the political ones. If you are lukewarm, you become active; if you're active, you become aggressive; and if you're aggressive, you become implacable. In fact, ever since her son Escobedo had become Che, Celia had undergone a significant political radicalization. She claimed now to believe in socialism, although she was not a communist, and, according to people who knew her well, she didn't really like or trust Fidel. She particularly didn't like what she saw as his hold over her son, and Che's subservience to him, but in spite of her private qualms about Cuba's disorganization and incompetence, she vigorously defended the revolution. Whatever the Argentine security forces suspected, there was a bitter irony to Celia's imprisonment along with members of the Argentine Communist Party. Although she downplayed it in her letter, Celia's life was made extremely difficult by her doctrinaire cellmates. According to Maria Elena Duarte, who was married to Celia's youngest son, Juan Martín, they imposed rules even the jailers didn't impose. For instance, she liked to read, and as if to persecute her, they turned out the lights. The lights had to be turned out at such and such an hour. If she wanted to play some sport in the patio, they told her no, that was not the correct hour for that sport. It was so cruel, and so obviously directed against her. The leader of the communist women, and the person Maria Elena Duarte held chiefly responsible for Celia's ill treatment, was Fanny Edelman, a veteran party activist and founder of the Communist Front Argentine Women's Union. Many years later, Edelman acknowledged that she and her comrades had organized life in the prison and imposed very rigorous norms of conduct. But she reacted with indignation at the notion that Che's mother had been in any way singled out for persecution. We were a harmonious group. On the contrary, we respected her a great deal, precisely because she was Che's mama. Not long after she wrote to Che, Celia was released from prison, but she had been cut from her moorings. After the bomb incident the previous year, she and Juan Martín had left the house on Calle Arrayas in the care of their Indian maid, Sabina Portugal, and moved into a small, rented apartment. Juan Martín and Maria Elena were soon married, and while Celia was in prison Maria Elena had given birth to a baby boy. Celia let them have the apartment and went to live with her daughter Celia in a dark old house on Calle Negro. Maria Elena and Juan Martín had asked her to stay with them, but she declined. "We have an excellent relationship and I don't want to ruin it by living together," she said. They saw each other frequently, meeting up most weekends at Roberto's house, but Celia had a solitary life. Celia had her circle of friends, her political activities, but she had compartmentalized her life in a very private, solitary kind of way, Maria Elena said. I think in some way she enjoyed the solitude. She read and thought a great deal, and was undergoing a period of reflection, a re-evaluation of her political points of view. But being Che's mother had turned Celia's life upside down, just as it had altered the lives of all of the family members in one way or another. As revolution and war had become features of Che's life, bombs, imprisonment, and political persecution had entered hers. The unique mother-son bond that Escobedo had severed during his soul-searching years on the road had been strangely restored. In her letter from prison, Celia had wished Che a happy birthday. She said that she imagined he would spend it submerged in the ministry and its problems. Then she added, "I almost forget, can you tell me about the progress of Cuba's economy?" She undoubtedly knew that it wasn't really a matter of progress. Ricardo Rojo's latest trip to the island had coincided with her own visit, and he had noted a marked decline since his earlier stay. The neon signs that had once lit up Havana had been switched off. American cigarettes, no longer available, had been replaced by Cuban brands such as Criollos and Dorados. Cuba's cars and buses looked shabby from lack of spare parts and maintenance, and hundreds of neglected U.S.-built tractors were rusting in the fields for the same reasons. Cuba's revolutionaries clearly had not thought through the consequences of breaking completely with the United States. The old system had been brought to a screeching halt, and the new one had not caught up with Cuba's present needs, much less its ambitious future plans. Soviet petroleum was highly sulfuric and corroded the piping in the U.S.-built refineries, and the Eastern Bloc technicians had proved ill-equipped to take over the modern American-built technology left behind in Cuba. Even the simplest logistic detail caused enormous difficulties. For example, the Soviets' tools were metric and didn't fit the American-manufactured machinery in Cuba. There were other disappointments. Much of the industrial equipment bought from the Soviet bloc by Cuba had turned out to be shoddy and outdated. Oscar Fernandez Mel recalled Che's outrage over the crude file lathing machines he had purchased from Russia. Che used to say, "Look at the shit they've sold us." He was beset by a multitude of practical problems. Che told Rojo that to get Cuba's industrialization underway, he needed to produce construction materials, but he had 2 large kilns standing idle because they didn't have firebricks. "We even have to improvise screws," he said. Textile plants had shut down because the thread they were producing was of uneven quality. And so on. Were I to draw a conclusion about Guevara's state of mind during those months, Rojo wrote, I would say that the struggle was undermining his optimism. His ingenuity seemed blunted, his spirit smothered under the mountains of statistics and production methods. Alberto Granado thought that Che's malaise was also due to his loss of faith in the Soviet model he had embraced with such innocent fervor. Che told Granado that he had been a skeptic about Marxism until his discovery of Stalin when he was in Guatemala and Mexico. He had been bowled over by what he read. That was when he began to find a world that was not all slogans and manifestos, an important world, and I think that intoxicated him and made him feel that in the Soviet Union lay the solution to life, believing that what had been applied there was what he had read about. But, in 1963 and 1964, when he realized they had been tricking him, Che couldn't stand being lied to. Then came the violent reaction. As Sartre had noted, the revolutionary honeymoon was over by late 1960, and that, in revolutionary terms, was a very long time ago. Che was now, at the threshold of middle age, the father of 4 children and a government minister at the pinnacle of his career in revolutionary Cuba. He was less light-hearted, and he looked his age. He had shorn the long hair that he had grown in the mountains and worn during the first year of the revolution. He still wore the beret, but his face appeared puffy and swollen. Despite what he had told Ricardo Rojo about cortisone giving him a heavier appearance, he had gained weight. So had Aleta, who had grown plump from her string of pregnancies. Ever the iconoclast, Che steadfastly wore the shirt jacket of his olive green uniform outside his trousers, with his belt on top. He was the only Cuban commandante who refused to conform to the military dress code. More often than not, he wore his trousers hanging loose, outside his boots, instead of tucking them in. No one dared reproach him, of course. Che es como es, his colleagues would say, with a shrug of their shoulders. Che is the way he is. When he was home, Che spent hours closeted in his austere little rooftop office full of books. Its only adornments were a bronze bas-relief of Lenin, a small bronze statue of Simon Bolivar, and a large framed photograph of Camilo Cienfuegos. When people asked him why he didn't take a break, he gave work as an excuse. There was never very much time to be with Aleta and the children. More often than not, duty called, and his trips away were invariably long ones. He inspected factories, military units, cooperatives, and schools, gave speeches, received foreign dignitaries, attended diplomatic receptions. Whenever possible, he brought Aleta along to such functions in Havana, but his work week lasted from Monday through Saturday, including nights, and on Sunday mornings he went off to do volunteer labor. Sunday afternoons were all he spared for his family. During these afternoons at home, Che would throw himself down on the living room floor and play with his children and his dog, a German shepherd named Murala, who also escorted him to the office. His eldest child, Hildita, now almost 8, was usually there on weekends, and they watched boxing matches and soccer games together on television, pretending to place bets. Occasionally he stopped by to see Hilda. She noted his extreme tiredness, and later recalled how he used to take their daughter in his arms and tell her he wanted to take her on a trip with him someday, but he never did. At times, Che's disciplinarian streak showed itself at home. Once, when Alyosha had a tantrum, Che walked over and smacked her bottom. Her wails increased. When her nanny, Sophia, tried to pick her up and comfort her, Che said to leave the child alone so she would remember why she had been punished. He was especially severe with his bodyguards, who lived in an annex of the house. One of their fiancés recalled a time when Che made Harry Villegas, his favorite, strip off his clothes before he was locked in a closet as punishment for some misdemeanor. Che's mother was visiting, and she yelled at him, telling him to be more lenient. He told her to keep out of it, that he knew what he was doing. This was Che the implacable, Cuba's avenging angel and ultimate political commissar, demanding the impossible of those around him but above reproach himself because he lived up to his own severe dictates. Che had something of the missionary in him, Manuel Pinero said. He was respected and admired, despised and feared, but nobody was indifferent to him. Perhaps Che's most controversial disciplinary innovation was Guanacahabibes, a rehabilitation camp at the remote, rocky, and devilishly hot westernmost tip of Cuba, where he dispatched transgressors from the Ministry of Industries to undergo periods of self-effacing physical labor to redeem themselves before returning to their jobs. The sanctions were voluntary, and could last from a month to a year depending on the offense, which was generally a matter of ethics. If someone had practiced nepotism, intentionally covered up a mistake, or had an affair with a comrade's wife, he was called before Che, who gave offenders an opportunity to accept their punishment, a stint at Guanacahabibes, or else leave the ministry. If they did their time and showed that they had learned the error of their ways, they could return with no black mark on their record. If they refused, they were out of a job. In time, due to the excesses of the camp's commandante, Guanacahabibes acquired a sinister reputation, a Cuban equivalent of a Siberian gulag. Another pet project of Che's was the Cerro Redondo experimental farm in Matanzas province. The Cerro Redondo was an agricultural cooperative farm where mostly illiterate Guajiros from his old Sierra column lived and worked communally according to his doctrine of moral incentives. He insisted that they better themselves through schoolwork as well and had assigned them a teacher. He often flew there to check up on their progress in the little Cessna airplane he had learned to fly with his private pilot, Eliseo de la Campa. He once took the economist Regino Bodi with him to the farm and tested some of the men on their reading comprehension. One man did very badly and Che said, "Well, if you keep studying, maybe you'll get to be as smart as an ox in 20 years. Then he turned on his heel. The poor Guajiro was so humiliated that he began to cry. Bodi talked to Che, persuading him that he had been wrong to be so cruel, that he should go back and speak to the man, to lift his spirits. Che's tendency to be harsh often had to be tempered by a more diplomatic companion or friend. He seemed to have little sense of the intimidating effects his words could have on others. There were also some comic incidents that served to remind him of his public celebrity, however. He was a notoriously bad driver, and one day he rear-ended a car on the seafront Malecon in Havana. The driver of the car got out, cursing the mother and father of whoever it was who had hit him. When he saw it was Che, he became cravenly apologetic. "Che, Commandante," the man sighed. "What an honor for me to have my car struck by you." Then, caressing his new dent, he announced that he would never have it repaired, but would keep it as a proud reminder of his personal encounter with Che Guevara. Such tales became enduring folklore in Havana. Most of the stories concerned Che's famous working hours, his hatred of adulon, or flatterers, and his personal austerity. People speak of the time that Celia Sanchez, Fidel's great dispenser of favors, sent Aleda a new pair of Italian shoes. When Che found out, he made Aleda return them. Did the average Cuban wear imported Italian shoes? No. Then she couldn't, either. When they moved from their house on Calle 18 in Miramar to their new home in Nuevo Vedado, Che discovered Aleda fixing decorative lamps. She explained that she had taken them from their previous home, and he blew up and ordered her to take them back. When one of the children was sick, Aleda asked to be allowed to take the child to the hospital in Che's car. He refused, telling her to take the bus like everybody else. The gas in the car belonged to the people and was intended for use in his public duties, not for personal reasons. When food rationing began, and one of his colleagues complained, Che said that his own family was eating fine on what the government allowed. The colleague pointed out that Che had a special food supplement. Che investigated, found that this was true, and had the benefit eliminated. His family would receive no special favors. Rumors circulated about how the Guevaras often didn't have enough to eat, and that Aleda had to borrow money from the bodyguards to make ends meet. Timur Gaidar, a former correspondent for Pravda in Cuba, claimed that a sympathetic Soviet embassy official slipped some hors d'oeuvres into Aleda's purse at a diplomatic reception when he was sure Che wasn't looking. Che's relationship with Aleda was a source of curiosity to many. He was an intellectual, a scholar, and an assiduous reader of books. Aleda preferred movies and social gatherings. He was austere and shunned the good things in life. Aleda, like most people, appreciated them, and aspired to possess some of the comforts enjoyed by most commandantes' wives even in revolutionary Cuba. It was a constant bone of contention between them and produced frequent arguments. Some Cubans close to them have drawn comparisons between their relationship and that of Karl Marx with his unintellectual wife, Jenny Westphalen. While Che had his head in the clouds with his work, his philosophizing, and revolutionary theory, Aleda kept the house running, the bills paid, and the children fed. She was fiercely devoted to him. And, despite their differences, they enjoyed each other's company, had a strong physical attraction for each other, and, by all accounts, were faithful. Both enjoyed an open, earthy repartee, at times it was shared with others. Once, while he was visiting his mother-in-law's house in Santa Clara, she asked him if he wanted a bath. "Not if Aleda's not in it," he quipped. They were romantics at heart, although Che rarely showed this side of himself in public. At night, in the privacy of their bedroom, he would recite poetry to Aleda. This thrilled her. His favorite poet was Pablo Neruda. Another thing they shared was bluntness of speech. If anything, Aleda was less tactful and even more brutally honest than Che. If she didn't like someone, she would say so to his face. It was, Che used to say, one of the things he liked about her the most. But the main reason Che loved Aleda, their closest friends said, was that she provided him with a home, something he'd never really had in the conventional sense. Che regarded his father warmly but thought he was immature. Aleda never had much time for Escobedo Sr. and acknowledged that after Che's death, they had a public falling out when she heard him tell a gathering that he was responsible for inculcating Che's early socialist leanings. She challenged him, telling him it was a lie, and the old man never forgave her for that. As much as Che loved his mother, she had never been a physically demonstrative woman. Just as in his adolescence he had gone to his Aunt Beatrice for some maternal attention, he sought it as a grown man from Aleda. She recognized this need and responded by mothering him, dressing him, and even bathing him. Che was notoriously careless about his appearance. The reason he wore his uniform shirt outside his trousers, with the web belt over it, Cossack fashion, with the top button undone, Aleda said, was that he suffered from the high humidity in Cuba, which exacerbated his asthma. Health reasons also explained why there were no carpets in their home or in his office. He often sat on the floor, where numerous visitors to his office recall finding him because it was cooler there. Since Che disliked air conditioning, the solution they came up with for his office was to seal the windows tightly. Such eccentricities added to the popular myth woven around Che in Cuba. He was aware of it, and he seemed not to care. Indeed, Che stood out in contrast to almost everyone around him. He didn't like parties, a Cuban national pastime, and rarely invited people to his home, or went to theirs, for that matter. Orlando Borrego, one of his closest friends, said that Che dropped by his house only once, although they lived just 2 blocks from each other. In a country where the people love to dance, and sensual Afro-Caribbean rhythmic music is the heart blood of the culture, Che liked to listen to tangos, but was tone deaf and didn't dance. On a Caribbean island with beautiful beaches, to which Cubans traditionally escape during the hot summers, Che didn't swim. In a country where rum is the time-honored means of relaxing and passing the time with friends, Che didn't drink. He allowed himself red wine when it was available. Most Cubans do not like wine. In a nation of coffee drinkers, where the average person punctuates his or her day with little cups of hot, sweet espresso, Che vastly preferred his native home-brewed yerba mate. Cubans love to eat roast pork, whereas Che preferred a good grilled beefsteak. Cubans have a sense of humor that is straightforwardly bawdy or scatological. Che's was ironic, witty, and acid. The one Cuban habit Che did indulge was smoking Havana cigars, which was disastrous, of course, for his asthma. But even this he did with singular determination, smoking the tabacos right down to the nub in order not to waste anything that human labor had helped produce. Despite his honorary Cuban citizenship and the passage of time, Che was culturally still very much an Argentine. He liked to say, pointedly, that he considered himself a Latin American. This fit into his scheme to unite the nations of the hemisphere into a socialist fraternity. But his best friends, the people he talked most freely to, such as Alberto Granado, were Argentines. Granado was one of the few people who could criticize Che to his face and get away with it. He challenged him on many things he saw as irreflexivo, or overly rigid, in Che's personality, and, although he had helped Che recruit people for the Massetti expedition and evidently also served as his liaison with some of the Venezuelan guerrillas, Granado actually disagreed with Che's belief in jump-starting revolutions in Latin America through guerrilla warfare. It was an issue they argued over frequently, and never resolved. Granado recalled one conversation with Che in which he pointed out what he believed was the fundamental difference between them. Che could look through a sniper scope at a soldier and pull the trigger, knowing that by killing him he was saving 30,000 future children from lives of hunger, whereas when Granado looked through the scope, he saw a man with a wife and children. With his penchant for dance, drink, and good times, Granado fit right into Cuban society, but Che never really did, and even Granado, who was completely loyal to Che, conceded that his friend's caustic nature rubbed some Cubans the wrong way. To many, he seemed altogether too serious about revolution, unrelentingly moralistic, and holier than thou. Although many of his subordinates tried to emulate him unsuccessfully, it must be said his austeridad was a constant reproof to his high-living and philandering fellow revolutionaries. In a country where many of the men had second and even third wives simultaneously with their first marriage, sired children with several women, and had affairs quite openly, Che was, by all accounts, steadfastly monogamous in Cuba, despite the fact that women flocked to him like groupies to a pop star. One of his aides was at a social gathering where a pretty young woman blatantly flirted with Che. Instead of being flat-tiered and responding with gallantry or banter, Che primly scolded the woman, telling her to behave herself. A friend recalled being with him at a dinner in a foreign embassy. They had been seated with the ambassador's daughter, and it was implied that the young woman was available to Che. The daughter, said Che's friend, was so beautiful that any man would have forgotten his marriage vows or any commitment to the revolution just to sleep with her. Che was finding it difficult to resist. He finally turned to his companion and whispered, "Find an excuse to get me out of here before I succumb. I can't bear any more." Che was always suspicious of anyone who did him an unsolicited favor, seeing it as pandering or, worse, a symptom of moral corruption. A classic example is the story of the time a new bodyguard brought Che his boots, freshly shined. Che gave him a kick in the rear and called him a guadaca, a brown-noser. Then, when the humiliated soldier hurled the boots into the street, Che punished him by docking his pay for a week. Yet Che's devotion to those who earned his trust was reciprocated by fanatical loyalty. Known to everyone as Los Hombres del Che, they included bodyguards, accountants, economists, and revolutionary fighters. Men such as Hermes Pina, Alberto Castellanos, and Jorge Ricardo Massetti had willingly left their jobs, wives, and children to fight in his wars. He personified the revolution for them. 8. Massetti and his small band hacked their way through the northern Argentine wilderness for 2 weeks in late June and early July 1963, trying to reach their target area south of the town of Oran. Their path brought them up against great jungle cliffs, and finally they gave up and returned to the farm in Bolivia to recuperate before trying a different route. When they got back, they discovered that much had changed. The Argentine military had allowed elections to be held on July 7, and since the biggest voting bloc, the Peronistas, were not allowed to participate, most Argentines had expected the candidate of the armed forces, the right-wing General Aramburu, to win. Instead, the centrist Radical Party of the People's candidate, a respected 63-year-old doctor from Córdoba, Arturo Illia, was elected by a slender majority. The election results caused a crisis in the fledgling Ejército Guerrillero del Pueblo, EGP. It was one thing to declare war on a military regime that had illegally seized power, but quite another to wage war against a democratically elected civilian president. "Our project disintegrated just like that," Ciro Bustos recalled. "We spent a couple of days doing nothing, with everything on hold." Massetti decided to call the whole thing off. Colom Ibarra drove to La Paz to advise Havana through the embassy there, and Federico Méndez was sent into Argentina to catch up with Jorge Vázquez Viana, the young Bolivian communist who was coordinating activities with a Trotskyite splinter group. Massetti wanted him to suspend everything. While Massetti and his men pondered what to do next, Che was in Algeria to attend the first anniversary celebration of the Algerian Revolution. He returned to Havana in time for the July 26 festivities, bringing with him Algeria's Minister of Defense, Houari Boumediene, for a public display of the alliance of Algeria and Cuba in the Afro-Asian, Latin American anti-imperialist struggle. By then, Massetti had changed his mind again. Only 2 days after sending Colom Ibarra and Federico off with orders to suspend operations, he had reanalyzed the Argentine elections and decided to go ahead. Massetti wrote what he called a letter from the rebels to President-elect Illia. After praising him for his reputation as a civic-minded man worthy of respect, Massetti castigated Illia's decision to lower himself and play the military's game by seeking office in the most scandalous electoral fraud in the history of the country. He urged Illia to resign to restore his reputation and to ally himself with the Argentines who wanted to be free of the military, those blackmailing gunmen and bodyguards for imperialism and the oligarchy. He announced that the EGP, which was armed and organized, had gone into the mountains. "We are the only free men in this oppressed republic, and we won't come down unless it is to do battle." He signed the letter Segundo Comandante, Ejército Guerrillero del Pueblo, July 9, 1963, Campamento Augusto César Sandino. Revolución Omuerd. Massetti told Ciro Bustos to go after Federico and rescind the suspension order. He was also to take the open letter to Illia and see that it was published, then travel to cities in Argentina where he knew people and lay the groundwork for an urban support network for the rebel force. For the next several weeks, Bustos was on the move between Córdoba, Buenos Aires, and his home city, Mendoza. He managed to have Massetti's letter published, but only in Campanero, a leftist Peronista fringe publication, where it made little impression. he was more successful in establishing a support network. In Córdoba he approached a leftist academic he had known since childhood, Oscar del Barco, a co-founder and editor of the intellectual Marxist journal Pasado y Presente. Bustos revealed his mission and asked for help. Within a day, Del Barco had assembled a group of people, mostly intellectuals and Communist Party dissidents like himself who worked at Córdoba University's Faculty of Philosophy and Letters. Bustos outlined the EGP's plan of action to them candidly. He told them that the project had Che's backing, that the core group had trained in Cuba and Algeria, and that funds were not a problem. What they needed was recruits, safe houses, urban contacts, and suppliers, in short, a clandestine national urban infrastructure. It was what these intellectuals had been arguing for: revolutionary action, a position that had earned them expulsion from the mainstream Argentine Communist Party. Within days, they had begun to organize enthusiastically, and before long a small but well-coordinated network was being set up in half a dozen cities and towns across the country, from Buenos Aires to Salta, with Córdoba as its center. By now an important new personality had arrived at the guerrilla base: José María Papi Martínez Tamayo, a Cuban army captain who was one of the most valuable assets in Pinero's intelligence apparatus. After serving with Raúl during the war, Papi had stayed in the military, and since late 1962 he had been Pinero's envoy to various Latin American guerrilla groups. He had joined Tercios Lima in Guatemala, served as an instructor in Cuba for Tamara Bunk's clandestine training, and helped train the Argentine Trotskyite group of Vasco Bengochea. Good-looking, strong, and energetic, an impassioned conspirator, Bustos remarked, and a stupendous guy. Papi had come to see the FOCO through its initial stages and help prepare the way for Che's arrival. He took some of the load off the hard-pressed Colom Ibarra, who was acting not only as the group's permanent base commander but also as its liaison with Cuba's embassy in La Paz, handling communications, logistics, and arms supplies. With Papi around to do some of these tasks, Colom Ibarra could safeguard his cover as a pioneering rural fincaro. Over the coming months, Papi came and went constantly, between Bolivia, Argentina, and Cuba. By September, it seemed to be time to get moving. Curious Bolivian policemen had already paid the farm a visit, no doubt having heard rumors from locals about the unusual amount of traffic at the newly purchased finca. Fortunately, there was only one road to the farm, and a car engine could be heard long before it arrived. The police came, poked around, and left, having seen nothing suspicious. In case they returned, a camp was built for the fighters in the forest a short distance away. When Papi brought Alberto Castellanos to the farm in late September or early October, Massetti and his men were still there. Massetti had been in Argentina exploring, and had returned to base. Scouts had to be extremely careful and usually traveled by night, for the Argentine police of the Gendarmería Nacional, who had posts throughout the border area, patrolled constantly, on the lookout for smugglers. The rural north was very sparsely settled, and strangers, especially armed, bearded, and uniformed ones, were soon noticed. Castellanos had orders to wait for Che, but seeing that one of Massetti's men was sick, and anxious to get into action himself, he asked Massetti to take him on as a fighter. He wrote a note to Che explaining his decision, and sent it back with Papi. The group was still tiny. Besides the flap-eared, jovial Castellanos, who became known to everyone as El Mono, the monkey, there were only one or two newcomers. In light of his initial success at organizing the urban network, Massetti asked Bustos to assume the duty of liaison with the outside and to begin enlisting volunteers. Among Bustos's first recruits were the Jauve brothers from a small town in Córdoba province. Emilio and Hector were the sons of a French Basque émigré builder of anarchist leanings. Both in their early 20s and former members of the communist youth, they had grown disenchanted with the party's inactivity and had formed a small action group of their own in Córdoba. They had collected a few guns and had painted graffiti on walls, but had not done much else. They jumped at the chance to go to the mountains when Bustos showed up asking for volunteers. A doctor friend of Bustos, El Petiso, Shorty, Canelo, drove the recruits north. A bookstore was opened in the city of Salta as a cover for the storage and transport of supplies for the guerrillas. 3 more volunteers arrived from Buenos Aires. By October, Massetti and his men had moved across the border and installed themselves in a camp in the forest above the Rio Pescado, some 10 miles from the Argentine border town of Aguas Blancas. The camp lay in the mountains just off the road from Salta, south of Oran. The little force began to grow, and they hiked deeper into the hills looking for peasants to engage in armed propaganda. This consisted of impromptu consciousness-raising talks in which they explained that they had come to liberate the peasants from poverty and injustice. But their first efforts were discouraging. It was shocking, Bustos recalled. You couldn't even call these people campesinos. These lived in little bush clearings full of fleas and dogs and snot-nosed kids, with no links to the real world, nothing. They didn't even live in the conditions of the Indians, who at least have their food, their tribes, and things. These people were really lost, marginalized. They could hardly be called a social base for what we were trying to do. They were experiencing problems that were real, but their misery was such that they were completely ruined. The zone they had selected was sparsely populated, and to reach the isolated settlers they had to hike for hours up and down steep jungle hills, fording rivers in between. It was the rainy season and the rivers were swollen, so they spent much of the time soaked to the skin. Their muscles ached, their feet were blistered, and they were flea-bitten. Swarms of mosquitoes plagued them. With so few farmers around, food was a problem, and they depended entirely on provisions brought to them by truck from the city. This was a task that had to be done carefully, so as not to raise suspicion. So far, the EGP could hardly be called an indigenous force. Without the help of a peasant strongman such as Crescencio Perez, who had provided Fidel's tiny rebel force with its first local guides, couriers, and fighters, Massetti and his men were alien transplants on foreign soil. Most of his volunteers were city boys, young middle-class university students impelled by visions of becoming heroic guerrillas and creating a new utopian society. A few had been through obligatory military service, were physically fit, and could handle weapons, and some others adapted, but most were ill-equipped to deal with the rugged terrain, the exhausting marches, the lack of food, and the rigid military discipline demanded by Massetti. The darker side of Massetti's personality began to appear more and more frequently. His frustration over the slow beginning, exacerbated by the political transformation in Argentina, turned to a kind of simmering rage as he led his greenhorn guerrillas fitfully around the sodden jungle. He channeled his anger mostly against the newcomers who found it tough going, contemptuously calling them pan blanco, white bread, and meting out strict punishments for petty errors, extra guard duty, mule work carrying supplies, and in some cases hunger diets for 2 or 3 days. Hermes Pina, the tough Guajiro from Cuba's Orient and a veteran of war and Che's strict discipline, backed him up. Massetti had his favorites, such as Hector El Cordobés Chauve, whom he made his political commissar at the same time that he assigned Bustos to continue his role as the coordinator between the Foco and the city. Chauve was tall, physically fit, and had been in the military. He took to the guerrilla life with ease. Those who didn't, however, soon found themselves under Massetti's brutal scrutiny. Just as he had focused on the unlucky Miguel as the object of his hostility in Algeria, Massetti now cast his gaze among the youths who had joined him, watching for a new potential deserter. He soon found him. Adolfo Rotblat was a Jewish boy of 20 from Buenos Aires whom they called Pupi. He suffered from asthma and began lagging behind on the marches, complaining about the harshness of guerrilla life. It was obvious he wasn't cut out for it, but instead of letting him leave, Massetti dragged him along. With every day that passed, Pupi's physical and mental state deteriorated. Soon he was completely broken. When he rejoined the guerrillas in October for a few weeks, Bustos found Pupi in a pathetic condition. He lived in a state of terror, wept, fell behind in the marches, and slowed everyone down. Men had to be sent back to drag him forward. The others were disgusted by him. A process of degradation began, Bustos recalled. One day he went out with Pupi on a reconnaissance hike and they became lost. Finally Bustos found his bearings at a river, but Pupi refused to cross it. He wanted me to kill him right there, Bustos said. Finally I pulled out a pistol and put it against his head and I made him walk like that, more or less by force, kicking him in the ass. I made him walk until night fell. Unable to see well enough to continue, they slept in the forest. Bustos tried to console Pupi, who was deeply depressed. The next morning they set out again. Halfway to the camp they found Hermes Pina, who had been sent to look for them. Once again, because of Pupi, the group had been held up. A few days later, Massetti told Bustos, "Look, this situation is becoming unbearable. No one can stand it anymore. Nobody wants to carry him, and so a measure has to be taken that sanitizes the group's psychology, that liberates it from this thing that is corroding it." Massetti had decided to shoot him. Massetti decided to kill Pupi the night 3 new volunteers arrived in camp, and he selected one of them, Pyrenko, a student from a wealthy and aristocratic Buenos Aires family, to carry out the task. The way Bustos understood it, Massetti wanted to harden Pyrenko, whose gentle, diplomatic personality bothered him. He wanted hard fighters, guys of steel who responded to him, Bustos said. Pupi had been unwittingly prepared for his execution, given tranquilizers and tied into his hammock, which was hung a short distance from the camp. The others gathered. Massetti explained what had to be done and ordered Pyrenko to do it. Pyrenko's face told it all. He was terrified, but he complied. Pyrenko went, and we heard the shot, Bustos said. Then he came back, saying desperately, "He won't die," and so I go there and see he's got a bullet in the head. He is a dead guy but convulsing, and I decided to end it. Bustos pulled out his pistol, fired a bullet into Pupi's brain, and returned to his comrades. Pyrenko's face showed that he was devastated by his experience, but everyone else was in high spirits. Suddenly there was euphoria, Bustos said. It reminded me of when someone dies and everyone feels the necessity to have a lunch and drink toasts. Segundo Massetti handed out promotions and began making plans about moving to another zone. It was November 5, 1963. The raison d'être of the EGP had been consecrated by bloodshed. But it was already too late. The gendarmerie had picked up the rumors spreading among locals about a group of armed strangers in the forests around Oran. Inquiries were made to local cattle ranchers and rural storekeepers who had sighted them, and a suspicious profile began to emerge. By the year's end, there seemed little doubt that the men in the forest were the same rebels who had sent the communique to Ilya. The security forces began making plans to infiltrate the area. Papi told Massetti that he thought they were staying too long in one place, that the zone they were in was not appropriate for building a guerrilla foco. He proposed opening up a second front in the Chaco region, east of the Andean Precordillera region they were installed in. Federico Mendez had lived there for years and was well connected. For fighters, Papi suggested activating Vasco Bengoquia's Trotskyite group in Tucumán province, which he had trained in Cuba. Papi could be the military chief, and he would take Hector Jauve with him as the responsible politico. Massetti angrily rejected the idea and accused Papi and Jauve of trying to undermine his authority. "You've always wanted to be commandante," he told Jauve. "But I'm not going to let you're staying here." Papi had brought one of Che's hombres de confianza, Miguel Angel Duque de Estrada, to the Bolivian base camp. He had been auditor revolucionario, or judge, in the Escambre and the summary tribunal judge in La Cabana, and he was the special operations man at INRA. Duque's job was to wait at the farm until Che arrived, and then go into the battle zone with him. Meanwhile, Alberto Castellanos had developed a bad throat infection, and by December it became obvious that he needed an operation. Their courier, Dr. Canello, took him to Córdoba and arranged an operation. For public purposes, Castellanos was Raúl Dávila, a Peruvian. He spent Christmas and New Year's in Córdoba, had his operation, and stayed on in the city through the month of January, convalescing. During that time, Papi showed up in Córdoba to inform Castellanos that Che wasn't coming just yet, and that Duca had been withdrawn from the farm and returned to Havana. Che's orders were for the group to keep exploring, not to recruit peasants until we are ready to fight. 9. Back in Havana, the ground beneath Che was shifting. He had new enemies, at home and abroad. The Sino-Soviet split was now fiercer than ever, and both Beijing and Moscow were vying for the loyalty of the world's communist parties. In Latin America, the race for influence had caused open ruptures as pro-Chino factions broke away to form their own parties. Most of the Latin American communist parties depended on subsidies from Moscow for their survival and had quickly aligned themselves with the Soviet Union. Put to the squeeze, the Cuban government had finally abandoned its officially neutralist posture, with Fidel himself implicitly supporting the Soviet position during his trip to the USSR in the spring of 1963. Khrushchev had treated him like a conquering hero and Fidel had reveled in the acclaim. A joint Soviet-Cuban declaration lauded Cuba as a fully recognized member of the socialist community. Moscow formally pledged to defend Cuba's independence and liberty, while Fidel reaffirmed Cuba's support for socialist unity and for Moscow's policy of peaceful coexistence with the capitalist West. It was a rhetorical vote of support, more tepid than Khrushchev would have liked but just enough to make the Chinese nervous without alienating them completely. Fidel probably thought it was a fair trade, and he came home laden with new Soviet economic commitments for Cuba. Just in time, for Cuba's economy was in dire straits. The 1963 sugar harvest, at less than 4 million tons, was the lowest in years, and the rest of the economy was crumbling. Che may have been the original architect of the Soviet-Cuban relationship, but his call to armed struggle, his emphasis on rural guerrilla warfare, and his stubborn determination to train, arm, and fund Communist Party dissidents, even Trotskyites, over the protests of their national organizations had led to a growing suspicion in Moscow that he was playing Mao's game. A KGB agent, Oleg Derushenkov, had been assigned to stay close to Che since late 1962. His official cover duty in Havana was as the Soviet embassy's cultural attaché, but he also served as Che's Russian-language interpreter. His sunstroke-prone predecessor, Yuri Pevtsov, had been withdrawn for health reasons after only a year in Cuba, just before the missile crisis. Che's own feelings about Derushenkov aren't recorded, but several people who were part of his inner circle at the time expressed their belief in off-the-record interviews that Derushenkov was a provocateur whose real mission was to spy on Che. Many in the Kremlin, especially after the missile crisis, feared that Cuba's escalating support for guerrilla adventures, which everyone knew was being spearheaded by Che, might drag the Soviet Union into a new confrontation with the United States. After the crisis, there was concern over what the Cubans might do. Georgy Kornienko, Ambassador Anatoly Dobrynyn's deputy at the Washington embassy during the crisis, said, "We didn't want our relations with the US complicated further because of those activities." Fedor Berlatsky, a former advisor to Khrushchev, said that in senior circles of the Soviet Central Committee, opinion was divided between officials who supported Che and a more predominant group who distrusted him. Berlatsky counted himself among the latter group. "We disliked Che's position. He became an example for adventurers, which could have provoked a confrontation between the USSR and the U.S." Berlatsky said the view that Che was a dangerous character took on added weight because of his remarks after the missile crisis, when he told the Soviets that they should have used their missiles. It was a sentiment that Fidel had also expressed privately, but Che had said so publicly, and whereas Fidel soon modified his rhetoric, few doubted that Che meant what he said. Che echoed the sentiments of many Cubans, but his words were embarrassing since they came from such a high-level revolutionary figure. More pointedly, they echoed Beijing's accusation that the Soviets had capitulated to Washington. That's why Che was seen as dangerous, as against our own strategy, Berlatsky said. But there was still some sympathy for him, he acknowledged. There was a romantic aura around him, he reminded people of the Russian Revolution. Opinion was divided. Some compared him to Trotsky, or to some of the Bolshevik terrorists. Advisors of Khrushchev like Mikhail Sislov, who described themselves as revolutionaries, had sympathy for Che. The opposition to Che took on real vigor with regard to his guerrilla expeditions in Peru and Argentina. It was spearheaded by Victorio Codavilla's powerful Argentine Communist Party. Kiva Majdanek, an eminent Soviet Communist Party analyst of Latin American affairs, was well aware of the Argentine lobby in Moscow against Che, and its repercussions. She said that the Argentine party accused Che of being an adventurer, pro-Chinese, and a Trotskyite. This offended Che a great deal, Majdanek said. But the view took on weight here, especially in the Latin America section of the Central Committee. Anything to the left of the Soviet line was considered pro-Chinese and pro-Trotskyite. The USSR began to incline toward the Latin American communist parties. Beginning in 1964, the Latin American area was seen less as a battleground between the US and the USSR and more as a war of influence between China and the USSR. Che had continued to test the limits of Soviet tolerance. In September 1963, emboldened by Fidel's Second Havana Declaration, decreeing the inevitability of revolution in Latin America, which he had begun to cite as the guiding philosophy of the Cuban Revolution, Che had outlined his call for continental guerrilla war in an ideologically refined sequel to his guerrilla warfare how-to manual. The sequel was called Guerrilla Warfare, a Method. In a rebuke to the Latin American Communist Party's claims to leadership in the struggle of their countries, Che wrote, "To be the vanguard of the party means to be at the forefront of the working class through the struggle for achieving power. It means to know how to guide this fight through shortcuts to victory." He bolstered his argument with a quote from Fidel: "The subjective conditions in each country, the factors of revolutionary consciousness, of organization, of leadership, can accelerate or delay revolution, depending on the state of their development. Sooner or later, in each historic epoch, as objective conditions ripen, consciousness is acquired, organization is achieved, leadership arises, and revolution is produced." Something palpably new had emerged in Che's call to arms. There was less reliance on the old communist euphemism armed struggle, in favor of the far more candid violence. Violence is not the monopoly of the exploiters, and as such the exploited can use it, too, and, what is more, ought to use it when the moment arrives. We should not fear violence, the midwife of new societies, but violence should be unleashed at that precise moment in which the leaders have found the most favorable circumstances. Guerrilla warfare is not passive self-defense, it is defense with attack. It has as its final goal the conquest of political power. The equilibrium between oligarchic dictatorship and popular pressure must be changed. The dictatorship tries to function without resorting to force. Thus we must try to oblige the dictatorship to resort to violence, thereby unmasking its true nature as the dictatorship of the reactionary social classes. In order to outwit the Yankees, who would do all they could to divide, conquer, and repress the rebelling peoples, the revolution in Latin America must be of a continental nature. The unity of the repressive forces must be met with the unity of the popular forces. In all countries where oppression reaches intolerable proportions, the banner of rebellion must be raised, and this banner of historical necessity will have a continental character. As Fidel stated, the Cordilleras of the Andes will be the Sierra Maestra of Latin America, and the immense territories which this continent encompasses will become the scene of a life-or-death struggle against imperialism. This means that it will be a protracted war, it will have many fronts, and it will cost much blood and countless lives for a long period of time. This is a prediction. We make it with the conviction that history will prove us right. The rich nation of Argentina had long been coveted by the Kremlin, and leaders of the Argentine Communist Party received preferential treatment in Moscow and wielded an unusual degree of influence over Soviet policy in Latin America. With few exceptions, The other regional parties lent their voices to the Argentine position, and by late 1963 their message was the same: Che was intervening in their countries and had to be reined in. There was a whole group of comrades who were of the opinion that we had to help the Cuban comrades become Marxists, true Marxists, because they weren't sufficiently prepared theoretically. Nikolai Metutsov, Party Secretary Yuri Andropov's deputy in charge of relations with the non-European socialist states, said. Among some leaders in the Central Committee department where I worked, there was an opinion that we had to embrace our Cuban friends as strongly as possible, to squeeze them so they would not be able to breathe. Metutsov, whose last foreign post had been Beijing, was dispatched to Havana. For me, for Andropov, for Khrushchev, of course, and other members of the Politburo, the first thing was to clarify the theoretical and ideological positions of the Cuban leaders, Metutsov said. It was imperative in particular, he said, to determine their positions on what he called the theoretical problems of the global revolutionary process, a euphemism for the rivalry between Beijing and Moscow. Metutsov traveled to Cuba at the end of 1963 in a Soviet delegation led by Nikolai Podgorny, president of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet. When he spoke about his mission many years later, he made it clear that neither Fidel nor Raúl was really the issue. We knew about the process by which they had come to Marxism, how sincere their comprehension of Marxism was. We knew that in essence Fidel was a liberal bourgeois democrat, and we knew that his brother Raúl was closer to the communists and was in the party. Now, about Che Guevara, he seemed to me to be the most prepared theoretically of all the political leadership. That, of course, was the problem. Che had been the guiding hand in moving Fidel towards socialism, to his relationship with the Soviet Union, and now he had become the revolution's foremost revolutionary heretic, an enfant terrible with international aspirations. During his visit, Metutsov had many conversations with Che, but it was one all-night talk they had together, early in January of 1964, that Metutsov recalled in special detail. They sat talking until dawn in the library of the Soviet ambassador's residence and, when they had finished, took a swim together in the pool. The conversation began with a reproach by him, Metutsov recalled. He said he had heard that in the Soviet Union, in the party Central Committee, Che Guevara was considered to be pro-Chinese, that is, that he was the person proposing Maoist tendencies within the leadership. And of course, this was the most acute question. Metutsov said that Che then began explaining why he wasn't a Maoist. I said, Che, believe me, someone is weaving a spiderweb. In our party no such attitude toward you exists, someone is trying to sow discord between us. As he spoke, trying to reassure the younger man, Metutsov said he began to experience a strange sensation. A jowly, beetle-browed man with huge ears and pale blue eyes, Metutsov found himself falling in love with Che. I told him, you know, I'm a little older than you, but I like you, I like above all your looks. And I confessed my love for him because he was a very attractive young man. I knew his defects, from all the papers, all the information we had, but when I was talking to him, when we dealt with one another, we joked, we laughed, and we talked about less than serious things, and I forgot about his defects. I felt attracted to him, do you understand? It was as if I wanted to get away, to separate myself, but he attracted me, you see. He had very beautiful eyes. Magnificent eyes, so deep, so generous, so honest, a stare that was so honest that somehow, one could not help but feel it, and he spoke very well, he became inwardly excited, and his speech was like that, with all of this impetus, as if his words were squeezing you. Snapping out of his romantic reverie, Metutsov said that as Che spoke, he became convinced that he was sincere. He said that according to his ideological and theoretical convictions as a Marxist he was closer to us than to the Chinese, and he asked me to keep this in mind, to let my comrades know that he was a true friend of the Soviet Union and the Leninist Party. Still, Metutsov went away with an appraisal that escaped easy definition. Externally one could truly say that, yes, Che Guevara was contaminated by Maoism because of his Maoist slogan that the rifle can create the power. And certainly he can be considered a Trotskyite because he went to Latin America to stimulate the revolutionary movement, but in any case I think these are external signs, superficial ones, and that deep down, what was most profound in him was his aspiration to help man on the basis of Marxism-Leninism. Che's peculiarity, Matutsov noted, was his personal commitment to the revolutionary cause. He understood that his nickname, Che, had become the expression of his personality. In our conversations I had the impression that he knew that his portrait already hung on history's walls, the history of the national liberation movement. He was sufficiently intelligent to understand this, without arrogance, and meanwhile he remained a normal person, looking for ways with his comrades to build socialism in Cuba and to make that historical portrait of his more relevant, more permanent. The issue of Che's support for the armed struggle may have been a source of worry for some of his comrades on the Central Committee, but Matutsov denied that it was perceived as one by the Kremlin leadership or by Khrushchev personally. Was the Soviet Union interested in developing the global revolutionary movement? Yes. So what was wrong if Cuba helped and lent its portion of support? It all went into the same piggy bank. Even as Matutsov and Che had their nocturnal conversation, Fidel was preparing to make a return visit to the Soviet Union. On January 2, 1964, on the 5th anniversary of the revolution and the eve of his trip, he gave a lengthy address to the Cuban people. He spoke with enthusiasm about the future of Cuba's economy and lauded Cuba's partnership with the Soviet Union. He reiterated Cuba's support for the policy of peaceful coexistence and Cubans' desire to live in peace with any country, whatever its political system, including the United States. Fidel's speech was clearly intended for American ears. Only 2 months earlier, he and President Kennedy had been edging toward a behind-the-scenes détente, sending exploratory messages back and forth with a view to normalizing relations, when Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas. He was sending a clear signal that he hoped the new American president, Lyndon Johnson, would resume the abruptly severed initiative. Fidel came back from Moscow with a generous new 6-year, 24-million-ton sugar agreement in one hand, and a joint Soviet-Cuban communiqué in the other. This time, he had gone all the way. Cuba and the Soviet Union rejected factional and sectarian activity in the world communist movement, they agreed on Moscow's terms for unity, and, pointedly, Cuba was ready to do whatever is necessary to establish good neighborly relations with the United States of America, based upon the principles of peaceful coexistence. Khrushchev praised this new Cuban orientation, which would help consolidate peace and relax international tensions. To Maurice Halperin, an American political scientist and economist who was then teaching in Cuba at Che's invitation, the document Fidel had signed in Moscow was unequivocal. The endorsement of the Soviet line vis-a-vis China was enormously strengthened by Fidel's signature on a document enjoying the status of a joint communiqué, he said. At the same time, the message to the United States and to Latin America, for that matter, was clear. Castro offered to negotiate an accommodation with Washington, Khrushchev approved, and the unavoidable inference for Latin America was that Castro was prepared to abandon the Latin American Revolution for the sake of an accommodation. Of course, like most of Fidel's passionately stated positions, it was a public posture, one he would revise before long, and then continue to revise in future years. As for his affirmation of support for peaceful coexistence, it was largely intended as a statement of intent to use as a bargaining chip in hope for negotiations with Washington. At that very moment, Cuban arms and personnel were directly involved in a number of conflicts in Latin America and at least one in Africa. Massetti's men were prowling the Oran jungle, Hector Bajar's guerrilla column was busily rainfiltrating Peru, and it had been only 2 months since Venezuelan authorities had captured a shipment of 300 tons of weapons sent from Cuba for the guerrillas there. Cuba's former revolutionary police chief, Ifigenio Amigiras, and other Cuban military men were in Algeria, secretly helping command an armored battalion in the border war that had broken out with Morocco. To Che, the term peaceful coexistence was anathema, mere appeasement of the imperialist system dressed up in diplomatic language. For the moment, he kept his mouth shut, but there was no longer any doubt that his and Fidel's paths had begun to diverge. Fidel's goal was to consolidate Cuba's economic well-being and his own political survival, and for that he was willing to compromise. Che's mission was to spread the socialist revolution. The time for him to leave Cuba was drawing near. He put great store in Jorge Ricardo Massetti's abilities to give him the opportunity to do just that. In February 1964, Alberto Castellanos returned to the war zone from Córdoba. He was overweight and out of shape after spending a month in the city drinking beer and eating well. On the 6-hour hike up to the guerrilla camp he fainted 3 times. When he arrived, he learned that Massetti had decided that the EGP was going to become active. The guerrillas were going to dar un pingazo, stick the dick in hard. The moment was timed to coincide with the 2nd anniversary of the military coup that had toppled Frondizi, March 18. Massetti's authoritarian streak had by then become frightening, his paranoia about potential deserters pathological. He was persecuting Henry Lerner, a young medical student from Córdoba who had arrived in camp the night of the execution of Pupi Rotblat. Lerner, like Rotblat, was a Jew, but at the time he didn't think there was a connection. The son of a veteran communist, and a doctrinaire self-described Stalinist at the time, he was proud of his fortitude and conviction, and he expected military discipline. But as Massetti's remarks toward him became increasingly hostile, and as he was singled out for especially punishing assignments, Lerner began to realize that Massetti thought he was inadequate as a guerrilla and was trying to break him. He despaired. At Christmas, the urban network had sent up a pile of delicacies for the guerrillas, and after dinner Lerner sat against a tree, smoking a cigarette and feeling nostalgic. His thoughts had turned to his family and the wife he had left back in the city, when Massetti crept up behind him. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Massetti demanded. When Lerner told him, Massetti said, "So, you're planning to desert, aren't you?" Lerner had heard about El Fusilado, and of course Pupi had been executed the night he arrived. In Massetti's view, to be suspected of even thinking about desertion was punishable by death. Ciro Bustos noticed the tension on his trips back to camp and became alarmed. He could see another Pupi situation developing. Lerner talked to Bustos privately and asked for his help. Bustos interceded, telling Massetti he was wrong. Lerner was a good Cuadro, committed to the cause, and definitely not a potential deserter. He urged Massetti to give Lerner a chance to prove himself, and Massetti finally agreed. He told Lerner to monitor the behavior of 2 other fighters he had singled out for punishment. One, Nardo, was a new arrival whose real name was Bernardo Growald. He was a 19-year-old Jewish bank clerk from Córdoba. He had almost immediately fallen apart in the harsh jungle and was exhibiting the same symptoms of distress that had finished off Pupi. Lerner had guided Nardo on his first hike up to the camp, and he recalled that the young man clearly had no idea what he was getting into. Nardo asked if we gave talks, if we had meetings, as if he was coming to some kind of flower show, Lerner said. He was done for after 2 days. He had flat feet, was frightened of going down slopes, and he began animalizing. It was truly repellent, and as the days went by he began physically to look more like an animal. To go down a hill he went down on his ass, walked on all 4s. He was dirty, unclean, and he was punished, given the hardest jobs, that kind of thing. The other detainee under observation was Grillo Frontini, a photographer and the son of a well-known and affluent Porteño lawyer. Grillo had been in charge of coordinating things for the EGP in Buenos Aires but had been profligate and careless with the organization's money. Massetti had ordered Bustos to bring him to the mountains to be tried. He placed both young men under arrest. Lerner was to guard them at a bivouac in the forest for a week. He was to watch them, talk to them, and determine whether or not they were trustworthy. Depending on what he reported back, there would be a summary trial to decide their fates. Massetti saw enemies all around him. He had become emotionally unpredictable. One moment he was euphoric, and the next he would plunge into a deep depression that could last for days. His sciatic nerve, injured in Algeria in his competitions with El Fusiladeur, hurt him terribly. Bustos was especially concerned for the fate of Nardo, and he said that he begged Massetti not to do anything until he could make arrangements for Nardo to be evacuated. He would find some people who could be trusted on a farm where Nardo could be kept in custody until it was safe to release him. Massetti promised he would wait. Meanwhile, Pyrenko had left on a special mission. He hadn't been the same since killing Pupi but had managed to conceal his anguish effectively. Having won Massetti's trust, he persuaded Massetti to let him return to Buenos Aires. A Cuban agent was supposed to arrive in Uruguay with a shipment of arms, and Pyrenko was to meet him and smuggle the arms across the Rio de la Plata in his family's yacht. Massetti wanted the arms for his new plan of action. The CGT, Argentina's huge Peronista-dominated workers' confederation, was planning a general strike against the Ilia government, which had given organized labor the cold shoulder. Massetti's idea was to get arms to Vasco Bengoquia's group and launch a series of coordinated lightning attacks against rural military targets in the area where the provinces of Salta and Tucumán joined. The EGP could advertise its presence and show support for Argentina's workers at the same time. The guerrillas would then escape, moving over the Andean Cordillera to a new base of operations to the south. Massetti had already carried out some initial exploration of the route. Their disappearance would throw off the security forces by creating the impression that the guerrillas were a much bigger force than they really were. It was a tactic Fidel and Che had employed with success in the early days of the Sierra War, and Massetti wanted to apply it now. He was also anxious to get organized. In February, he asked Bustos to make contact with Pyrenko in the city and find out how the preparations for the transfer of arms were going. Bustos went to Buenos Aires and arranged a meeting with Pyrenko. Pyrenko didn't show up. They arranged another encounter, another no-show. Finally, Pyrenko agreed to meet Bustos in the Belgrano train station. When Bustos arrived, he saw that Pyrenko, clearly afraid of being marked for an extreme measure, had taken precautions. Not only had he selected a public place to meet, he had several watchful friends stationed nearby, staking out the exits. Pyrenko told me he had agreed to meet to give me an explanation, Bustos recalled. He wanted to explain why he wasn't going back because he knew I would understand. Then he told me the whole story, about his breakdown, about how he had lost faith because of the murder of Pupi, and about how he knew the guerrilla thing went beyond the personality of Segundo, and that was what he respected and would maintain loyal to. He said, "I want to get out of here. I'm going to Europe. I give my word I won't say anything to anyone." While Bustos was away, Massetti broke his promise about Nardo. After spending his week with Nardo and Grillo, Lerner had returned with them to camp and reported to Massetti on their behavior. Grillo was recuperable, but there was nothing to be said about Nardo, whose behavior had worsened. Totally broken, he didn't talk, Lerner recalled. He got down on all fours, he dragged himself, poor thing, he wept, he masturbated. That was how he cleaned himself, like a primitive form of hygiene. Massetti ordered a trial for Nardo. Federico was the prosecutor, Hector was the defense lawyer, and Hermes played the role of tribunal president. Lerner recalled that they all sat around, like a chorus. Lerner's memory blocked out much of the trial, which lasted 10 or 15 minutes, but he remembered feeling that Nardo had decided to inculpate himself because he said nothing to rebut the charge that if they freed him and he was caught by the police, he would tell all he knew. The verdict was, of course, a foregone conclusion and was quickly delivered. He was condemned to death, Lerner said, told that he would be shot by a firing squad, for not complying with the revolutionary laws. Massetti decided that he would be shot at dawn the next day, February 19, and that the newest volunteers would form the Pelotón de Fusilamiento, to toughen them up. The grave was dug and Nardo was shot beside it. Lerner stood to one side watching. At the last minute, when the order to fire came, he saw Nardo swell out his chest. He looked straight ahead, he didn't tremble, he didn't fall on his knees, he didn't ask for anything, Lerner recalled. Afterward, nobody said a word. We all tried to hide from ourselves, Lerner said. Massetti acted as if nothing had happened. Nardo was buried, his grave covered over, life went on. The veil of suspicion that had hung over Lerner was now lifted and Massetti's treatment of him improved. It was only many years later that he came to grips with the fact that he himself had come very close to becoming one of Massetti's victims. Lerner reflected on the fact that he, Miguel, Pupi, and Nardo were all Jews, and he wondered about Massetti's political origins as a student member of the ultranationalist and anti-Semitic Alianza Libertadora Nacionalista. When Bustos arrived back in camp he was upset about Nardo, but there was little to be done about it. They had bigger problems. He told Massetti about Pyrenko's desertion, but Massetti refused to believe him. Pyrenko was one of his golden boys, he wouldn't desert. He knew Pyrenko had a problem with his girlfriend, surely that was all it was, and Bustos had misunderstood him. He ordered Bustos to return to Buenos Aires and bring Pyrenko back with him. But it was too late, and not only for Pyrenko, who had, as promised, left for Europe and vanished. It was also too late for the Ejército Guerrillero del Pueblo. A few days after Bustos left again for the city, 5 new volunteers arrived, forwarded by a dissident Communist Party cell in Buenos Aires. 2 of them were undercover agents for the Argentine DIPA, the secret police. Their orders were to infiltrate the EGP, find its base, and return with information. The DIPA agents' infiltration coincided with the Gendarmeria's detection of the guerrillas' location. The group's supplier and courier in Salta, the young and cultured Enrique Belini had simply not been a believable provincial bookstore owner. He made too many unexplained trips out of town in his camioneta, and he was also too handsome for his own good. The local women chased him, he attracted attention. The gendarmes soon had the remote spot he drove to on the Salta-Oran road staked out. Now they sent their first reconnaissance patrol into the forest. Almost immediately, the soldiers stumbled into a group of guerrillas at the small supply camp where provisions were stored before being dispatched up to the main group in the mountains. Among them were Castellanos, Lerner, Grillo Frontini, and another guerrilla known as El Marcus. They claimed they were hunters, looking for wild turkeys in the bush. Nobody believed them. The 2 DIPA agents were also captured, but soon told the gendarmes their identity and what they had learned. More patrols were sent in, and gradually the EGP began to fall. By April 18, Che's advance patrol had been liquidated. Hermes was dead, ambushed by a patrol at a peasant's house. With him died Jorge, a philosophy student, their peasant host, and one of the ambushing soldiers. The rest of the guerrillas split up and tried to find a way across the mountains. They climbed and climbed. Before long they were in the cloud forest high in the mountains, at an altitude of more than 10,000 feet. They had no food. They could barely see because of the fog. 3 of the newcomers died of starvation in their sleep. Massetti, barely able to walk because of his injured back, was with Oscar Atilio Altamirano, one of the Argentine recruits, Hector Jauve, and Antonio Paul. He sent Hector and Antonio back to find the others. As they climbed down the mountain, Antonio fell off a high cliff above a river. Hector tried to catch him and fell, too. Antonio hit the rocks and broke his neck. Hector hit the water. He crawled over to where Antonio lay, gave him an injection of morphine, and stayed with him until he died. Within a few days the remaining survivors were captured. Belini and other members of the urban underground were caught and arrested in Jujuy, Oran, and Buenos Aires. Bustos and the members of the Córdoba network went into hiding, fleeing into Uruguay. Abelardo Colom Ibarra made it back to Cuba undetected. Nothing more was heard of Massetti and Atilio. Gendarmes combed the forest for them but came back empty-handed. By the end of April, there were 18 men in Oran's prison, among them Castellanos, Lerner, Frontini, and Federico and Hector Jauve. The group was hermetic and unrepentant. They acknowledged and defended their revolutionary goals, but kept silent about their Cuban links and even managed to keep the true identity of Che's bodyguard, Alberto Castellanos, a secret. The Cuban connection was soon uncovered, however. Hermes's diary was found, and, from the slang terms he used, police were able to determine that the dead man had been a Cuban. The Argentine security forces checked the origin of the arms seized and learned that their Belgian FAL automatic rifles were from a shipment sold by Fabrique Nationale to Cuba. Some dollars found on the guerrillas were also traced back to Cuba. As for their Soviet-issue weapons, Cuba was the only country in the hemisphere that these could have come from. The press speculated. Was Che Guevara the driving force behind the EGP? When Hermes Pina was revealed to have been one of his bodyguards, the connections were easily made. When the missing Comandante Segundo was identified as Jorge Ricardo Massetti and Che paid public homage to him as a heroic revolutionary, the question became academic. But neither Che nor anyone else involved in the adventure confirmed anything more specific than that. The whole episode of the guerrillas of Salta remains something of an enigma, a small incident that was quickly overtaken by larger, more dramatic events. Only a handful of people knew how important the episode had been to Che, or that Massetti's failure had altered the course of Che's life and of history. Massetti was never found, and his surviving companions believe there are only 3 possible explanations regarding his fate. One theory is that when Massetti realized it was all over, he and Attilio committed suicide. The second is that they starved to death. The third is that the gendarmes did find them, stole the estimated $20,000 Massetti had in his possession, and then murdered both men to keep the secret. Before long, the guerrillas were brought to trial. They had a good team of lawyers, including Grillo's father, Norberto Frontini, a left-wing lawyer from Córdoba named Horacio Lonati, Ricardo Rojo, and Gustavo Roca, but all the defendants received prison sentences, ranging from 4 to 14 years. Federico Mendez was given the longest sentence for his role as the prosecutor in Nardo's execution. Hector Jauve was given a dozen years for his part in the same trial. Castellanos and Lerner were each given sentences of 5 years. Their sentences would be appealed, but little could be done for them immediately. Che was devastated and bewildered by the news of his Foucault's nightmarish collapse. He learned about it while traveling in Europe, where he had gone to speak at the UN Conference on Trade and Development, which was held in Geneva at the end of March 1964. Afterward, he traveled to Paris, where Gustavo Roca met him and informed him of the unraveling disaster. After stopping briefly in Algiers and Prague, he returned to Cuba, arriving on April 18, the same day Hermes was killed. As the weeks passed and Massetti wasn't found, Che knew he was probably dead. It was a personal tragedy as well as a major setback to his carefully laid plans to launch the armed struggle in Argentina. Not only had Che lost 2 of his closest disciples Hermes and Massetti, but it was obvious that they hadn't heeded his warnings and had committed a number of errors that led to their discovery. Few people realized the depth of Che's longing for his homeland. An Argentine journalist, Rosa Maria Oliver, thought she had caught a glimpse of his feelings during a conversation they had in February 1963. They had been sipping mate together and talking nostalgically about their country when suddenly Che struck his knee with his hand and exclaimed, almost imploringly, "Enough, let's not talk about Argentina anymore." "Why, if you love it so?" Oliver asked. "For that very reason." Not long after the news of Massetti's disappearance, Alberto Granado went to see Che at his office. He looked depressed. Trying to cheer him up, Granado said, "Che, what's the matter? You've got the face of a dead dog." Che answered, "Pediso, here you see me, behind a desk, fucked, while my people die during missions I've sent them on." Che continued talking, wondering out loud why Hermes, an experienced guerrilla, hadn't followed his instructions to keep on the move. The group's mistake had been to stay in one place long enough for the Argentine gendarmes to find them. Continual movement was a cardinal rule of guerrilla warfare, and Hermes should have known better, even if Massetti didn't. That was why Che had sent him along, to lend a guerrilla veteran's instincts and expertise to the mission, and it hadn't helped. The failure of the guerrillas of Salta was a watershed for Che. Once again, good but inexperienced men had failed trying to test his theories of guerrilla warfare. It was plain that he would have to demonstrate personally that his ideas could work. Just as the Cuban Revolution had been able to count upon Fidel as a figure to rally around and unite disparate revolutionary forces into an effective fighting machine, the success of the Continental Revolution depended upon the physical presence of a recognized leader, and he was it. Che and Fidel in 1964. 26. The Long Goodbye. By the summer of 1964, Che had resolved to leave Cuba and return to the revolutionary battlefield. Achieving this goal became his great obsession. He was no longer indispensable in Cuba. The revolution was probably as secure as it would ever be. Although there were still plenty of overflights by U-2 spy planes and counter-revolutionary activities sponsored by the CIA, it seemed unlikely that the Americans would attack anytime soon. In return for the withdrawal of the Soviet nuclear missiles, President Kennedy had promised not to invade. A promise could always be broken, but Lyndon Johnson had his hands full with acrimonious civil rights issues, the upcoming presidential race, and the escalating conflict in Vietnam. Khrushchev now extolled Cuba as the daughter of the Soviet Union, and nobody chanted Nikita Mariquita in public in Havana anymore. Soviet aid flowed more generously than ever to the island. This meant that Cuba was more dependent than ever on Moscow, and the political atmosphere, from Che's point of view, was becoming claustrophobic. Latin America's mainline communist parties were furious about his export of the armed struggle to their countries. The Salta episode had outraged Victorio Codovilla, the Argentine Communist Party's venerable strongman, and he had vigorously condemned Massetti's FOCO, pointing out that the communists involved were radicals who had been expelled from the party. Needless to say, Peru's Communist Party and Mario Monge and his Bolivian comrades shared Codovilla's feelings. Like him, they had made their sentiments known in Moscow. Despite Che's reassurances, the consensus in the Kremlin was that he was a Maoist, a dangerous extremist, a Trotskyite. Sergo Mikoyan was in Geneva when Che was there for the UN Conference on Trade and Development, and he tried to arrange an informal get-acquainted meeting between Che and the Soviet Foreign Trade Minister, Nikolai Patalichev. When Mikoyan went to Che's hotel, he noticed that there were Chinese agents in the lobby. Che was happy to see him, immediately agreed to the meeting with Patalichev, and then asked, "Did you see any Chinese downstairs?" When Mikoyan said he had, Che nodded. "In Moscow you think I'm China's agent or connected to them, but I'm not. The truth is they follow me around all the time." They were watching who went up and down the elevator to his floor. But Che's protestations of innocence sounded disingenuous to most of the Soviet leadership. He had made no secret of his view that the Chinese displayed a truer socialist morality than the Soviets. His preference was well known among his aides. Orlando Borrego pointed out that the only Chinese technicians working in Cuba were attached to Che's ministry and worked for free, while the Soviets required salaries and housing, paid for out of the credits Moscow provided to Fidel's government. Che had allied himself time and again with the Chinese. Any attention he received from Beijing could be seen only as having been asked for. The suspicion had cast a pall over his work in Cuba and his dealings with some of his closest comrades, even Raúl Castro. Since the days in Mexico and the Sierra when Raúl had been Che's chief ally and had shown deference to him, their relationship had steadily deteriorated to the point of becoming adversarial. Some say that the turning point was the negotiations over the Soviet missiles in the summer of 1962, when Che had been called in to do clean-up duty after Raúl. As Che's own relations with Moscow soured, Raoul had become increasingly pro-Soviet and was reportedly given to cracking jokes about Che's being China's man in Cuba. Che was also engaged in a fierce, if fraternal, ideological debate over the direction and control of Cuba's economy. He advocated a budgetary finance system, whereby state-owned enterprises shared assets and resources communally instead of competing among themselves in the system of state capitalism practiced and advocated by the Soviet Union. His main opponents were Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, whom Fidel had put in charge of agriculture as the INRA chief, and Marcelo Fernandez, Che's old July 26 sparring partner, who was now at the Ministry for Foreign Trade. At the core of the ideological dispute was Che's insistence upon the application of moral incentives in addition to material incentives. The system employed in the Soviet Union had grown out of the new economic policy, NEP, adopted by Lenin in 1924 as a way of jump-starting the stagnant Soviet economy after the Civil War. It allowed for capitalist forms of competition between factories and individual workers as a means of increasing production. Che believed that the system prevented workers from achieving a true socialist regard for their labor, a regard that only moral incentives could achieve. This was the impetus behind his volunteer labor scheme, which was meant to demonstrate willingness to sacrifice for the common good. Also at issue was the direction of Cuba's economy. Che's dream of bringing about rapid industrialization in Cuba had soon bogged down. He accepted part of the blame himself for having moved too fast, with an unprepared workforce and insufficient resources, but there were other factors beyond his control: incompetence, lack of technical expertise, and often the poor quality of equipment and materials imported from the Soviet bloc. By mid-1964, with the new Soviet-Cuban sugar deal, and Khrushchev's offer to help invent a cane-cutting machine to mechanize Cuba's sugar harvests, it was fairly clear that agriculture, not industry, was what the future held for Cuba, and this undercut Che's dream of creating the new socialist man. Finally, Che was not a Cuban but an Argentine, and although he never said so publicly, he must have felt that Cuba was their country, after all. He had trained loyal cadres who believed in his methods, and they could carry on the battle in his absence, but it was time for him to leave the scene. Perhaps Che was also becoming aware of his age. He was now almost 36, he could still march and fight and lead men. If he waited much longer, it would be too late. The question was, where would he go? 2. The clandestine guerrilla infrastructure in South America had been shaken but not shattered by the fiasco in Salta. With the exception of Alberto Castellanos, the Bolivians and Cubans who were involved had come out unscathed, as had the urban underground in Córdoba, Buenos Aires, and other Argentine cities. Most of the damage had been limited to the guerrillas themselves and to their immediate support network in Salta. Even as Massetti's column collapsed, Che had deployed an important new asset, Tanya, as Tamara Bunk was now known. She had adopted the nom de guerre when a mission was proposed to her by Barbara Roja Pinero in the spring of 1963. She selected the name in honor of the Soviet guerrilla fighter Zoja Kosmodem-Janskaja, aka Tanya, who was captured, tortured, and hanged by the Nazis in 1941. When Tanya had finished her espionage training, in March 1964, Che summoned her to his office at the Ministry of Industries. One of Pinero's top agents, whose pseudonym was Rená Montero, was with him. Rená had participated in several missions, including the ill-fated Nicaraguan guerrilla expedition with Rodolfo Romero in 1959. Che informed Tanya that he wanted her to go to Bolivia, to be his deep cover agent there. She would establish a false identity and become acquainted with as many of the country's leaders as she could. She would remain indefinitely, to be activated when the right moment came. According to Pinero, Tanya had been selected for Bolivia because, among her other talents, she spoke German, which would be useful for penetrating Bolivia's influential German émigré community. He said she was not informed that Che eventually planned to join her there. Tanya left the meeting with a feeling of pride. Che had recognized her merits and assigned her a vital role in the Continental Revolution. Shortly afterward, She left Cuba in disguise to travel around Western Europe and acquaint herself with places associated with her false identity, her leyenda. For about 6 months, Tanya traveled under various passports and different assumed identities that had been concocted for her by her Cuban handlers. She journeyed to West Germany and Italy, but spent most of her time at various safe houses in Czechoslovakia. Eventually, it was decided that she would become Laura Gutierrez Bauer, an Argentine who had lived for some years in Germany. Following the meeting with Tanya, Che summoned Ciro Bustos to Havana for a debriefing and to issue him new instructions. Since the Massetti debacle, Bustos had been engaged in mopping up while waiting for his marching orders. With the help of the academics in Córdoba, he had put together the legal defense team for the prisoners and had smuggled Abelardo Colom Ibarra and 2 other conspirators, Petiso Belomo and Hector Jauve's brother Emilio, to Montevideo, Uruguay, where he rented a safe house. Most significantly, Bustos had orchestrated the transfer of arms to 2 independent groups from the weapons caches intended for the Salta Foco. One of the groups was the Argentine Trotskyist splinter faction of Vasco Bengochea, which intended to open a new foco in Tucumán province, and the other was a nascent group led by Raúl Sendic, the leader of the Uruguayan Caneros, a leftist movement of sugarcane cutters. Bustos's meeting with the latter was cloaked in clandestine drama. Sendic asked to meet with me through some contacts of Petiso Belomo, Bustos recalled. The meeting took place one Sunday afternoon on a beach of El Cerro, on the industrial outskirts of Montevideo. He was disguised as a poor old fisherman and I as a solitary stroller. Beyond, not far away, some youths his guys played soccer on the beach. A little closer, was El Gordo Emilio, Hector's brother, serving as my backup fisherman. Sendic questioned me extensively on the reasons for the Salta failure and asked me for 2 things, a training course in security and some irons arms. Bustos agreed to train one of Sendic's men in the basics of security and espionage. 3 decades later, Bustos observed with some irony that his student had become a well-known and respected economist working for the Uruguayan government. He also authorized Emilio to transfer part of the EG peace arms cache in Uruguay to Sendic's group. Bustos's decision to aid the Uruguayans was much more significant than he realized at the time. From this humble beginning, Sendic's organization soon became renowned as the sophisticated Tupamaro urban guerrilla movement, whose actions would shake Uruguayan society to the core. For his meeting in Havana with Che, Bustos traveled with Pancho Arrico, editor of Pasado y Presente and the ideological mentor of the Córdoba support group. Arrico was the only one of the group who had gone to see Massetti in the mountains. Since then he had become convinced, as had his colleagues, Oscar del Barco and Hector Toto Schmuckler, that Che's Foco theory wouldn't work in Argentina. Pancho went to Cuba to see Che, carrying our critical views, that we thought the rural guerrilla thing wouldn't work tactically, Schmuckler recalled. But when he got there, he couldn't open his mouth. Che talked for 2 or 3 hours, and Pancho didn't say anything. Afterward, Arrico told his friends that once he was sitting in front of Che, he was overcome by the force of Che's presence and arguments and was too intimidated to contradict anything. It was Che, he said. Bustos, who met with Che several times to go over what had happened in Salta and to decide on a new plan of action, had a similar story. Che said he could not fathom why some of the men had starved to death. Bustos tried to explain the conditions of the jungle around Oran, an area with virtually no peasants and no food, the difficulties of hunting, how at one point the guerrillas had shot a tapir but found it impossible to eat because the meat simply decomposed. When I told him that, Che said no, they should have boiled it longer, so that the acids converted or something, and then it would have been fine. Che believed firmly that the creation of a rural guerrilla foco was possible if it were done correctly. Bustos had his doubts, but unlike Arrico he had not lost all hope. Any new attempt, he felt, should concentrate on building up infrastructure, spread out over several zones to ensure survival. The guerrillas couldn't expect to live off the land by hunting, nor could they rely, as Massetti's group had, on a flow of canned goods from the city, with pickup trucks coming and going suspiciously in a pattern that ultimately alerted the police. They needed to blend into an area and be as self-sufficient as possible. Bustos said that Che agreed with him. He told me, tie things up well here, then go back and put your plan in action. Start working with the people. Make use of the communist and Peronist splinter groups, and let's see what develops. Bustos understood that he was to work with whichever group was willing to embark on the armed struggle, and simultaneously to try to forge a coordinated national guerrilla front. There was to be no politico-military commander named for now, no imminent call up to the mountains. The preparatory work was of indefinite duration. One very big obstacle to all this was going to be money. Bustos said that Che didn't give him a budget as such but did provide him with some help. They discussed fundraising, and Bustos mentioned an expropriation strategy advocated by some of his action-minded comrades, robbing banks. It was the same proposal Che had made when he arrived to take command of the revolutionary forces in Las Villas in late 1958, but this was a different situation. Cuba had been in a full-fledged state of civil war, and Che had been in command personally. Conditions weren't the same in Argentina, and he didn't want things to get out of hand there before the insurrection had taken root. Che ruled out the bank robbery scheme. Not at this stage, he told Bustos. If you start out by robbing banks you end up as a bank robber. Before leaving, Bustos saw Colom Ibarra, Ariel, and Poppy, and they worked out logistics, entry lines and contact points for receiving and sending messages, people, and money to and from Havana. Uruguay, one of the last countries in Latin America to maintain diplomatic relations with Cuba, would remain their relay station for the time being. On May 20, while he was still in Cuba, Bustos received a cable informing him of an explosion on Calle Posadas in downtown Buenos Aires. Vasco Bengochea and 4 of his men had been making bombs on the 6th floor of an apartment building and had blown themselves to pieces. That was the end of the Tucumán group. It was another setback, but Bustos recalled that Che seemed fairly unperturbed about the incident. After Bustos's departure, Che and Fidel had a temporary falling out over strategy. In the midst of sharpening language from the Johnson administration, which tightened trade sanctions and renewed measures by the OAS to isolate Cuba, Fidel embarked on an appeasement offensive. In July, he gave a series interviews to a correspondent for the New York Times, Richard Eder, in which he obliquely offered to end Cuba's support for Latin America's revolutionary movements if the hostilities against Cuba ceased. For Fidel, it was a matter of realpolitik. He had learned his lesson in the art of quid pro quo the hard way by watching Khrushchev during and after the missile crisis. Khrushchev had pursued talks with Washington and signed a nuclear test ban treaty in August 1963. Fidel hinted strongly to Eder that he had received advice from the Soviet Union for his gesture, and he made it clear that he hoped Johnson would defeat the conservative Republican, Senator Barry Goldwater, in the upcoming presidential election. He looked forward to resuming with Johnson the exploratory talks about détente that had begun with John Kennedy. The day after Fidel's remarks were published, the State Department released a statement flatly rejecting his olive branch. There could be no negotiations with Cuba as long as it was tied to the Soviet Union and continued to promote subversion in Latin America. Fidel maintained an unusually diplomatic silence despite the rebuff. He even managed to avoid provocation when, on July 19, a Cuban soldier was killed by a gunshot fired by an American from within the Guantanamo base. Raúl spoke at the huge funeral that was held for the dead man and made clear that he was following his brother's cue. The shot fired, he said, was aimed at Cuba and at President Johnson and against the cause of peace. If Goldwater was elected, there would be war. Within a few days, however, Che made his own uncompromising views public. On July 24, speaking at a factory in Santa Clara, he reminded his listeners that it was their common duty to fight imperialism whenever it appears and with all the weapons at our disposal. It didn't matter, he said, who the Americans elected as their president, the enemy was the same. This was the closest Che had ever come to a public rebuttal of the doctrine espoused by El Jefe Maximo, and if Fidel took him to task, he did so behind closed doors. 2 days later, the OAS voted to impose mandatory sanctions on Cuba and ordered all those member states that had not severed ties with Cuba to do so. One holdout, Brazil, had already broken off relations in May, and now the stragglers followed suit. In August, Bolivia and Chile broke off ties. They were followed in September by Uruguay. Mexico was the only nation that refused to go along with the ruling. On July 26, as Washington enjoyed its victory, Fidel reiterated his offer of détente. In return for a normalization of relations with its neighbors, Cuba was willing to live within accepted norms of international law. If attaining peace meant giving up Cuba's material aid to other revolutionaries, so be it, as long as the gesture was reciprocated. Leaving no doubt that his overture was within the framework of the Soviet Union's existing foreign policy of peaceful coexistence, he concluded, "Our position is that we are disposed to live in peace with all the countries, all the states, of this continent, irrespective of social systems. We are disposed to live under a system of international norms to be complied with on an equal basis by all countries." That was Fidel's carrot to the Americans, and then came the face-saving stick. The people of Cuba warned that if the pirate attacks proceeding from North American territory and other countries of the Caribbean basin do not cease, as well as the dispatch of agents, arms, and explosives to Cuban territory, the people of Cuba will consider that they have an equal right to aid with all the resources at their command the revolutionary movements in all those countries that engage in similar intervention in the internal affairs of our fatherland. There was no question that Fidel was gingerly offering terms for peace, but, as with Che's overture at Punta del Este in 1961, his gesture was perceived by U.S. policymakers as a sign of weakness, and once again they spurned it. Fidel's placating speech and the OAS ruling put the Americans in a triumphalist mood. The pressure on Cuba was showing results, and by keeping it up they could finally finish Castro off. They were, of course, quite wrong. Fidel returned to the path of confrontation advocated so unstintingly by Che. Outside events greatly aided his turnaround. On August 5, American planes began bombing North Vietnam in retaliation for alleged attacks by Hanoi's gunboats against American naval forces in the Gulf of Tonkin. 2 days later, Congress gave Johnson the green light to escalate U.S. military involvement in Vietnam. The Vietnam War, as it would become known to the Americans, had begun in earnest. Cuba issued a ringing denunciation of the American bombing, calling for unity in the global socialist camp to defend Vietnam against Yankee imperialist aggression. The crisis in Vietnam afforded a grand opportunity to repair the socialist fraternity that had been damaged by the feud between China and the Soviet Union. On August 15, at an awards ceremony for outstanding communist workers who had set records for volunteer labor, Che reassured Cubans that, for all their increased isolation, they were now part of an expanding international community of revolutionary states. In those Latin American nations that had aligned themselves with Washington's policy of containment, revolutionary armed struggles would triumph and extend the socialist alliance still farther. "It does not matter if these are the times when the bad winds blow," Che said, "when the threats increase from day to day, when the pirate attacks are unleashed against us and against other countries of the world. It does not matter if we are threatened with Johnson or Goldwater, it does not matter that everyday imperialism is more aggressive. The people have decided to fight for their liberty and to keep the liberty they have won. They will not be intimidated by anything. And together we shall build a new life, together because we are together, we here in Cuba, in the Soviet Union, or over there in the People's Republic of China, or in Vietnam fighting in Southern Asia." Che reminded his audience that in Latin America, there were two revolutionary struggles in Guatemala and Venezuela which were making progress, inflicting defeat after defeat on imperialism. Throughout Africa, national liberation movements were ascendant. In the former Belgian Congo, the inheritors of Patrice Lumumba's revolutionary example were still fighting and would inevitably win. In the Portuguese colony of Guinea, the Liberation Army led by Amilcar Cabral already controlled half the national territory. Soon, it too would be free, as would Angola. Zanzibar had recently won its independence, and Che unrepentantly acknowledged that Cuba had played a part in that happy outcome. Zanzibar is our friend and we gave them our small bit of assistance, our fraternal assistance, our revolutionary assistance at the moment when it was necessary. But Che was now ready to go farther than he ever had before in public. He invoked the specter of an atomic apocalypse. He said it was a real prospect, given the inevitability of confrontation between the liberation movements and the forces of imperialism, which could unleash a nuclear war through an error of calculation. Thousands of people will die everywhere, but the responsibility will be theirs, the imperialists, and their people will also suffer. But that should not worry us. We as a nation know we can depend upon the great strength of all the countries of the world that make up the socialist bloc and of the peoples who fight for their liberation, and on the strength and cohesion of our people, on the decision to fight to the last man, to the last woman, to the last human being capable of holding a gun. If anyone had missed his point, which he had reiterated and refined over time, Che had said it again, in starker terms. The global battle against imperialism was a struggle between two diametrically opposed historical forces, and there was no sense in protracting the people's agony through doomed attempts to forge tactical short-term alliances with the enemy. The root causes of the problems would remain and inevitably lead to conflict. Moderation ran the risk of giving the enemy an opening where he could seize an advantage. History, science, and justice were on the side of socialism, therefore, it must wage the necessary war to win, whatever the consequences, including nuclear war. Che did not shrink from that outcome, and he was telling others they should not, either. Many would die in the revolutionary process, but the survivors would emerge from the ashes of destruction to create a new, just world order. For all this to take place, the emergence of the new socialist man was essential. A true revolutionary consciousness was the crucial ingredient to bring about a new society. He had begun his speech by quoting from a poem by the Spaniard Leon Felipe, describing the tragedy of human toil. No one has been able to dig the rhythm of the sun, no one has yet cut an ear of corn with love and grace. I quote these words because today we could tell that great desperate poet to come to Cuba to see how man, after passing through all the stages of capitalist alienation, and after being considered a beast of burden harnessed to the yoke of the exploiter, has rediscovered his way and has found his way back to play. Today in our Cuba, everyday work takes on new meaning. It is done with new happiness. And we could invite him to our cane fields so that he might see our women cut the cane with love and grace, so that he might see the virile strength of our workers, cutting the cane with love, so that he might see a new attitude toward work, so that he might see that what enslaves man is not work but rather his failure to possess the means of production. When society arrives at a certain stage of development and is capable of initiating the harsh struggle, of destroying the oppressive power, of destroying its strong arm the army, and of taking power, then man once again regains the old sense of happiness in work, the happiness of fulfilling a duty, of feeling himself important within the social mechanism. He becomes happy to feel himself a cog in the wheel, a cog that has its own characteristics and is necessary, though not indispensable, to the production process, a conscious cog, a cog that has its own motor, and that consciously tries to push itself harder and harder to carry to a happy conclusion one of the premises of the construction of socialism, creating a sufficient quantity of consumer goods for the entire population. Che's habit of referring to the people, the workers, as bits of machinery affords a glimpse of his emotional distance from individual reality. He had the coldly analytical mind of a medical researcher and a chess player. The terms he employed for individuals were reductive, while the value of their labor in the social context was idealized, rendered lyrically. It was a conceptual mode that had parallels in his life. Che had found meaning in his identity as a revolutionary within the large family of socialism. Fraternal guerrilla life was the crucible of his own transformation. The communist consciousness he had attained was an elusive, abstract, and even unwanted state of being for many people. however even those who believed themselves to be socialists and who happily echoed his shout, "Freedom or death." Willingness to sacrifice material comforts and life itself for the cause was a state of mind most men and women had not achieved, and they probably had little interest in trying. Also, of course, the happy global socialist fraternity of which he spoke was in fact a house bitterly divided. In Cuba itself, the ill feeling caused by the purging of sectarianism had officially been put to rest after Fidel's rapprochement with the Soviet Union, but it had not gone away. Aníbal Escalante was moldering in exile in Moscow, but some of his comrades retained influence with Fidel. The previous March, while Che was in Geneva, a former PSP man named Marcos Rodriguez went on trial after being accused of having betrayed some of his comrades to Batista's police in 1957. Because of Rodriguez's links to senior old communists, the event at first took on the appearance of a purge trial. Fidel intervened, and a new trial was held. The honor of the communists was restored, and Marcos Rodriguez, now portrayed as a twisted, resentful loner, was executed by firing squad. Che had managed to avoid any association with the unsavory proceedings. His distaste for the Communist Party's sectarianism was well known, and he had consistently made a home at the Ministry of Industries for purged or disgraced revolutionaries, whether they were victims of the old communists' chauvinism or casualties of Fidel's own sometimes fickle purges. He had helped Enrique Oltiski, his old July 26 rival, after Oltiski was ousted as communications minister under communist pressure in 1961. And he had removed Jorge Massetti from harm's way after Massetti alienated the PSP faction at Prensa Latina. Alberto Mora, the son of one of the martyrs of the Directorio's assault on the palace, became an advisor at the ministry when he was ousted by Fidel as the Minister of Foreign Commerce in mid-1964, even though Mora was one of the most outspoken critics of Che's economic policies. Another recipient of Che's assistance was the poet and writer Gilberto Padilla, who was an old friend of Alberto Mora's. Padilla had worked in the New York and London offices of Prensa Latina and in Havana for Revolución under Carlos Franqui and for its now defunct literary supplement, Lunes de Revolución, which was edited by the novelist Guillermo Cabrera Infante. Perceived as troublesome nonconformists in Cuba's increasingly repressive intellectual climate, Franqui and Cabrera Infante had been sent into diplomatic exile in Europe. Padilla had just finished a stint at the Spanish-language edition of the Soviet magazine Moscow News and was well aware of the intrigues and authoritarianism that had begun to stifle cultural freedom in Cuba. In spite of his own doubts and Franqui's warnings, Padilla decided to go home. Mora arranged for him to meet with Che, who was an admirer of his poetry. Mora was still Minister of Foreign Commerce then and was engaged in a collegial dispute with Che over the economy. Since Padilla had returned with a jaundiced view of what he had seen in the Soviet Union, Mora wanted him to speak to Che. Padilla and Mora found Che in the midst of a bout of asthma. He was shirtless and prostrate on the floor of his office, trying to regulate his breathing, and he remained there as his visitors began talking. He cut off Padilla's critical appraisal of the Soviet Union right away, saying, "I must tell you I don't need to listen to what you have to say because I already know all of that is a pigsty. I saw it myself." Che said that China, not Russia, was the model to be studied. The Chinese were making a genuine effort toward the realization of communism. Many people criticize me because they say I put too much emphasis on sacrifice, but sacrifice is fundamental to a communist education, he said. The Chinese understand that very well, much better than the Russians do. At the end of their talk, Che urged Mora to give Padilla a job in the Ministry of Foreign Commerce. "These are not good times for journalism," he remarked laconically. Padilla became the Director General of a department that dealt with cultural matters. When Mora was fired and arranged to leave Cuba on a grant to study political economy with the French Marxist economist Charles Bettelheim, with whom Che had also been debating economic theory, Padilla also arranged to leave, obtaining a post as a roving emissary for the ministry, based in Prague. Before they left, Padilla and Mora went to see Che again. Mora was unhappy and couldn't conceal it. He explained that he felt depressed when he woke up in the morning. Che walked up to Alberto slowly, Padilla recalled, put his hands on his shoulders, and shook him, looking straight into his eyes. I live like someone torn in two, 24 hours a day, completely torn in two, and I haven't got anybody to tell it to. Even if I did, they would never believe me. It was a poignant moment of personal revelation for Che, a rare expression of the incredible stress he endured to maintain the persona of an exemplary communist revolutionary. His father, usually so myopic about Che, had nonetheless perceived this when he wrote that Escobedo had brutalized his own sensitivities to become a revolutionary. His mother once told the Uruguayan journalist Eduardo Galeano that from the time of his asthmatic childhood, her son had always lived trying to prove to himself that he could do everything he couldn't do, and in that way he had polished his amazing willpower. Celia told Galeano that she teased Che for being intolerant and fanatical, and explained that his actions were motivated by a tremendous necessity for totality and purity. Thus, Galeano wrote, he had become the most puritanical of the Western revolutionary leaders. In Cuba, he was the Jacobin of the revolution. Watch out, here comes Che, warned the Cubans, joking but serious at the same time. All or nothing, this refined intellectual must have waged exhausting battles against his own doubt-nagged conscience. Galeano met with Che in August 1964 and thought he noted symptoms of impatience. Che was not a desk man, he said. He was a creator of revolutions. He was not, or was in spite of himself, an administrator. Somehow, that tension of a caged lion that his apparent calm betrayed had to explode. He needed the Sierra. Galeano may have written this appraisal with the benefit of hindsight, but it was accurate nonetheless. As they spoke, Che was searching for a way back to the battlefield, even as he worked himself to the point of exhaustion on Cuba's industrial economy. Several possibilities existed. Besides the insurgent groups in Guatemala, Venezuela, and Nicaragua, there was now a Cuban-backed guerrilla organization in Colombia, the Ejército de Liberación Nacional, which had been formed in July. In Peru, Hector Bajar's guerrilla force and Luis de la Puente Ostazmir were both preparing for revolutionary action. But Che had his heart set on the southern cone and his Argentine homeland. That posed a problem, for Ciro Bustos and his comrades had a lot of work to do before conditions would be ready for a new attempt at insurrection in this region, and Tanya was still traveling in Europe, en route to her post in Bolivia. Probably the most promising of the potential battlegrounds for the immediate future lay in Africa. All over the continent, rebel movements had formed to do battle with the last colonial holdouts, in the Portuguese colonies of Angola and Mozambique, in white-ruled South Africa, and in the former Belgian Congo. In October 1963, an anti-government coalition calling itself the National Liberation Council had been formed by a potpourri of former Lumumbist government officials and disaffected regional, often tribally based, strongmen. The council had offices across the Congo River from Leopoldville in the city of Brazzaville, the capital of the Republic of the Congo, formerly French Equatorial Africa. The rebels had managed to attract Chinese and some Soviet aid, and they had sparked revolts in southern, eastern, central, and northern Congo, seizing provincial towns and huge portions of the ill-defended national territory. One Chinese-backed rebel column had seized the distant northern city of Stanleyville in August 1964 and declared a People's Republic of the Congo. By September, the stage was set for a renewed escalation of the Congolese crisis as the government struggled to respond to the rebellion. The ambitious trio that ruled the Congo, Moise Tshombe, President Joseph Kasavubu, and Joseph Mobutu, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, took action to bolster their threadbare army's fighting strength. They called in the South African mercenary commander Mike Hoare and asked him to recruit 1,000 white fighters from South Africa and Rhodesia. The African resistance struggles, and particularly the Congolese conflict, had been featured more and more prominently in the Cuban press and in Che's speeches. In fact, Che had begun to seriously consider temporarily transplanting his program for continental revolution to the African continent. Barbaro Habanero's agency was given the task of preparing the way. Although Che had reserved his decision about the best base for a Pan-African guerrilla struggle until he could tour the area and meet with the various guerrilla leaders himself, the huge Congo, in the middle of the continent, seemed to offer a perfect setting and conditions for a rurally based guerrilla war that could radiate out to its neighbors. There were other advantages to fighting in Africa. The Soviets were less concerned about direct involvement there than in Washington's backyard, Latin America, and the nature of the wars, against foreign, white colonial regimes, or in the Congo's case, against a Western-backed dictator with little political legitimacy, gave them widespread popular support. Finally, the continent was already inflamed with conflict. It was not a situation that had to be created, as had been the case with Massetti's ill-fated mission to Argentina. The Soviets, the Chinese, and the Americans and their Western allies were all involved in Africa, providing money, arms, and advisors. There were also a number of anti-imperialist national leaders friendly to Cuba whose strategically placed territories could provide invaluable rearguard bases, transshipment points, and access to the zones of conflict. In addition to the regimes holding power in Mali and in Brazzaville, they included Ben Bella in Algeria, Sékou Touré in Guinea, Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, Julius Nyerere in Tanzania, and Gamal Abdel Nasser in Egypt. These radical states were outraged at the specter of white mercenaries and neocolonial Western powers intervening on behalf of the Leopoldville regime, and they openly supported the rebel government at Stanleyville. Che saw an opportunity to pursue a long-held dream, to build a Cuban-led international anti-imperialist alliance to replace the ineffectual Afro-Asian People's Solidarity Organization, which was based in Cairo. Such an alliance would give a global dimension to his scheme for the upcoming continental revolution in Latin America. In an ideal world, the alliance would come under Fidel's political direction, and be bankrolled and armed by the two socialist superpowers, China and the USSR. He envisioned repairing the Sino-Soviet split through the shared burden of waging war. Throughout the autumn of 1964, Che honed this idea, and he obtained Fidel's approval to travel abroad and take soundings. The notion of projecting himself internationally had always appealed to Fidel, and after his rebuff by the Americans, he had become newly receptive to Che's position. While trying not to appear to take Beijing's side, he once again questioned the value of towing the Kremlin's line on peaceful coexistence. So far, it had brought him precious little. In September, the OAS had pushed through yet another resolution, further tightening commercial sanctions against Cuba. The attacks by the CIA-backed Cuban exiles had also intensified. Hijackings, sabotage, and armed commando raids against Cuban shipping were now taking place with alarming frequency. On September 24, a seaborne CIA action team based in Nicaragua attacked the Spanish freighter Sierra de Aranzazu as it sailed toward Cuba with a cargo of industrial equipment. The Spanish captain and 2 crew members were killed in the raid, and the ship was set ablaze and disabled. The incident caused an international outcry and recriminations within the CIA, especially when it was learned that the raiders had attacked the freighter by mistake, believing it was the Cuban merchant marine ship Sierra Maestra. The agent back at the base who had authorized the attack was Felix Rodriguez. Since late 1963, Rodriguez had been in charge of communications for a brigade of anti-Castro commandos based in Nicaragua. They were led by Manuel Artime and bankrolled by the CIA. The group had more than 300 active members scattered across Nicaragua, Miami, and Costa Rica. It was a well-supplied operation. The exiles had at their disposal 2 250-foot mother ships, 2 50-foot fast boats, and other craft, as well as a C-47 transport plane, several Cessnas, and a Beaver float plane. They had a refueling and resupply facility in the Dominican Republic, and for weaponry they could take what they needed from their 200-ton arms cache in Costa Rica, which included 20mm anti-aircraft cannon, 50mm and 75mm recoilless rifles, and .50 caliber machine guns. In 2 years, Rodriguez later claimed, the commandos expended about $6 million in CIA funds and carried out 14 raids against Cuban targets, one of the most successful being a commando strike against the Cabo Cruz sugar refinery not far from where the Granma had landed that inflicted serious damage. By late 1964, however, the operations budget had been cut back as the Johnson administration's priorities shifted from Cuba to Vietnam. The death knell came after the embarrassing attack on the Sierra de Aranzazu. We subsequently discovered that the ship was carrying a boiler for a Cuban sugarcane facility as well as some Christmas foodstuffs, Rodriguez wrote. We felt terrible. Soon after the incident, our operations were rolled up. Our fast boats were taken by the agency and sent to Africa, where they saw service in the Congo. Some of the people who served with me in Nicaragua volunteered to fight in Africa too. Rodriguez returned to Miami, where he resumed his work for the CIA. 3. When Che flew to Moscow from Havana on November 4, 1964, Raúl Castro, Foreign Minister Raúl Roa, and Emilio Aragonés were at the airport to see him off. The presence of the chief of Cuba's armed forces, its foreign minister, and the secretary of its official ruling party, the Partido Unificado de la Revolución Socialista, had great symbolic significance. Once again, Che was to be the revolution's anointed emissary to the Madre Patria of world socialism. He headed the Cuban delegation to the 47th anniversary celebration of the Bolshevik Revolution in Moscow and the opening of the new Soviet-Cuban Friendship House. Aleda was also there to say goodbye, along with 2 of their children. She was visibly swollen, 6 months into her 4th pregnancy. Che's final visit to Moscow came exactly 3 years after his first. Once again, he stood in Red Square in a wintry November, but things were different this time. He was not the uncritical Che of 1961, full of hope about the rosy future of Soviet-Cuban relations. Too much contaminated water had gone under the bridge. A great deal had changed within the Soviet Union as well. Nikita Khrushchev, discredited by his economic failures at home and his perceived reckless adventurism abroad, most notably the Cuban Missile Crisis, had been ousted from power a few weeks earlier, and Leonid Brezhnev was the new premier. There was another reason for Che's visit. Reportedly at the behest of the Argentine Communist Party chief, Victorio Codovilla, who was still incensed over Massetti's incursion, the Kremlin had pushed for a first Latin American Communist Party conference, to be held later that month in Havana. The Soviet Union's decision to support the conference had a double significance. On the one hand, it deferred to Fidel, indicating the Kremlin's recognition of his regional stature. On the other hand, the gesture came with an implicit expectation that Fidel would put together a pro-Soviet alliance of regional parties and further isolate Beijing. The Chinese had taken their dispute with Moscow to new levels lately, aggressively pursuing adherence to the Maoist line. In January 1964, Peru's Communist Party had been severely weakened after pro-Beijing members broke away to form a rival party. In Bolivia and Colombia similar factional splits were looming, and in Guatemala, a Trotskyite faction was emerging that would soon split the guerrilla coalition backed by Cuba. It was a good time for Che to test the intentions of the new Soviet leadership. He and Fidel were both in a challenging mood. In Cairo in October, at a conference of the new Non-Aligned Countries Association, Fidel's spokesman, President Dordicos, had said that although Cuba supported the Soviet Union's policy of peaceful coexistence as a means of reducing the risk of a nuclear world conflagration, the policy was worthless while imperialist aggression against small countries was taking place. A show of greater solidarity with its Third World partners was needed from the Kremlin, given the escalating intervention by the United States and its Western allies in Southeast Asia, in the Congo, and in the counterinsurgency campaigns in Latin America. In Moscow, Che made a pro forma appearance in Red Square and co-hosted the inauguration of the new Friendship House with the cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin. He also conducted a series of secret meetings with Kremlin officials. He did not have Nikolai Leonov as his interpreter this time. The KGB had reassigned Leonov to Mexico, where he was involved in aiding the Guatemalan guerrillas, among other duties. Oleg Derushenkov, Che's translator in Cuba, and another Soviet intelligence official, Rudolf Petrovich Shlyapnikov, alternated as his interpreters during this stay. Shlyapnikov worked under Yuri Andropov in the Cuba section of the Central Committee's International Department and was a specialist in Latin American communist youth groups. He had been to Cuba on several missions and had met Che previously. During Che's visit to Moscow, Shlyapnikov said, the two of them would sit on the stairs of the protocol house where Che had been installed, playing chess and talking late into the night. Che drank milk and Shlyapnikov drank cognac. According to Shlyapnikov, Che met with Andropov and Vitaly Koryonov, the deputy chief of the Soviet Central Committee's Americas Department. Koryonov's brief was to handle relations with the communist parties in capitalist countries, which included all the Latin American parties except Cuba's. Koryonov had received bitter complaints specifically from Mario Monge in Bolivia and Jesus Faria in Venezuela about the pressure the Cuban regime was putting on their parties to enlist in the Cuban Continental Revolution scheme of guerrilla warfare. The Bolivians had formally voted against such an idea, and the Venezuelan Communist Party was reconsidering its involvement in the Cuban-backed FALN guerrilla coalition. Koryonov understood Che and Fidel to be proposing nothing less than a modern-day version of the epic liberation wars waged by José de San Martín and Simón Bolívar more than a century earlier. Marxist armies of the northern countries of Venezuela, Colombia, and Ecuador were to sweep south like Bolívar's troops, while those of the South Chile, Peru, Uruguay, and Argentina marched north the way San Martín's armies had. Bolivia would be the meeting ground. According to Koryonov, Che wanted to know Moscow's view of the policies of the Latin American parties and was told bluntly that since the Kremlin's official position was to respect the regional communist parties, it was against the Cuban initiative regarding armed struggle. Koryonov concluded that Che was determined to push ahead with his plans nevertheless, that he distrusted the Kremlin's policy of peaceful coexistence, and that he was on the Chinese side of the Sino-Soviet schism. In Havana later in the month, Che's response to the Communist Party Congress convened there could hardly have been heartening, either to the Latin American parties or to the Soviet leadership. He was conspicuously absent from the week-long forum, traveling instead to Orient. But he did not remain silent. On November 30, he gave a speech in Santiago castigating Latin America's communist parties for their reluctance to pursue the path to power. The Congo also featured prominently in Che's speech. Just a few days earlier the Lumumbist revolutionaries had been ousted from their stronghold at Stanleyville by Belgian paratroopers flown in on American planes. Che characterized the massacres committed in Stanleyville as an example of imperialist bestiality, a bestiality which knows no frontiers nor belongs to a certain country. Just as the Hitlerian hordes were beasts, so are the Americans and Belgian paratroopers beasts today, as were yesterday the French imperialists beasts in Algeria, because it is the very nature of imperialism which bestializes man, which converts them into bloodthirsty wild animals willing to slit throats, commit murder, and destroy even the last image of a revolutionary or the ally of a regime which has fallen under its boot or struggles for his liberty. After his speech, Che took Aleta to see Alberto Granado and his wife, Delia, and they all went out to eat pizza at the Fontana di Trevi restaurant. It was the last time the two old friends Mile and Fuser would see each other. Granado realized later that the visit had been his silent goodbye. Indeed, although few people in Cuba realized it at the time, Che's absence from the Havana conference was the first sign that something fundamental had shifted. For anyone who cared to notice, Che was already in the process of extracting himself from Cuba's revolutionary government. He had told Fidel he wanted to leave. The trip to Moscow had convinced him that Soviet pressure on Cuba to accept the Kremlin's socialist model was overwhelming. At the party congress in Havana, Fidel had approved a resolution that tilted heavily in favor of Moscow's foreign policies, although guerrilla movements were to be backed in nations where neither the parties nor Moscow saw opportunities for open, legal political involvement. A small circle of comrades was privy to Che's decision to leave, and they begged him to stay on for at least 2 more years, to give time to prove that his economic model was better for Cuba than the one the Soviets were trying to persuade Fidel to adopt. Che refused, replying that 2 more years were not necessary. His ministry was up and running according to his theories and had already proved itself. A week after returning to Havana from Orient, Che was gone again, flying this time to New York, the city he had once told his Aunt Beatrice he wished to see for himself in spite of his visceral aversion to the United States. But this time he was going as the official spokesman for revolutionary Cuba. His selection as Cuba's representative before the United Nations General Assembly was testimony to the fact that Che continued to have Fidel's support. It was cold when he arrived in New York on December 9, and the photographs of his arrival show him dressed in a winter greatcoat, wearing his beret and the aloof, unsmiling expression of one who knows he has just stepped onto enemy territory. It was to be his second and final incursion into the land of the Yankee. 4. Che took pains to groom himself for his appearance before the 19th UN General Assembly on December 11, 1964. His boots were polished, his olive green uniform was pressed, and his hair and beard were neatly combed. Nevertheless, he presented a striking contrast to the conservatively attired diplomats who filled the hall, and his defiant speech did not disappoint those who had anticipated a harangue worthy of the famous apostle of revolutionary socialism. Che had come to sound the death knell for colonialism, to decry American interventionism, and to applaud the liberation wars taking place in Latin America, Africa, and Asia. In a bitter reference to the Congolese conflict, he took the United Nations to task for having allowed itself to be drawn in and used there as an instrument of the imperialist West, a carnivorous animal feeding on the helpless. As for the latest Belgian U.S. operation in Stanleyville, which had given the city back to Moise Tshombe's troops at a cost of hundreds of dead, Che declared, all free men throughout the world must make ready to avenge the Congo crime. He then proceeded to link the white imperialist action in the Congo with Western indifference to the apartheid regime in South Africa and the racial inequalities in the United States. How can the country that murders its own children and discriminates between them daily because of the color of their skins, a country that allows the murderers of Negroes to go free, actually protects them and punishes the Negroes for demanding respect for their lawful rights as free human beings, claim to be a guardian of liberty? Che addressing the United Nations, December 11, 1964. Addressing one of the main themes of the Assembly, a debate on global nuclear disarmament, Che expressed Cuba's support for the concept but stressed that it would refuse to ratify any agreement until the United States had dismantled its military bases in Puerto Rico and Panama. Che also reiterated Cuba's determination to follow an independent course in global affairs. Although Cuba was building socialism, it was a non-aligned country because it identified with those in the new community of states in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East that were fighting against imperialism. Under the circumstances, this could be taken as an implicit dig at the Soviet Union's inaction on behalf of those struggles. In separate references to the feuding socialist superpowers, Che said Cuba strongly supported the Soviet stance in the Congo, and on behalf of China, he argued for its inclusion in the United Nations and the ouster of the U.S. supported nationalist Chinese government of Chiang Kai-shek. Not surprisingly, Che's words provoked vigorous denunciations by the U.S. ambassador, Adlai Stevenson, and by some of the Latin envoys present. Outside the UN building, Cuban exiles angrily protested against his appearance. Some went considerably farther. Several Gusanos were arrested after firing bazookas at the UN building from across the East River, and a woman was prevented from trying to stab Che with a knife. Throughout the ruckus, Che maintained his composure and seemed delighted at the anger he had aroused. To the shouted insults of the Gusano protesters, he raised his hand in a universally understood gesture meaning "fuck you." Not everyone was displeased with Che's presence. Malcolm X, who had left the Nation of Islam a few months earlier and had been traveling in Africa and the Middle East, was also inflamed over the Congolese conflict, and he also equated white intervention in Africa with racism in the United States. He and Che had found a common cause. During his stop in Ghana, Malcolm X had reportedly discussed with Cuba's ambassador in Accra the idea of recruiting black Americans to help fight in Africa's wars. On December 13, at a rally at the Audubon Ballroom in Harlem, Malcolm X introduced a special guest, Abdul Rahman Muhammad Babu, whose Cuban-trained political movement had helped seize power on the East African island of Zanzibar. The former sultanate was then fused with the mainland state of Tanganyika to form the new nation of Tanzania. Just before Babu appeared on stage, Malcolm X read a message from Che. "I love a revolutionary," he said. "And one of the most revolutionary men in this country right now was going to come out here with our friend Sheikh Babu, but he thought better of it. But he did send this message. It says, 'Dear brothers and sisters of Harlem. I would have liked to have been with you and Brother Babu, but the actual conditions are not good for this meeting. Receive the warm salutations of the Cuban people and especially those of Fidel, who remembers enthusiastically his visit to Harlem a few years ago. United we will win.' This is from Che Guevara. I'm happy to hear your warm round of applause in return because it lets the white man know that he's just not in a position to tell us who we should applaud for and who we shouldn't applaud for. And you don't see any anti-Castro Cubans around here, we eat them up." Che did not return to Cuba from New York. On December 17, after giving some colorfully defiant interviews to the American media, he flew to Algiers. It was the start of a 3-month odyssey through Africa, to China, and back to Africa again, with stops in Paris, Ireland, and Prague. Officially, Che was acting as Fidel's roving goodwill ambassador to the emerging nations of Africa, but he was also acquainting himself with the continent that was to be the scene of his next adventure. Africa, Che had decided, would be the proving ground for his dream of a tricontinental alliance against the West. Between Christmas 1964 and early February 1965, Che traveled from Algeria to Mali, to Congo-Brazzaville, Guinea, and Ghana, to Dahomey, then back to Ghana and Algeria. He met with Algeria's Ben Bella, with Ghana's Kwame Nkrumah, with the Congolese Brazzaville leader Alphonse Massamba Dabat, and with the leader of the anti-Portuguese Angolan independence movement, Agustin Honito, to whom he promised Cuban military instructors for the MPLA guerrillas operating out of the adjacent Angolan enclave of Cabinda. Those instructors soon arrived, marking the beginning of more than 2 decades of Cuban military involvement in Angola. Everywhere he went, Che's message was the same: Cuba identified with Africa's liberation struggles, there should be unity among all of the world's anti-colonial and anti-imperialist movements, and there should be common cause between them and the socialist community. The fighting in the Congo featured heavily in his press pronouncements, as did far-off Vietnam, that other former colonial dominion whose people were now fighting American troops. Che gave an interview to Josie Fanon, the widow of the late Martin Icon revolutionary Frantz Fanon, author of the fiery anti-colonialist manifesto The Wretched of the Earth. The interview appeared in the magazine Révolution Africaine. Che said that Africa represented one of the more important fields of struggle against all forms of exploitation existing in the world, against imperialism, colonialism, and neocolonialism. There were, he felt, great possibilities for success due to the existing unrest, but also many dangers, including the divisions among the Africans that colonialism had left. Che with President Ben Bella in Algiers, 1964. When Fanon asked him about the prospects for revolution in Latin America, Che acknowledged that she had touched on a subject very close to his heart, in fact, his major interest. He thought the struggle there would be long and hard because of the counterinsurgency activities of the United States. That is why, Che said, we foresee the establishment of a continental front of struggle against imperialism and its internal allies. This front will take some time to organize, but when it is formed it will be a very hard blow against imperialism. I don't know if it will be a definitive blow, but it will be a severe blow. In early February, Che flew to China. He was accompanied by Cuba's construction minister, Osmani Cienfuegos Camilo's older brother, and Emilio Aragon's, who had gone with him to the Soviet Union during the secret negotiations regarding nuclear missiles in 1962 and had seen him off at the airport when he went to Moscow the previous November. Both Cienfuegos and Aragon's would be heavily involved in the secret Cuban operation in Africa, and their presence with Che at this juncture suggests that they were also involved in its planning stages. Fidel had already approved a secret Cuban military mission in the Congo. It remained for Che to determine only where Cuba's services could be best directed, and with which of the rebel factions the mission should be carried out. The month before, in January 1965, a group of hand-picked black Cubans had been offered the honor of volunteering for an unspecified internationalist mission, and they were now training at 3 separate camps in Cuba. Another sign of the impending operation was the recent appointment of Pablo Rebalta, Che's old PSP friend from the Sierra Maestra, as Cuba's envoy to Tanzania, which bordered the Congo. What happened behind closed doors during Che's trip to China has never been made public by Cuba's government, but according to Humberto Vázquez Viana, a well-informed former member of the Bolivian Communist Party, Che's party met with Zhou Enlai and other top officials of the People's Republic, but not with Mao himself. Che must have seen the potential of the Congo plans for turning around the disfavor into which Cuba had fallen with China. Richard Gott, the British historian of Latin American revolutionary movements who as a journalist covered Che's subsequent guerrilla campaign in Bolivia, and who worked in Tanzania in the early 1970s, believes that Che's mission in China was to talk to the principal backers of the Congolese revolutionaries. The Chinese were certainly interested in Africa, Gott reasons. Zhou Enlai was to make 2 visits that year, and they were also at that stage supporting the strategic notions of Lin Pao, the Chinese defense minister. He had made a famous speech advocating the encirclement of degenerate cities by radical revolutionary peasants. This was of course music to the ears of Guevara. After leaving China, Che stopped in Paris, where he took a few hours off to tour the Louvre. Then he returned to Africa. Over the next month, in Algeria, Tanzania, and Egypt, he met again with Gamal Abdel Nasser, Ben Bella, and Julius Nyerere, and began to take soundings for his ambitious plan for Pan-African revolution. Dar es Salaam, where white colonial rule was a very fresh memory, was the crucial stop on his itinerary. Built on a lagoon bordering the Indian Ocean in the 1860s as the site for the Arab Sultan of Zanzibar's summer palace, Dar es Salaam had been the capital of the colony of German East Africa until World War I. Then the British had taken over and ruled it as the colony of Tanganyika until granting independence in 1961. Since then, under the leftist president Julius Nyerere, Dar had become the headquarters for numerous African guerrilla movements. It was a promising revolutionary outpost. The U.S. Embassy had been shut after the 2 countries had severed relations the previous year, and the Cubans had opened one of their own. But Che's first encounters with African revolutionaries were disappointing. In what he titled the first act of a book, Paseos de la Guerra Revolucionaria, Congo, that he wrote about his Congolese experience, Che recalled his initial meetings with the men he derisively called, in English, freedom fighters. These men, he noted, had a common leitmotif. Almost all were living comfortably in Dar es Salaam's hotels, and all invariably wanted the same things from him: military training in Cuba and monetary help. The first thing that struck Che about the Congolese rebel leaders was their extraordinary number of tendencies and diverse opinions. Gaston Soumaliat, the self-styled president of northeastern Congo, whose forces had liberated a swath of territory in eastern Congo to which they had access from Tanzanian territory across Lake Tanganyika, was vague and inscrutable. Che described him as little developed politically, and certainly not a leader of nations. He noted Soumaliat's rivalry with some of his comrades on the National Liberation Council, especially Christophe Gbinai, whose fighters had seized Stanleyville. A rebel leader who did impress Che was Laurent Kabila, a French-schooled Congolese in his mid-20s who was the overall military commander of Soumaliat's Eastern Front. Che found Kabila's exposition about the struggle clear, concrete, and firm, although Kabila too spoke ill of fellow council leaders, such as Gbinai and even Soumaliat himself. Che later noted that Kabila had lied to him in their first meeting. Kabila announced that he had just arrived from the interior of the Congo, but, as Che later learned, he had merely been to the seedy Baran brothel port of Kigoma on the Tanzanian shore of Lake Tanganyika. Che chose to ignore Kabila's bluster, however, in light of his avowedly leftist worldview. Kabila understood perfectly that the principal enemy was North American imperialism, Che wrote, and he said he was consequently ready to fight against it to the end. His declarations and his self-assuredness gave me a very good impression. Finding a receptive ear for the concept upon which his entire African plan hinged, Che told Kabila of his distress at the short-sighted resistance to outside involvement in the Congolese rebellion by many of the African states. Our viewpoint is that the problem of the Congo is a problem of the world, he said. When Kabila agreed with him, Che offered Cuba support on the spot. In the name of the Cuban government I offered some 30 instructors and whatever arms we might have, and he accepted with pleasure. He recommended speed in the delivery of both things, which Soumaliat had also done in another conversation, the latter recommending that the instructors be blacks. Che decided to take the pulse of the other freedom fighters in town. He had planned to meet them in separate groups for informal talks, but by mistake, he wrote, the Cuban embassy assembled a tumultuous gathering, of 50 or more people, representatives of the movements of 10 or more countries, each one divided into 2 or more tendencies. Che found himself faced with a roomful of guerrillas who almost unanimously requested Cuba's financial support and the training of fighters in Cuba. To their exasperation, Che begged off, arguing that to train their men in Cuba would be costly and wasteful, that true guerrilla fighters were developed on the battlefield, not in military academies. Therefore, I proposed that the training should be carried out not in our faraway Cuba, but in the nearby Congo, where the struggle was not merely against a common puppet like Chambé, but against North American imperialism. The Congolese struggle, Che insisted, was extremely important. Its victory would have continental repercussions, as would its defeat. What Che envisioned was a Cuban-led Grand Foco in the eastern Congo, where the guerrillas of surrounding countries could come and, by helping in the war to liberate the Congo, gain fighting and organizational experience to do battle in their own countries. The reaction, Che acknowledged, was more than cold. Although the majority abstained from any kind of commentary, there were those who asked to speak to reproach me violently for my advice. They said their people, mistreated and brutalized by imperialism, would demand an accounting if their men died, in wars to liberate another state. I tried to make them see that what we were dealing with was not a war waged within national boundaries, but a continental war against the common master, as omnipresent in Mozambique as in Malawi, Rhodesia, or South Africa, the Congo or Angola. Nobody in the room agreed with him, Che wrote. Coldly and courteously they said goodbye. He was left with the clear impression that Africa faced a long road ahead before it would acquire a true revolutionary direction. What he was left with, then, was the task of selecting a group of black Cubans, voluntarily of course, to reinforce the Congolese struggle. In Cairo, according to Nasser's personal advisor, Muhammad Haikal, Che revealed his plans for the Congo, but when he mentioned that he was thinking of leading the Cuban military expedition himself, Nasser told him that it would be a mistake to become directly involved in the conflict, that if he thought he could be like Tarzan, a white man among blacks, leading and protecting them, he was wrong. Nasser felt it was a proposition that could only end badly. Despite such warnings, the poor reception his strategies had received in Dar es Salaam, his own doubts about the Congolese rebel leaders he had met, and his lack of hard information about the real situation inside the Congo, Che resolved to push ahead. His last speech on the African continent was also his swan song as a public figure, or, as it is sometimes discreetly referred to in Cuba, su ultimo cartucho, his last bullet. On February 25, in Algiers, speaking before the Second Economic Seminar of Afro-Asian Solidarity, Che discarded all ambiguity and called upon the socialist superpowers to support third world liberation movements and to underwrite the costs of transforming underdeveloped nations into socialist societies. During his trip abroad in 1964, Che met with the Egyptian president, Gamal Abdel Nasser, a leading anti-imperialist. Anwar al-Sadat is next to Che. Che addressed the 40-odd African and Asian delegations representing a colorful array of third world states, newly independent nations, and active guerrilla movements as brothers. Then on behalf of the peoples of America, Che defined the cause that united his part of the world with theirs as the common aspiration to defeat imperialism. Many of those present were from nations either struggling against or recently freed from old-style colonialism, he noted, whereas Cuba had triumphed over the other form of imperialism that dominated the Americas, neocolonialism, the co-option and exploitation of underdeveloped countries through monopolistic capital. To prevent this from happening in the new societies being forged, he declared, it was imperative to obtain political power and liquidate the oppressing classes. There are no frontiers in this struggle to the death, he said. We cannot remain indifferent in the face of what occurs in any part of the world. A victory for any country against imperialism is our victory, just as any country's defeat is a defeat for us all. The practice of proletarian internationalism is not only a duty for the peoples who struggle for a better future, it is also an inescapable necessity. If there were no other basis for unity, the common enemy should constitute one. It was not only in their vital interest but a duty of the developed socialist countries to help make the separation between the new underdeveloped nations and the capitalist world effective. From all this, Che said, a conclusion must be drawn: the development of the countries that now begin the road to liberation must be underwritten by the socialist countries. We say it in this manner without the least desire to blackmail anyone or to be spectacular. It is a profound conviction. There can be socialism only if there is change in man's consciousness that will provoke a new fraternal attitude toward humanity on the individual level in the society that builds or has built socialism, and also on a world level in relation to all the peoples who suffer imperialist oppression. Che then rebuked the developed socialist states for their talk of mutually beneficial trade agreements with the poorer ones. How can mutual benefit mean selling at world market prices raw materials that cost unlimited sweat and suffering to the backward countries, and buying at world market prices the machines produced in the large automated factories of today? If we establish that type of relationship between the two groups of nations, we must agree that the socialist countries are, to a certain extent, accomplices to imperialist exploitation. It can be argued that the amount of trade with the underdeveloped countries constitutes an insignificant part of the foreign trade of the socialist countries. It is a great truth, but it does not do away with the immoral nature of the exchange. The socialist countries have the moral duty of liquidating their tacit complicity with the West. Che was aiming his attack directly at Moscow, which, along with China, had sent observers to the forum. Although he took care to credit both nations for giving Cuba advantageous trade agreements for its sugar exports, he stressed that this was only a first step. Prices had to be fixed to permit real development in the poor nations, and this new fraternal concept of foreign trade should be extended by the socialist powers to all underdeveloped nations on the road towards socialism. This was not the first time Che had criticized what he saw to be the Soviet Union's capitalist-style profiteering in its trade with Cuba or its relationships with other developing nations. His views were widely known among the revolutionary elite in Havana, but it was the first time he had been critical in an international forum. By doing so, he was consciously and willfully pushing the limits, evidently hoping to shame Moscow into action, and he wasn't done yet. He called for a large compact bloc of nations to help others liberate themselves from imperialism and from the economic structures it had imposed on them. This meant that weapons from the arms-producing socialist countries should be given without any cost whatsoever and in quantities determined by their need and availability to those people who ask for them. Again, Che paused to credit the Soviet Union and China for having followed this principle in giving military aid to Cuba, but then he chastised them once more. We are socialists, and this constitutes the guarantee of the proper utilization of those arms, but we are not the only one, and all must receive the same treatment. He singled out the beleaguered North Vietnamese, whose country had come under systematic American bombardment just 2 weeks earlier, and the Congolese as worthy recipients of the unconditional solidarity he was demanding. Not surprisingly, the Soviets were outraged by Che's speech. Calling the Kremlin an accomplice with imperialism was an astounding breach of protocol within the socialist bloc, and, considering the degree to which Moscow was already bankrolling Cuba, Che's speech was nothing less than an ungrateful slap in the face. As Che wound up his long peregrination from Algiers back to Egypt again before flying on to Prague on March 12, new developments in the Congo seemed to bear out requests by Soumaliat and Kabila for speed in delivering the promised Cuban instructors and arms. The white mercenaries assembled by Mike Hoare had gone into action against the rebels, leading government troops in ground assaults and carrying out aerial bombing raids. They seized several key outposts and quickly threatened the liberated territory along the eastern shore of Lake Tanganyika. If Cuba was going to throw itself into the Congolese conflict, the time to act would be very soon. 6. Just as Kremlinologists looking for signs of power shifts once carefully observed the placement of the Politburo members during celebrations on Red Square, Che's reception in Havana following his provocative speech in Algiers was long scrutinized for evidence of either camaraderie or conflict between him and Fidel. On March 15, 1965, a little over 2 weeks after Che gave an inflammatory speech in Algiers that was critical of the Soviet Union, he was met at the airport in Havana by Fidel, his wife, Aleda, the old communist Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, with the goatee, and Cuban President Osvaldo Dorticos. When Che arrived at Rancho Boyeros Airport on March 15, Aleda was waiting for him, together with Fidel, President Dorticos, and, perhaps most significantly, the old communist Carlos Rafael Rodriguez. Aleda would not speak about what happened next, nor did Fidel, but it seems that Che went directly from the airport to a closed-door meeting with Fidel that lasted for many hours. Some observers have interpreted the meeting as the fateful climax to the tension that had supposedly built up between the two of them. A knowledgeable Cuban government source said elliptically that there were probably some strong words from Fidel, but that they would have been less over fundamental differences of opinion than Che's tactlessness in his speech in Algiers. In this context, the presence of Carlos Rafael Rodriguez at the airport can probably be interpreted as providing representation on behalf of the ruffled Kremlin. Maurice Halperin saw it rather differently. "I was astonished when I read the speech a few days later," Halperin wrote. "When I asked a high official in the Ministry of Foreign Trade what the meaning was of Che's blast, he answered with a broad grin, 'It represents the Cuban point of view.'" Halperin concluded that this was quite likely. He thought that Fidel's appearance at the airport to welcome Che back to Cuba personally was his way of showing his approval. Indeed, Che's speech in Algiers was later printed in Politica Internacional, the official government quarterly, which would seem to erase any doubts about Fidel's own position. Most evidence suggests that Che and Fidel were working in tandem, even coordinating their public remarks. In a speech on January 2 commemorating the 6th anniversary of the revolution, Fidel had delivered a strong critique of the Soviet socialist model, though without mentioning it by name, and, for the first time ever to the Cuban people, spoke of problems existing within the socialist fraternity of nations. Cuba's people had the right to speak with their own voice, he said, and to interpret the ideas of Marx, Engels, and Lenin according to their own perceptions and conditions, and they should be prepared to survive on their own if the current aid received from abroad were to be abruptly halted. It was an unequivocal message to Moscow that Fidel would not accept efforts by the Soviet Union to impose its political model in Cuba. On March 13, 2 days before Che's return, Fidel spoke at Havana University, allusively blasting both China and the Soviet Union for their rivalry and for hypocrisy in supporting people's liberation while doing nothing to help the Vietnamese in the face of escalating American military attacks. "We propose that Vietnam should be given all the aid which may be necessary. Aid in weapons and men. Our position is that the socialist camp run whatever risks may be necessary." There was, he reminded his audience, a recent precedent for the kind of solidarity he was referring to, Cuba itself. During the missile crisis, Cuba had volunteered to face the threat of thermonuclear war over its acceptance of Soviet missiles on its soil for the purpose of strengthening the socialist camp. Cuba continued to believe its historic duty was to fight against Yankee imperialism, Fidel said, and Cubans felt a bond with those making efforts elsewhere in the world. But Che had gone even farther than Fidel in Algiers, saying everything he felt and believed and damn the consequences. He had issued his challenge, and there was no stepping back. His remarks made it harder than ever for Fidel to defend him to the Soviets. So Fidel suggested that he leave Cuba immediately and return to Africa, to lead the Cuban guerrilla contingent already in training for the Congo mission. It was not where Che's heart lay, but the conditions in South America were not yet ready, while the present moment in Africa seemed to offer real revolutionary possibilities. Che agreed to go. Juan Carretero Ariel said that Manuel Pinero and Fidel himself had urged Che to go to the Congo. It would be for only a couple of years, and in the meantime, they promised him, Pinero's people would continue building the guerrilla infrastructure in Latin America. The Congo War would be an invaluable toughening up exercise for Che's fighters and would provide a useful screening process for those who would go with him afterward to South America. As Pinero recalled it, Che didn't need much convincing. Che came back really excited by his contacts with the Africans, so Fidel told him, "Why don't you go to Africa?" On March 22, Che gave a speech in the Ministry of Industries, briefing his colleagues about his African trip but making no announcement that he was leaving. A week later, he visited the Guajiro veterans from his old Sierra column who worked on the Cerro Redondo experimental farm in Matanzas and told them that he would be going off to cut cane for a while. Back in Havana, he assembled some of his closest comrades at the ministry and told them the same story. Very few people knew that Che was making ready to leave Cuba for good, but that was his intention. His return to Havana amounted to a 15-day disappearing act in which he gradually withdrew from sight, avoiding public contact and saying goodbye to a few people who could be trusted to keep the secret. For the Cuban people at large, Che's well-publicized arrival back from Africa at the airport on March 15 was the last time they would ever see him. Che's children would never see him as their father again, and the youngest of them would retain no memory of him at all. Che had been away for the birth, on February 24, of his last child, a boy Aleta had named Ecobedo. Aleta was upset. She asked Che not to go, but his decision was final. He promised her that when the revolution was in a more advanced stage, she could join him. Not long before he left, they were eating lunch with their nanny, Sofia, and he asked Sofia what had happened to the widows of the Cubans who had died in the revolution. Had they remarried? Yes, Sofia told him, a lot of them had. Che turned to Aleta and, pointing to his coffee cup, said, "In that case, this coffee you serve me, may you serve it to another." At dawn on April 1, Che left his home of the past 8 years disguised as Ramon Benitez, a staid-looking, clean-shaven man wearing glasses. The last Guevara family portrait, March 1965. Che is holding his newborn son, Ecobedo. He has his arm around Camilo, who is next to Alyosha. Aleta is holding Celia on her lap. 27. The story of a failure. One fine day, I appeared in Dar es Salaam, Che wrote in his Congo Paseas. Nobody knew me, not even the ambassador Pablo Ribalta, an old comrade in arms, could identify me upon my arrival. He had made a circuitous journey via Moscow and Cairo, accompanied by José María Papi Martínez Tamayo, his roving guerrilla emissary. Papi had been involved in the missions in Guatemala and in Argentina, and he had assisted in Tania's clandestine training. They traveled with Victor Drake, the Cuban officer who had been selected as the official and acceptably black commander of the Cuban Internationalist Brigade. Che was full of high expectations. Africa for adventuring, and then that's it for the world, he had written to his mother a decade earlier. Since then, Che had seen a great deal of the world, but too often within the restrictions imposed by his role as a government minister and a VIP. Now, he was free once again to be himself. I had left behind almost 11 years of work for the Cuban Revolution at Fidel's side, a happy home to the extent one can call the house where a revolutionary dedicated to his work lives and a bunch of kids who barely knew of my love, he wrote. The cycle was beginning again. 2. Che and his companions arrived in Dar es Salaam on April 19, 1965. While they waited for more members of the Cuban Brigade, who were traveling in groups using different itineraries, they were housed on a little farm Ribalta had rented on the outskirts of the city. Pulling out a Swahili dictionary, Che chose new names for the three of them. Drake was henceforth Moha, 1, Poppy was Mbili, 2, and Che himself was Tatu, 3. Laurent Kabila and the other Congolese rebel leaders were away in Cairo for a summit meeting. A mid-level Congolese political representative in Dar es Salaam, a young man named Godefroy Kamaliso, who was contacted and introduced to the three men, was told only that they were a Cuban advance party. The explanation for the presence of two white men in the group was that Tatu was a doctor, spoke French, and had experience as a guerrilla. Mbili was there because of his vast and invaluable guerrilla experience. Che told Kamaliso that the number of Cubans coming 130 was greater than that originally planned and that they wanted to enter Congolese territory as soon as possible. Kamaliso went off to Cairo to inform Kabila of their arrival, still unaware that the man he had met was Che. When to reveal Tatu's true identity, and to whom, loomed as a difficult decision. I hadn't told any of the Congolese of my decision to fight here, Che wrote. In my first conversation with Kabila I hadn't been able to do so because nothing had been decided, and after the plan was approved by Fidel it would have been dangerous for my project to be known before I arrived at my destination, there was a lot of hostile territory to cross. I decided, therefore, to present a fait accompli and proceed according to how they reacted to my presence. I was not unaware of the fact that a negative response would place me in a difficult position, because now I couldn't go back, but I calculated that it would be difficult for them to refuse me. In essence, I was blackmailing them with my physical presence. Che had made the same commitment he had demanded of Massetti's followers when they prepared to leave for Argentina. He had told them then that they should consider themselves dead from that moment on. If they survived, though survival was doubtful for the majority, they would probably spend the next 10 or 20 years of their lives fighting. This was the nature of the obligation Che had now assumed for himself. He had not just left Cuba but truly burned his bridges. He had written a note to Fidel that was at once a farewell letter, a waiver of any responsibility the Cuban government might be perceived as having for his actions, and a last will and testament. Fidel, he began. At this moment I remember many things when I met you in the Mexico City house of Maria Antonia, when you proposed I come along, all the tensions involved in the preparations. One day they came by and asked me who should be notified in case of death, and the real possibility of that fact struck us all. Later we knew it was true, that in revolution one wins or dies, if it is a real one. Today everything has a less dramatic tone, because we are more mature. But the event repeats itself. I feel that I have fulfilled the part of my duty that tied me to the Cuban Revolution in its territory, and I say goodbye to you, to the comrades, to your people, who are now mine. I formally resign my positions in the leadership of the party, my post as minister, my rank of commander, and my Cuban citizenship. Nothing legal binds me to Cuba. Recalling my past life, I believe I have worked with sufficient integrity and dedication to consolidate the revolutionary triumph. My only serious failing was not having had more confidence in you from the first moments in the Sierra Maestra, and not having understood quickly enough your qualities as a leader and a revolutionary. I have lived magnificent days, and at your side I felt the pride of belonging to our people in the brilliant yet sad days of the Caribbean missile crisis. Seldom has a statesman been more brilliant than you in those days. Other nations of the world call for my modest efforts. I can do that which is denied you because of your responsibility at the head of Cuba, and the time has come for us to part. I want it known that I do so with a mixture of joy and sorrow. I leave here the purest of my hopes as a builder and the dearest of my loved ones. And I leave a people who received me as a son. That wounds a part of my spirit. I carry to new battlefronts the faith that you taught me, the revolutionary spirit of my people, the feeling of fulfilling the most sacred of duties, to fight against imperialism wherever one may be. This comforts and more than heals the deepest wounds. I state once more that I free Cuba from any responsibility except that which stems from its example. If my final hour finds me under other skies, my last thought will be of the people and especially of you. I am not sorry that I leave nothing material to my wife and children. I am happy it is that way. I ask nothing for them, as the state will provide them with enough to live on and to have an education. Hasta la victoria siempre. Patria o muerte. I embrace you with all my revolutionary fervor. Che. Che had also left a letter to be forwarded to his parents. Dear viejos. Once again I feel under my heels the ribs of Rocinante. I return to the trail with my shield on my arm. Nothing essential has changed, except that I am more conscious, my Marxism is deeper and more crystallized. I believe in the armed struggle as the only solution for the peoples who fight to free themselves, and I am consistent with my beliefs. Many will call me an adventurer, and I am, but of a different type, of those who put their lives on the line to demonstrate their truths. It could be that this will be the definitive one. I don't go looking for it, but it is within the logical calculations of probabilities. If it is to be, then this is my final embrace. I have loved you very much, only I have not known how to show my love. I am extremely rigid in my actions, and I believe that at times you did not understand me. On the other hand, it was not easy to understand me. Now, the willpower that I have polished with an artist's delectation will carry forth my flaccid legs and tired lungs. I will do it. Remember once in a while this little condottiere of the 20th century. A great hug from a prodigal son, recalcitrant for you. Echo Beto. For Aleta, he left behind a tape recording of his voice, reciting his favorite love poems to her, including several by Pablo Neruda. And to his 5 children, in a letter to be read to them only after his death, he wrote: If one day you must read this letter, it will be because I am no longer among you. You will almost not remember me, and the littlest ones will remember nothing at all. Your father has been a man who acted according to his beliefs and certainly has been faithful to his convictions. Grow up as good revolutionaries. Study hard to be able to dominate the techniques that permit the domination of nature. Remember that the revolution is what is important, and that each one of us, on our own, is worthless. Above all, try always to be able to feel deeply any injustice committed against any person in any part of the world. It is the most beautiful quality of a revolutionary. Until always, little children. I still hope to see you again. A really big kiss and a hug from Papa. Che's contact with his first wife, Hilda, had become formal by then, limited mostly to his visits to see their daughter. Hilda last spoke to him in person on the eve of his trip to address the United Nations, in November 1964. When she showed Che a letter she had received from his father, saying he was planning to come to Havana soon, Che seemed surprised. According to Hilda, he blurted out, "Why didn't he come? What a pity. Now there's no more time." She didn't understand what Che was referring to until later, when she realized he must have had his African project already in mind. 8-year-old Hilda was at the airport to greet him on March 15, when he returned from Algiers, and he took her home before going to meet with Fidel. There had been no time to talk with Hilda, but he told the little girl that he would come back later. He spoke to Hilda on the phone 2 or 3 days after that and said that he was going to the countryside to cut cane. Neither she nor their daughter ever saw him again. For a few of his closest friends, Che had selected books from his office library and written personal dedications inside each of them. He left them on the shelf to be discovered, without saying anything. For his old friend Alberto Granado, he left a book on the history of Cuban sugar, El Ingenio. In it, he wrote, "I don't know what to leave you as a memento. I oblige you, then, to immerse yourself in sugar cane. My house on wheels will have 2 feet once again, and my dreams no frontiers, at least until the bullets have their say. I await you, sedentary gypsy, when the smell of gunpowder dissipates." Orlando Borrego had asked if he could go with Che to Africa, but Che had said no. Borrego now had an important job as the Minister of Sugar, and Che said his services were too valuable. Che left Borrego his 3-volume set of Das Kapital. Borrego, he wrote on the flyleaf, "This is the wellspring, here we all learn together by trial and error, looking for what is still just an intuition. Now that I leave to fulfill my duty and my desire, and you remain behind to fulfill your duty against your desire, I leave you evidence of my friendship, which I rarely expressed in words. Thank you for your constancy and your loyalty. May nothing separate you from the path. A hug, Che." In addition to the speech he made in Algiers, Che had left behind a final manifesto that can be seen as the crystallization of his doctrine. Socialismo y el hombre nuevo en Cuba, Socialism and the New Man, was written during his 3-month journey in Africa and sent off in the form of a letter to the editor of Marca, the Uruguayan weekly. It appeared in Uruguay in March and had begun to cause a stir in left-wing circles around the hemisphere. It was published in Cuba in Verde Olivo on April 11, as Che was en route back to Tanzania. In the essay, he reasserts Cuba's right to a role at the helm of Latin American revolution and issues a stinging disquisition challenging the docile application of Soviet dogmas by fellow socialists. In a further critique of the Soviet model, Che reiterates his argument in favor of moral as opposed to material incentives. Che denied that the building of socialism meant the abolition of the individual. Rather, the individual was the essence of the revolution. The Cuban struggle had depended on those individuals who fought and offered their lives for it. A new notion of self, however, had emerged in the vortex of that struggle, the heroic stage that had been attained when those same individuals vied to achieve a place of greater responsibility, of greater danger, and without any other satisfaction than that of fulfilling their duty. In the attitude of our fighters, we could glimpse the man of the future. It is difficult not to feel that Che was rendering an account of his own revolutionary transformation. He had sublimated his former self, the individual, and he had reached a mental state through which he could consciously sacrifice himself for society and its ideals. If he could do it, then so could others. Finally, Che wrote, "It must be said with all sincerity that in a true revolution, to which one gives oneself completely, from which one expects no material compensation, the task of the vanguard revolutionary is both magnificent and anguishing. Let me say, at the risk of appearing ridiculous, that the true revolutionary is guided by strong feelings of love. It is impossible to think of an authentic revolutionary without this quality. This is perhaps one of the greatest dramas of a leader. He must combine an impassioned spirit with a cold mind and make painful decisions without flinching one muscle. Our vanguard revolutionaries must idealize their love for the people, for the most sacred causes, and make it one and indivisible. They cannot descend, with small doses of daily affection, to the places where ordinary men put their love into practice. The leaders of the revolution have children who do not learn to call their father with their first faltering words. They have wives who must be part of the general sacrifice of their lives to carry the revolution to its destiny. Their friends are strictly limited to their comrades in revolution. There is no life outside it. In these conditions, one must have a large dose of humanity, a large dose of a sense of justice and truth, to avoid falling into extremes, into cold scholasticism, into isolation from the masses. Every day we must struggle so that this love of living humanity is transformed into concrete facts, into acts that will serve as an example, as a mobilizing factor. We know that we have sacrifices ahead of us and that we must pay a price for the heroic act of constituting a vanguard as a nation. We, the leaders, know that we must pay a price for having the right to say that we are at the head of the people of America. Each and every one of us punctually pays his quota of sacrifice, aware of receiving our reward in the satisfaction of fulfilling our duty, conscious of advancing with everyone toward the new man who is glimpsed on the horizon. 3. On April 20, amid mounting rumors that something had happened to Che, Fidel announced mysteriously that Che was fine, that he was where he would be of most use to the revolution. It was all he would say. That same day, Hilda received a belated birthday letter from her father. She had turned 9 on February 15. He told her that he was a little far away, doing some work for which he had been commended, and it would be a little while before he could return. He told her to look after her other brothers and sisters, and to make sure they did their homework, and that he was always thinking of her. At around the same time, Che had dispatched a clue to his father that he was fine, hinting strongly which part of the world he was in. It was a postcard, mailed after he had left Cuba, which said simply, "Viejo, from the Saharan sun to your Argentine fogs." Escobedo renews himself and goes for the third round. A hug from your son. Despite Fidel's reassurances, rumors about Che's fate continued to fly. Some of the earliest speculation was that he was in the Dominican Republic, where a crisis had erupted within days of his disappearance. President Johnson, who had defeated Goldwater in the election in November, had dispatched U.S. Marines to quash an armed leftist uprising there. It was the first American military invasion in the Western Hemisphere in decades, and the streets of Santo Domingo had become a battleground between the rebel loyalists of the deposed leftist civilian president, Juan Bosch, and the Dominican military. As members of Cuba's secret services have hinted, the rumor about Che in Santo Domingo may have been generated in Havana. As long as he was en route to the Congo and vulnerable to detection or capture, it was of paramount importance to keep his whereabouts a secret. As time dragged on, new reports would emerge to suggest that he was in Vietnam or other exotic locations. Some of the reports were disinformation planted by Cuban intelligence, others were probably disseminated by the CIA to cast doubt on the Castro regime. One of the more lurid stories that soon began making the rounds had a Soviet aroma. It was a supposedly secret memorandum reporting that Che had suffered a psychotic breakdown and been interned in a mental clinic, where he spent his time reading Trotsky and writing letters to Fidel promoting his ideas for creating a permanent revolution. The memorandum, as it was known, pointed with alarming proximity toward Che's true location, claiming that among the places Che mentioned in his letters was Zanzibar, where it was possible to work with the Chinese. As Sergo Mikoyan recalled, the initial reports trickling through Moscow were that there had been a confrontation between Fidel and Che and that Che had been exiled or punished. The general opinion among the apparatchiks was that there had been a fight between Fidel and Che, he said. Or maybe not a fight, but that Fidel didn't want Che in Cuba, that he wanted to be the only leader, and that Che was in competition with him. Mikoyan stressed that he had never given credence to this scenario. "I knew them both and I knew that Che was absolutely unambitious. He would not even imagine competing with Fidel. That version seemed ridiculous and I didn't believe it. But our people thought of Stalin and Trotsky, then Khrushchev and Brezhnev, who were always fighting, and they thought it was the same in Cuba." Alexander Alexeyev, who was still the Soviet ambassador in Havana, also heard the rumors, but by now he knew better. In March, Fidel had invited him to a special event. He was going to lead a volunteer labor brigade composed of revolutionaries to cut sugarcane in Camagüey. When Alexeyev learned that Che would not be part of the event, he began wondering if the rumors of a split were true. But when the time came, Fidel took Alexeyev for a walk at Camagüey and told him the truth. "You have probably noted Che's absence," Fidel said. "He is in Africa. He went there to organize a movement. But I am telling you just for yourself. By no means should you communicate this by cable." Alexeyev interpreted Fidel's warning to mean that he should put nothing in writing that might be witnessed by third parties and somehow leak out, but he felt duty-bound to inform his government, and he did. 30 years after the fact, he found it difficult to recall exactly how he had passed the information along. He believed it was with someone of great trust who had come to Havana in a Soviet delegation. He stressed that he had put nothing in writing, although he had followed up when he was next in Moscow by informing Leonid Brezhnev in person. Fidel's whispered confidence to Alexeyev about Che's mission was no doubt a discreet hint to Moscow that Fidel remained loyal despite his public bear-baiting. Che might be off assisting a predominantly Chinese-backed revolutionary faction in the Congo, but that should not affect relations between the Kremlin and Havana. Indeed, Fidel may have been hoping that the new Kremlin Politburo, which was already giving some aid to the Congolese rebels, might respond with direct support for Cuba's guerrilla program in Africa. At about the same time that Fidel revealed the secret to Alexeyev, the advance column of the Cuban force, led by Che, was preparing to go into action. 4. At dawn on the morning of April 24, 1965, Che and 13 Cubans set foot on the Congolese shore of Lake Tanganyika. An expanse of 30 miles of water separated them from the safety of Tanzania and the vast savanna that extended to the Indian Ocean. They had traveled for 2 days and nights by car from Dar es Salaam and then by boat to the lakeside village of Kibumba. Above them loomed the western edge of the Great Rift Valley, a green jungle escarpment that rose steeply from the lake shore. Beyond lay the liberated territory held by the rebels. Its northern front line began nearly 100 miles away, at the town of Guevara on Lake Tanganyika's northern shore. Guevara had become the rebels' fallback position after they lost the town of Bukavu, farther up the Rift Valley, where the frontiers of the Congo, Rwanda, and Burundi meet. Inland, the territory extended west through the forest for 170 miles, as far as Kasongo on the Lualaba River, just beyond the northern edge of Katanga province. Altogether, it was a domain that the mercenary leader Mike Hoare described as twice the size of Wales. It included open plains and jungle mountains bisected by untamed rivers. Herds of elephants still roamed there, and a complex mosaic of tribal peoples lived off the land as subsistence farmers and hunter-gatherers. The territory contained few roads or towns, and the few inhabited dots on the map represented native villages, isolated former Belgian colonial garrisons, missions, and trading posts. Godefroy Camaliso, the political commissar from Dar es Salaam, had come to help smooth the way for the Cubans. So far, he was the only official link to the revolutionaries Che intended to whip into shape. Kabila had not appeared. He had stayed on in Cairo, sending word that he would return in a fortnight, and in his absence Che had been forced to remain incognito. To be honest, he acknowledged later, I wasn't too upset, because I was very interested in the war in the Congo and I was afraid that my appearance would provoke overly sharp reactions, and that some of the Congolese, or even the friendly Tanzanian government, would ask me to abstain from joining in the fray. So far, so good. But already, in Kigoma, the Tanzanian port on the eastern shore of the lake, Che had seen the first evidence that the men he was joining were undisciplined and badly led. A Tanzanian official had complained to him about the Congolese rebels, who regularly crossed the lake to hang out and disport themselves in bars and whorehouses. And Che had had to wait for a day and a night while a boat was made ready for their crossing. Nothing had been prepared for him, despite his advance man's efforts. Then, after crossing the lake to Kibumba, he found that the rebels' general staff headquarters was a mere stone's throw up the mountainside, too conveniently close to the village and the safety valve of Tanzania for his liking. In Kabila's absence, Che found himself dealing with a group of field commanders, the men calling the shots in the various army brigades stationed around the rebel zone. Fortunately, some of them spoke French, so Che was able to discern immediately that serious divisions existed among them. In their first meeting with the rebel commanders, Camaliso enthusiastically tried to help establish rapport between his compatriots and the newcomers by proposing that Victor Drake, along with another Cuban of his choosing, be allowed to join in all the meetings and decisions of the general staff. But the Congolese officers were eloquently non-committal. I observed the faces of the participants, Che noted drily, and I could not see approval for the proposal. It seemed that Camaliso did not enjoy the sympathies of the chiefs. The commander's displeasure with Camaliso derived from the fact that he visited the front from Dar es Salaam only occasionally. The military men felt neglected by the head office. There was additional ill feeling between those commanders who stayed in the field and those constantly leaving on errands to Kigoma and its fleshpots. The rank-and-file fighters, for the most part, were simple peasants who spoke only their own tribal languages, or, in some cases, Swahili, and who seemed to Che to inhabit a world completely apart from their officers. Still another unpleasant surprise for Che was the discovery of the rebels' faith in witchcraft, or dawa. They believed that a magic potion protected them from harm. Che learned about this magic in his very first meeting with the Congolese command. A pleasant-seeming officer introduced himself as Lieutenant Colonel Lambert and explained, cheerfully, that for them, the enemy airplanes were not very important because they possessed the dawa medicine that makes them invulnerable to bullets. Lambert assured Che that he had been hit by bullets several times, but because of the dawa, they had fallen harmlessly to the ground. He explained it between smiles, wrote Che, and I felt obliged to go along with the joke, which I believed was his attempt to demonstrate the little importance he conceded to the enemy's armaments. After a little while, I realized the thing was serious, and that the magical protector was one of the great weapons of the Congolese army. After the inconclusive initial meeting with the commanders, Che took Kamaliso aside and revealed his true identity. I explained who I was, Che wrote. The reaction was devastating. He repeated the phrases international scandal and no one must know, please, no one must know. It had fallen like a lightning bolt in a serene day and I feared for the consequences, but my identity could not continue hidden much longer if we wanted to take advantage of the influence that my activity here could have. Che, as Commandante Tatu, in the liberated zone of the former Belgian Congo, 1965. After the shaken Kamaliso left, heading back to Dar and then to Cairo, this time to inform Kabila of Che's presence, Tatu attempted to get his training program underway. He tried to persuade the Congolese chiefs to let him and his men set up a permanent base more adequate for their mission on the Lulyaburg Ridge, 3 miles above them, but the commanders stalled, telling him that the base commander, Leonard Mitodadai, was away in Kigoma and nothing could be done until he returned. In lieu of that, they suggested he begin an ad hoc training program there at the Kibumba headquarters. Che countered with a proposal to train a 100-man column divided into groups of 20 men over a 5 or 6 week period, then send them out with Mbili, Poppy, on patrol to carry out some military actions. While they were gone, he could train a second column, which would enter the field when the first group returned. After each expedition he could select the truly worthwhile cadres to build up an effective guerrilla force. This proposal too was met with evasions. The days began rolling by. Boats came and went across the lake, carrying rebels to and from furloughs in Kigoma, but Commander Mitodadai didn't return. For want of anything better to do, Che began helping out in the rebels' clinic, where one of the Cubans, a doctor rebaptized as Kumi, had begun working. Che was stunned by the number of cases of venereal disease among the rebels, which he attributed to their visits to Kigoma. A few wounded men were brought in from the various fronts, but they were victims of accidents, not battle casualties. Almost nobody had the least idea of what a firearm was, Che recalled. They shot themselves by playing with them, or by carelessness. The rebels also drank a local corn and yucca-based brew called palm, and the spectacle of reeling men having fights or disobeying orders was distressingly commonplace. Hearing of the presence of doctors in the area, local peasants began showing up in droves at the dispensary. Its depleting stocks got a boost with the arrival of a cargo of Soviet medicines, which were unceremoniously dumped on the beach along with a great pile of ammunition and weaponry. When Che asked for permission to organize the rebels' logistics depot, that request also fell on deaf ears. Meanwhile, the beach acquired the appearance of a gypsy market, Che wrote, as rebel commanders began arriving and demanding quantities of the new medicines for fabulous sums of men. One officer claimed he had 4,000 troops, another said 2,000, and so on, but they were all invented numbers. By early May, Che had received word that the rebel council summit in Cairo had been a success but that Kabila wouldn't be returning just yet. He needed to have an operation on assist, and it would be several more weeks before he was back. The Cubans were beginning to feel the first symptoms of malaise brought on by inactivity, and to keep them occupied, Che began daily classes in French, Swahili, and general culture. Our morale was still high, Che recalled, but already the murmurs were beginning among the comrades about how the days were fruitlessly slipping by. The next afflictions to hit them were malaria and tropical infections. Che handed out anti-malarial tablets regularly, but he observed that their side effects included weakness, apathy, and lack of appetite, and he later blamed the medication for exacerbating the incipient pessimism felt by the Cubans, including, although he was loath to admit it, himself. Che was getting an ongoing private debriefing about the situation inside the rebel movement from an informant called Kiwi. Kiwi was one of the more voluble general staff officers, an inexhaustible talker who spoke French at almost supersonic speed and who had plenty to confide. As was his long-time habit, Che wrote pithy little profiles laced with his own remarks based on Kiwi's information. Kiwi claimed that General Nicholas Olenga, the liberator of Stanleyville, had been a soldier whom Kiwi had personally dispatched to make some explorations in the north. Olenga had then begun attacking, giving himself a new military rank with each town he seized. The current president of the rebel council, Christophe Gbinai, was the political leader for whom General Olenga had liberated Stanleyville, but to Kiwi, Gbinai was a dangerous, immoral figure. Kiwi held Gbinai responsible for an assassination attempt against the current council's military chief of staff, Commander Mitodadai. As for Antoine Gizenga, one of the early revolutionary figures to emerge in the wake of Lumumba's death, Kiwi declared him a left-wing opportunist who was interested more than anything else in using the rebels' effort to build his own political party. As Che wrote afterward, the chats with Kiwi had been enlightening, giving him an idea of the complex internal rivalries within the not-so-very revolutionary Congolese Liberation Council. On May 8, Leonard Mitodadai finally arrived, bringing 18 new Cubans with him and word from Kabila that for the time being, Che's identity should remain a secret. Mitodadai left almost immediately, but for the first time since meeting Kabila, Che was favorably impressed with the Congolese officer, finding him assured, serious, and possessing an organizational spirit. Even better, Mitodadai approved Che's transfer to the upper base on Loliaburg Mountain. Che took his men up to the huge grassy plateau that began at the top of the escarpment. It was 4 hard hours of steep hiking and took them to a chilly, damp altitude of more than 8,000 feet above sea level, but as Che looked around and surveyed the scene, he felt renewed optimism. Herds of cattle and the tiny hamlets of ethnic Tutsi Rwandans dotted the plain. Good Argentine that he was, Che wrote that during his stay there, the availability of wonderful beef was almost a cure for nostalgia. Che quickly began getting organized, overseeing the building of huts to house his fighters together with about 20 bored and lonely Congolese. Once again he began daily classes to cut through the mounting apathy and listlessness that threatened to consume them, but very soon Che became aware of still more problems he would have to deal with. In addition to the civilian herdsmen living around Loliaburg, he learned, there were several thousand more Tutsi living in the area who were armed and had allied themselves with the Congolese rebels. They had fled their country following Rwanda's independence from France a few years earlier, when their traditional rivals, the Hutu, had begun massacring them. By helping the Congolese to victory, they hoped next to carry the revolution to Rwanda, but despite their marriage of convenience, the Rwandans and Congolese didn't get along at all. This enmity, like Dawa, was to cause serious problems in the months ahead. After only a few days, Che developed an extremely high fever and became delirious. It was a month before he regained his strength or his appetite. He was not the only man affected, 10 of the 30 Cubans were ill with one fever or another. During the first month, at least a dozen comrades paid for their initiation into hostile territory with these violent fevers, Che wrote, the after-effects of which were bothersome. Coinciding with Che's return to health, Leonard Mitodadai arrived back, with ambitious orders for Che to lead a force of 2 rebel columns in an attack against the enemy bastion at Albertville. The order is absurd, Che wrote at the time. There's only 30 of us, of whom 10 are sick or convalescing. But despite his strong misgivings, Che didn't want to start out on the wrong foot, and so he told his men to prepare themselves for battle. On May 22, as they were thus engaged, a Congolese runner arrived in camp announcing excitedly that a Cuban minister had arrived. By now, Che was accustomed to hearing all sorts of wild rumors, the Congolese having a radio bimba bush telegraph every bit as florid as Cuba's own, but shortly afterward he was stunned to see none other than Ousmane Cienfuegos appear before him at the head of a fresh contingent of 17 new Cubans. A further 17 had remained behind in Kigoma, awaiting transportation across the lake. This brought the number of Cuban guerrillas on hand to more than 60. In general, the news Ousmane brought was very good, Che recalled in the Congolese Passeos. But he brought for me personally the saddest news of the war. Telephone calls from Buenos Aires had revealed that my mother was very sick. The implication was that this was just a preparatory announcement. I had to spend a month in sad uncertainty, awaiting the results of something I could guess but with the hope that the report had been a mistake. Then the confirmation of my mother's death arrived. She never saw the farewell letter that I had left in Havana for my parents. The fact that Che included something so personal in his account is an indication of how deeply the episode affected him, but sad uncertainty was an understatement. Among Che's personal belongings that later came into Oleda's possession were 3 pieces of writing, rather like short stories, all very dark and anguished, written in the tortured symbolism of some of his youthful literary efforts, including one that expressed his grief over the loss of his mother. Celia had died on May 19, 3 days before Ousmane arrived at Che's base camp. She had succumbed to cancer at the age of 58. Toward the end, she had been living alone in her little apartment adjoining her daughter Celia's, meeting with a small circle of friends during the week and seeing her children and grandchildren on the weekends. Few people around her realized she was ill. According to her daughter-in-law Maria Elena Duarte, she had intentionally concealed her illness until the very end, when she collapsed and nothing remained but the death watch. On May 10, Celia had been taken to the exclusive Stapler Clinic in Buenos Aires, where she was placed in a private room with a large picture window. Maria Elena would find her staring out the window with a look of rapturous longing. "All I ask for," Celia said, "is one more day." Friends such as Ricardo Rojo and Julia Constenla visited her and took turns at her bedside. Desperate to help despite their long estrangement, her ex-husband rushed around trying to find some way to save her, even going to the Soviet embassy after hearing that the Russians had discovered a cure for cancer. His presence must have comforted Celia during those final days. She confided to Maria Elena that he had been the first and only man in her life, and despite everything, she still felt love for him. But the specter of Che imposed itself even now. When the clinic's managers made evident their displeasure over having the mother of a prominent communist in their facility, the family moved her to another clinic. Celia begged Ricardo and Julia to call Havana and ask Oleda where Che was. In March, Che's childhood friend Gustavo Roca had been in Havana and brought back a letter from him to Celia in which he said he was about to resign his jobs, go cut cane for a month, and then work in one of the Ministry of Industry's factories in order to study things from the ground level. But Celia had not received the letter until April 13, by which time Che had vanished and all kinds of rumors had begun to circulate. She wrote a reply to Che's letter, and Ricardo Rojo agreed to send it to Havana with a trusted friend, but the friend was refused a visa. On May 16, with Celia's death imminent and her anxiety about Che unresolved, Rojo called Oleda, who could say nothing except that Che wasn't in a place where she could contact him quickly. On May 18, Oleda called back and spoke to Celia. Rojo was present. Celia was in a near coma, he wrote, but she sat up in bed as if an electric shock had run through her. It was a frustrating conversation, with a great deal of shouting and a sense of hopelessness. Celia had learned nothing new from the conversation, and so, in a final, futile effort, Rojo sent off a cable addressed to Major Escobedo Guevara, Ministry of Industries, Havana, your mother very ill wants to see you. Your friend embraces you. Ricardo Rojo. No reply came, and the next day Celia died. Celia's last letter to Che, which was never sent, was published in Rojo's book. In it, Celia expressed her disquiet over her son's fate, obviously assuming that there was truth, after all, to the rumors that he and Fidel had had a falling out. My dear one. Do my letters sound strange to you? I don't know if we have lost the naturalness with which we used to speak to each other, or if we never had it and have always spoken with that slightly ironic tone used by those of us from the shores of the Rio de la Plata, exaggerated by our own private family code. Since we have adopted this diplomatic tone in our correspondence, I have to find hidden meanings between the lines and try to interpret them. I've read your last letter the way I read the news, solving, or trying to, the real meanings and full implication of every phrase. The result has been a sea of confusion, and even greater anxiety and alarm. I'm not going to use diplomatic language. I'm going straight to the point. It seems to me true madness that, with so few heads in Cuba with ability to organize, you should all go cut cane for a month, when there are so many and such good cane cutters among the people. A month is a long time. There must be reasons I don't know. Speaking now of your own case, if, after that month, you're going to dedicate yourself to the management of a factory, a job successfully performed by Alberto Castellanos and Harry Villegas, it seems to me that the madness has turned to absurdity. And this is not a mother speaking. It's an old woman who hopes to see the whole world converted to socialism. I believe that if you go through with this, you will not be giving your best service to the cause of world socialism. If all roads in Cuba have been closed to you, for whatever reason, in Algiers there's a Mr. Ben Bella who would appreciate your organizing his economy, or advising him on it, or a Mr. Kruma in Ghana who would welcome the same help. Yes, you'll always be a foreigner. That seems to be your permanent fate. At Celia's funeral service, Che's framed photograph sat prominently on the coffin. Maria Elena said that she felt sorry for Celia's other children, it was as if they weren't there. It was as if she had only one child, Che. And in a way, as painful as it must have been for the others, that was true. The special bond that had always linked Celia and her firstborn son had to some degree excluded the others. And it had endured, as was obvious to everyone, right to the end. V. In the Congo, Che sat down with Leonard Mitotadei to discuss their military plans. He managed to convince Mitotadei that an attack on Albertville was premature. He didn't know the true situation, and neither did the General Staff, since they depended on the reports of far-flung field commanders who were often unreliable. Mitotadei finally agreed with Che's proposal to send out 4 groups of guerrillas to the various front lines, and within days they began getting the first reports back. At a couple of the fronts, the men seemed well armed and disposed to fight, but everywhere there was passivity and general chaos. The chiefs often drank to the point of stupefaction, passing out in full view of their troops. The rebels raced back and forth in jeeps, but did little to further the war effort. They occupied fixed positions and didn't train, go out on patrol, or gather intelligence. They forced the intimidated and mistreated local peasants to supply them with food. The basic characteristic of the Popular Liberation Army, Che concluded, was that of a parasitic army. Che found the Congolese lazy. During marches, they carried nothing except their personal weapons, cartridges, and blankets, and if asked to help carry an extra load, whether food or some other item, they would refuse, saying, "Mimi happen a motorcar, I am not a truck." As time wore on, they began saying, "Mimi happen a Cuban, I am not a Cuban." Victor Drake found that the rebels on the Lulimba front were holding a hilltop position about 4 miles from the enemy post and had not descended from it in months. Instead of launching raids, they spent their days firing off a huge 75mm recoilless rifle in the general direction of the enemy, far out of range. The chief of this front, the self-proclaimed General Mayo, had manifested open hostility to both Kabila and Mitotadei, seeing them as foreigners. Mitotadei had ordered Mayo to come and see him, but the man had refused. Mitotadei did his best to whip his men at Lulyaburg into shape, punishing the palm drinkers by burying them in the earth up to their necks, suspending the distribution of arms, and giving stern lectures. Che told Mitotadai that he felt isolated from the Congolese rank and file because of the language barrier, and Mitotadai lent one of his aides, a teenager named Ekobedo Ilanga, to give Che daily Swahili lessons. Nevertheless, by early June Che was getting increasingly claustrophobic. He sent out more exploration groups, but without the approval of Mitotadai's superior officer, Laurent Kabila, they could undertake no action on their own. There was an erratic flow of notes from Kabila, saying that he was about to come, that he was delayed, that he would arrive tomorrow without fail, or the day after. And boats kept arriving with good quantities of arms of great quality, Che wrote. It was really pathetic to observe how they wasted the resources of the friendly countries, fundamentally China and the Soviet Union, the efforts of Tanzania, the lives of some fighters and civilians, to do so little with it. On June 7, as Mitotadai made ready to inspect a spot a short distance down the lakeshore where the General Staff camp was to be moved, he and Che talked. Che asked him what the truth was behind Kabila's non-appearance, and Mitotadai confessed that the commander probably wouldn't be visiting just yet. Zhou Enlai, the Chinese premier, was coming to Dar, and Kabila had to meet him to discuss requests for aid. Che headed back up the mountain, but before he had reached the top, a messenger caught up with him to report that Mitotadai had drowned. It was a severe blow, for Che had come to see Mitotadai as his best hope of achieving anything at all in the Congo. In Passeas, Che titled the chapter in which he wrote of this death "A Hope Dies," and indeed, the murky circumstances of Leonard Mitotadai's demise seemed to sum up everything that was wrong with this revolution Che had come to assist. According to a couple of Cubans who were in the boat with Mitotadai, the lake was choppy, with a strong wind blowing, and Mitotadai had apparently fallen into the water by accident. But Che was suspicious. From that moment on, a series of strange events occurred, which I don't know whether to attribute to imbecility, to the extraordinary degree of superstition since the lake is populated by all kinds of spirits, or something more serious. Mitotadai had remained afloat, calling for help, for 10 or 15 minutes, but 2 men who dived in to save him also drowned. Meanwhile, the men in the boat had cut the engine, and when they restarted it, it seemed that some magical force did not permit them to go to where Mitotadai was. In the end, as he was still crying for help, the boat was steered to the shore and the comrades watched him disappear a little while later. In late June, after 2 months of doing absolutely nothing, the Cubans' war in the Congo finally began. Mudandi, a Chinese-trained Rwandan Tutsi rebel commander, arrived from Dar with orders from Kabila. The plan to attack Albertville had been scrapped, and Che was now to assault the military garrison and hydroelectric plant at Fort Bendera instead. Kabila wanted the Rwandans and Cubans to lead the raiding party, which should take place in a week's time. Che was not enthusiastic about the plan. He had heard from Mudandi's Tutsi that the Bendera garrison was well entrenched, with as many as 300 soldiers and 100 white mercenaries. It seemed too large a target for his ill-prepared force, much less the Congolese. He proposed a smaller target, but in the end decided to go ahead with Kabila's plan, reasoning that any action at all was better than none. But after sending repeated requests to Kabila to be allowed to accompany the attack force himself and receiving no reply, Che was forced to stay behind. In late June, a column of 40 Cubans and 160 Congolese and Rwandan Tutsi set out for Bendera. The attack, which begun on July 29, was a catastrophe.